The Second Red Scare and the Unmaking of the New Deal Left. Landon R.Y. Storrs. Formation. Selected government officials investigated under the Federal Loyalty Program. Introduction. 1. When the old left was young and went to Washington. 2. Allegations of disloyalty at labor and consumer agencies, 1939-43. 3. Pinks in Minks, the anti-feminism of the old right. 4. The loyalty investigations of Mary Dublin Kaiserling and Leon Kaiserling. 5. Secrets and self-reinvention, the making of Cold War liberalism. 6. A soul-searing process, trauma in the civil service. 7. Loyalty investigations and the end of reform. Conclusion. Appendix 1, Loyalty Case Records and Selection. Appendix 2, Case Summaries. Appendix 3, Chronology of the Federal Loyalty Security Program. Appendix 4, Statistics of the Federal Loyalty Security Program. Introduction. The Second Red Scare stunted the development of the American welfare state. In the 1940s and 1950s, conservatives in and out of government used concerns about Soviet espionage to remove from public service many officials who advocated regulatory and redistributive policies intended to strengthen democracy. The crusade against communists in government had even more casualties than we thought. In addition to its well-known violation of civil liberties and destruction of careers, the Second Red Scare curbed the social democratic potential of the New Deal through its impact on policy makers who sought to mitigate the anti-democratic tendencies of unregulated capitalism. This book examines a cohort of women and men who entered government service during the 1930s and 1940s and then were investigated under the Federal Employee Loyalty Program. Created in the early 1940s and formalized in 1947, the loyalty program ostensibly sought to prevent government employment of communists, but it also drove out non-communist leftists, who were more numerous in the higher ranks of the civil service than has been recognized. During the crises of the Great Depression and Second World War, service in the dynamic Roosevelt administration offered the luster and cachet, although not the financial rewards that in other eras would be found on Wall Street or in Silicon Valley, and the federal government hired some of the nation's most brilliant and ambitious talent. That high-powered group included some people who were inspired by the opportunity to forge policies they believed would prevent future depressions and wars by reducing inequalities of class, race, and even gender within the United States and abroad. Although a few of them were or had been members of the Communist Party, most never were. They did not dominate the policy-making arena, but their increasing influence provoked a powerful reaction from American conservatives. That reaction included exploiting Americans' fear of Soviet espionage to ensnare left-leaning officials in investigations that either marginalized them or forced them toward the political center. Some of the prominent people whose hitherto secret or little-known loyalty cases this book explores are Leon Kaiserling and Mary Dublin Kaiserling, Arthur Goldschmidt and Elizabeth Wickenden, Wilbur Cohen, Catherine Bauer, Esther and Oliver Peterson, Frida Miller, Caroline Ware, David Demarest Lloyd, Thomas Blaisdell, and Paul R. Porter. 1. The cumulative impact of their loyalty investigations and many others altered the general tone and content of the reform agenda and also affected specific policy fields, including labor and civil rights, consumer protection, national health insurance, public assistance, worker education, public works, public housing, Native American rights, and international aid. The loyalty program's constricting effect on public policy thus was deeper and more direct than has been recognized. Until recently, the inaccessibility of government loyalty case records hampered scholarly inquiry, and the destruction of many files by the National Archives poses a permanent challenge. 2. A further complication stems from the reluctance of many loyalty defendants to publicize their experiences, at the time or later. The highly educated civil servants who are the subject of this study recognized the power of history, and many of them carefully documented their achievements for the historical record. As they did so, however, they tried to protect themselves, their survivors, and their causes by playing down their leftism, playing up their anti-communism, and omitting or minimizing the facts of their investigation. The loyalty program not only constrained policy development, it also produced distortions in the sources on which scholars have relied to write American history. The federal employee loyalty program was a crucial instrument of the Red Scare that gripped the nation after the Second World War, climaxing in the ascendance of Senator Joseph R. McCarthy. Although that Red Scare, longer and even more virulent than the one that followed the First World War, metastasized beyond government institutions and beyond the realm of employment, its momentum derived from claims that communist spies in powerful government positions were manipulating U.S. policy to Soviet advantage. In response to conservative charges that the U.S. Civil Service Commission had been lax in screening federal workers, President Harry S. Truman institutionalized the loyalty program in 1947 by expanding existing procedures for weeding out employees deemed disloyal to the U.S. government. During the program's peak between 1947 and 1956, more than 5 million federal workers underwent loyalty screening, and at least 25,000 were subject to the stigmatizing full-field investigation by the FBI. An estimated 2,700 federal employees were dismissed, and about 12,000 resigned. 3 Such numbers, however, cannot capture the program's broader effects on the civil service, on politics and public policy, and on historical memory. Existing scholarship on the loyalty program suggests that it chiefly affected low-level government workers and Communist Party members. In fact, loyalty investigations truncated or redirected the careers of many mid-level and senior officials, who generally kept secret the fact that they had been investigated. Many of the accused were neither mainstream liberals, as early critics of the loyalty program maintained, nor Communist Party members. Rather, they were a varied group of leftists who shared a commitment to building a comprehensive welfare state that blended central planning with grassroots democracy. Some called themselves Social Democrats, some belonged to the Socialist Party, and others resisted categorization, but they agreed that economic and technological development had created interdependences among people and among nations that rendered the ideologies of individualism and nationalism obsolete and even dangerous. As internationalists, they sought to use the social policies of other nations as models and to apply American resources to reduce inequalities and promote peace abroad. The power of these leftists was never uncontested, but their expertise, commitment, and connectedness gave them strength beyond their numbers. Before loyalty investigations pushed this cohort either out of government or toward the center of the political spectrum, the transformative potential of the New Deal was greater than is commonly understood. Some loyalty defendants left public life, some moved to lower-profile jobs, and others reinvented themselves as Cold War liberals who celebrated American capitalism and advocated an aggressively anti-communist foreign policy. Several resurfaced as advisors to the Kennedy and Johnson administrations and framed their proposals in more centrist language than they had used before being investigated. They generally kept their distance from the new generation of radicals that emerged in the 1960s. For these New Deal veterans, the rightward drift of liberalism toward the vital center was at least in part a response to first-hand experience of political repression. It was not, as much scholarship suggests, a purely intellectual response to American economic performance, Soviet conduct, or other exogenous factors. 4 The loyalty program profoundly shaped not only individual careers but also U.S. politics and policy from the New Deal of the 1930s through the Great Society of the 1960s. A striking number of professional-level loyalty defendants were women. Historians have noted the Second Red Scare's impact on women in voluntary associations, labor unions, and artistic circles, but women in government have received less attention. 5 Although women's opportunities in government were hardly equal to men's, women held fewer than 3% of federal policy-making positions in 1947. Women had more options in government than they did in academia or the private sector. During the Roosevelt and Truman administrations, small numbers of professional women, especially lawyers, social workers, and economists, worked their way into positions of authority, most visibly in the temporary New Deal and war agencies, the Federal Security Agency, and the Labor and Commerce Departments. 6 Anti-communists challenged the loyalty of high-ranking women with disproportionate frequency. Furthermore, male loyalty defendants often faced allegations about their wives' political activism. Conservatives' tactics and language in their crusade against communists in government tapped popular hostility to powerful women and effeminate men to rally support for hunting subversives and for rolling back liberal policies. In other words, government and private actors manipulated the fear of espionage toward ends that included shoring up social hierarchies that New Deal policies had helped destabilize. This exploration of the anti-feminism of the old right suggests that the new right that emerged in the 1970s was not in fact so new. Scholarship on the federal loyalty program and the wider Red Scare has ranged between two poles, one emphasizing the threat of Soviet espionage and the other emphasizing the dangers of political repression. Prior studies of the loyalty program per se were completed during the 1950s, when key government documents were closed to researchers. Limited to interviews and published materials, contemporary scholars nonetheless offered enduring critiques of the loyalty program. They identified flaws that invited injustice to employees. The program relied on vague and shifting standards of loyalty, on dubiously constructed lists of subversive organizations, and on the testimony of FBI informants whose anonymity denied defendants the right to confront their accusers. In addition to leaving many people jobless and stigmatized as unemployable, those early studies correctly concluded, the program undermined the morale and caliber of the civil service by discouraging original thinking and hindering recruitment. More generally, it contributed to an atmosphere that curtailed civil liberties, especially the freedoms of speech and association. The impact of these flaws was magnified as other employers imitated the federal program. 7 The next generation of scholarship debated the relative culpability of President Truman, congressional conservatives, and the FBI in creating and sustaining the loyalty program. Historians' observation that the loyalty program was ineffective at catching spies deepened the consensus that the program had been unnecessary as well as unfair. 8. The tone changed in the 1990s, when newly declassified Soviet and U.S. intelligence sources indicated that a few Roosevelt and Truman officials, most notably Alger Hiss, indeed were Communist Party members or sympathizers who passed information to the Soviets just as anti-communist conservatives from Congressman Martin Dies to Senator McCarthy had charged. 9 These findings reignited the disagreement between espionage scholars and those who emphasized the negative consequences of the Red Scare. Each side accused the other of ignoring a grave threat to American democracy: espionage on the one hand, repression of political dissent on the other. The espionage historians have been very harsh, likening critics of the anti-communist crusade to Holocaust deniers, and castigating them as Stalin apologists bent on creating a left mythology of the lost cause. In their view, focusing on the repressive aspects of anti-communism implies a moral equivalence between the Soviet dictatorship and the U.S. government. 10 Although the espionage scholars acknowledge that the drive to eliminate communism in the United States produced some injustices, they imply that it was relatively rare and incidental, when in fact the repression was widespread and resulted from a coordinated reaction against democratic challenges to the political and economic status quo. 11. Best-selling authors such as Ann Coulter have selectively appropriated the new espionage research to cast McCarthy as a martyred hero and his critics as traitors. The Texas Board of Education has revised its curriculum standards to require teaching that the most recent scholarship basically vindicates McCarthy. 12. We can accept key findings of the new scholarship on espionage without minimizing the harm done by the repression. Soviet espionage was a legitimate worry for officials responsible for national security, and identifying and prosecuting spies was difficult. Although the people named by the ex-communist informants Elizabeth Bentley and Whittaker Chambers had left government service by 1947, officials remained vigilant because they knew unidentified communist cells had existed. Notwithstanding all the false accusations that were made, one should not dismiss out of hand the possibility that a loyalty defendant had been a Soviet agent. 13 Nevertheless, these facts do not preclude the obligation of scholars to mine newly accessible sources for insight into the objectives and consequences of the Red Scare. The threat of espionage was real, but no less so was repression in the name of catching spies. This book does not engage the ongoing debate over the extent to which espionage jeopardized U.S. security. It does demonstrate, however, that the Second Red Scare did even more damage than is generally known. 14 The campaign against communists in government began before the Cold War and was driven by conservatives whose objectives were broader than the eradication of the Communist Party. 15 Uncovering a significant leftist presence in the Roosevelt and Truman administrations does not vindicate those anti-communists who claimed that the government was riddled with subversives. I searched for but did not find evidence of espionage or other illegal conduct. The policymakers and administrators studied here were neither subversives nor spies. They hoped for a transition through constitutional methods to what they called social democracy or democratic socialism. While conservatives promoted limited government and the sanctity of property rights, left-leaning officials argued that the public interest was better served by an active government that, at the very least, regulated private interests to protect the public, provided opportunities and security for those that the private labor market did not, and further promoted political and economic democracy by prohibiting racial and sexual discrimination. Many decades ago, the preeminent historian Richard Hofstadter observed that the real function of the Second Red Scare was not anything so simply rational as to turn up spies, but to discharge resentments and frustrations, to punish, to satisfy enmities whose roots lay elsewhere than in the communist issue itself. Hofstadter argued that nativism, religious fundamentalism, and hatred of the welfare state and the United Nations were the deeper historical sources of the Great Inquisition. In his view, these attitudes added up to an anti-modern, reactionary populism. 16 Regional and local studies built on Hofstadter's insight by showing that Red Scares were most virulent where rapid change threatened old regimes. Political fundamentalists everywhere feared the trend toward a pluralistic order and a secular, bureaucratizing state. In Detroit, though, they defended class prerogatives above all, whereas in Boston religious conflict was key, and in Atlanta maintenance of white supremacy was paramount. In other words, the intensity of Red Scare politics was not simply a function of the strength of the communist threat. Red Scares erupted at various places and moments in defense of class, religious, and racial hierarchies. 17 These astute analyses of anti-communism do not address the conservative reaction to women's increasing sexual and economic independence. Meanwhile, historians interested in gender analysis have exposed the intersections between Cold War politics and restrictive constructions of masculinity and femininity, but without sufficient attention to anti-communist attacks on actual women, especially women in government. Domestic anti-communism indeed was fueled by anxiety about the perceived threats to American masculinity posed by totalitarianism, corporate hierarchy, and homosexuality. Congressional conservatives indeed used charges of homosexuality, chiefly male homosexuality in government agencies, for their own political purposes. 18 The flip side of the anti-communist right's hostility to insufficiently masculine men, however, was antipathy to powerful women. Scholars of the right in the 1920s and 1980s have shown that men and women who feared homosexuality, racial and religious pluralism, and state bureaucracy were not enthusiastic about feminism, either. Advocacy of the white, Christian, heterosexual, patriarchal family often was their driving concern. 19 If one engine of the Second Red Scare was popular resistance to the rise of the government expert, as Hofstadter argued, that resistance was intensified by the fact that some of those experts were women. The crises of the Depression, war, and the nuclear threat expanded the federal bureaucracy and also shifted power from legislators to bureaucratic experts. These career civil servants typically were better educated and more cosmopolitan than legislators. Furthermore, the masculinity of male civil servants long had been suspect. Stereotypes about male bureaucrats and male homosexuals overlapped. Both groups could be seen as non-productive, non-entrepreneurial men laboring in subordinate positions to other men. The fact that federal jobs were sexually integrated at a time when most workplaces were not created additional negative perceptions of both male and female government workers. In the 1920s, conservatives' belief that the state subverted patriarchal gender norms was apparent in their fear that newly enfranchised women would vote to expand state agencies protecting women and children, empowering state administrators, many of whom were female, at the expense of male heads of household. 20 During the 1930s, more professional women found employment in government because the creation of new agencies increased staffing needs. The expansion of the merit system made hiring procedures more objective, and some relatively feminist men were making hiring and promotion decisions. The result was a perceived feminization of the civil service that gave conservatives another reason to dislike the bureaucratic state. Many of these same patterns and attitudes affected Jewish civil servants, male and female. The Roosevelt administration was more open to Jews than its predecessors had been, and as we shall see, many loyalty defendants were Jewish. Commentators at the time speculated about the likelihood of bias in loyalty charges against Jews, and scholars have long understood that the right's hostility to the New Deal was tinged with anti-Semitism. 21 By contrast, the loyalty program's impact on women, and on husbands of activist women, has not been appreciated. The first chapter introduces a group of young radicals, male and female, who ascended with surprising rapidity in the Roosevelt administration. The women were not part of the better-known network of older female New Dealers, most of who had been born in the 1870s and 1880s. That older group, clustered in the female enclaves of the U.S. Women's and Children's Bureaus and the Women's Division of the Democratic Party, wielded significant influence over certain social policies and in party politics at the height of the New Deal. Their achievements were constrained by the limits of their own vision and by resistance from more powerful men. 22 Most of the women I describe were born in the first decade of the 20th century, and they were further to the left than the older New Deal women. The left's stronger influence on the younger women contributed to several other differences. Many of the younger group advocated women's sexual emancipation and conducted their personal lives accordingly. Women in the younger cohort were less likely to make maternalist arguments that stressed women's innate differences from men, and they identified less exclusively with women-only organizations. They were more likely to marry and to have children than the previous generation. Although predominantly white and middle or upper class, the younger group was more culturally diverse in that it included atheists, Jews, and women who married across religious, ethnic, and national lines. The younger women also were more likely than their predecessors to actively oppose racial discrimination. These women did not call themselves left feminists, but the term usefully distinguishes them from non-feminist leftists and from the pure feminists of the National Woman's Party, whose proposed equal rights amendment antagonized advocates of wage and hour laws for women. Other scholars have referred to activists of similar outlook as labor feminists, but left feminist better captures the breadth of their commitments, which in addition to workplace activism included anti-racist initiatives and consumerist campaigns to raise working-class living standards. Some years ago I tried to convey the sense of the left liberal spectrum by calling these same people Popular Front feminists, but many readers inferred that I meant primarily people who were in or close to the Communist Party. The people discussed here did move in circles that included communists, especially in the 1930s and early 1940s, when the ideological lines were not so sharply drawn. But I have decided not to use a phrase that some will interpret as indicating communist leadership. This book uses left feminist in an inclusive sense to refer to women and men who pursued a vision of women's emancipation that also insisted on class and racial justice. 23. Left feminism was more vital in the 1930s and 1940s than one would guess from most studies of the left or of feminism. It is often argued that leftists focused primarily on class justice in the 1930s and were not attuned to racial and gender politics until the post-war period. 24 And until recently, the conventional wisdom held that feminism was dormant between the suffrage victory in 1920 and the 1960s, and that leftist women had little influence beyond insular radical circles. 25 In fact, the American left in the 1930s attracted women and men who saw that the values of free enterprise and rugged individualism protected prerogatives of gender and race as well as class. Furthermore, some of those people got jobs in government. Left feminism was closer to power than we have thought, although not as close as its enemies feared, or pretended to fear. Not all women in government were left feminists. but those who were gained force from the fact that they often knew one another, through shared interests in labor, poverty, housing, public health and health insurance, consumer rights, and international peace, interdependent causes that in their vision had a feminist subtext. From their sometimes precarious positions in government, these women pushed for policies to raise the living standards of poor and working class Americans, which they argued would strengthen both the economy and American democracy. They advocated raising wages through unionization and wage-hour laws, combating unemployment through planning, public works, and generous relief and social insurance policies, and further protecting purchasing power with national health insurance, public housing, and consumer rights. The historical gender division of labor encouraged them as women to be especially concerned with health, housing, and child welfare, and they understood how that division of labor made women particularly vulnerable to poverty and labor exploitation. These civil servants tackled barriers to the economic and political participation of women of all races, for example by lobbying against racial and sexual discrimination in employment, against the exclusion of female and minority-dominated occupations from the Fair Labor Standards and Social Security Acts, and against the poll taxes that disproportionately disfranchised minorities and women. Those policy goals resounded across a left liberal spectrum that was quite fluid before the rising tide of anti-communism produced more self-conscious political identification and inhibited coalition building. Leftists of varying stripes had already begun cooperating when the Communist Party USA announced its Popular Front strategy in 1935. Most scholarship on the Popular Front has been dominated by the communist issue, the long-standing debate about the relative importance of Moscow's influence over the Communist Party USA leadership, on one hand, and American Communists' significant contributions to the labor and civil rights movements, on the other. That debate is unlikely to end soon. In any case, it has diverted attention from the independent leftists who outnumbered the communists and by no means depended on them for direction. 26 Notwithstanding their ideological differences, participants in the Popular Front pursued a social democratic electoral politics that attracted broad public support. A 1942 poll reported that 25% of Americans favored socialism and another 35% had an open mind about it. 27 Popular Fronters shared the social democratic objective of extending the democratic principle of equality from the civil and political spheres to the entire society and the economy. 28 Together Social Democrats, Socialists, and Communists tried to push the New Deal to the left, urging interventions in the market to redistribute wealth and increase public control. Although communist doctrine opposed reforms that might hinder the development of class consciousness, in practice many party members cooperated with those who believed progress toward the ideal of socialism would come through constitutional, gradual reform rather than through revolution. Social democracy, with its emphasis on evolutionary change and the growing interdependence of classes, was especially attractive to middle-class people who sought a constructive role in reform. A related feature of social democratic theory was the prominent role it accorded to consumers as arbiters of the public interest. Because consumers often were construed as female, social democracy had special resonance for progressive middle-class women, including some who found opportunities in the federal civil service. 29. The story of these ambitious, left-leaning women in government would be incomplete without attention to the men who were their allies, colleagues, lovers, and sometimes their co-defendants. Long before the days of the Clintons and the Obamas, there were many power couples in Washington's left liberal circles. In addition to Eleanor and Franklin Roosevelt, prominent dual-career couples in and around government in the 1930s and 1940s included Caroline Ware and Gardner Means, Leon Kaiserling and Mary Dublin Kaiserling, Charlotte Tuttle and David Demarest Lloyd, Lucy Kramer and Felix Cohen, Abe Fortas and Carol Agar Fortas, Lucille and Mordecai Ezekiel, Wilbur Cohen and Eloise Biddle Cohen, and Elizabeth Wickenden and Tex Goldschmidt, to name just a few whose achievements and struggles I explore. The wives played key roles in fostering the dense heterosocial networks that characterized New Deal Washington. The husbands, like New Deal men more generally, were not immune to sexism. Some Roosevelt administration policies in fact reinforced gender inequalities, and female New Dealers sometimes chafed at the insufficient enlightenment of the men who were their purported allies. 30 These were significant limitations, but they should not obscure the substantial differences in gender ideology between left liberal men and their conservative counterparts during the mid-century decades. More than historians have, the right noticed the influx of left feminist women and men into government and began attacking them well before the federal loyalty program's formal creation in 1947. Chapter 2 introduces key figures in the emerging anti-communist network and analyzes two early episodes, the Smith Committee attack on the National Labor Relations Board and its allies, and the Dies Committee attack on the consumer movement, especially the League of Women Shoppers and the Office of Price Administration. The power of the labor movement in stimulating the reaction against the New Deal is well known, but the consumer movement should be recognized as another major trigger. Women were important in the ascendance of both industrial unionism and organized consumerism, and conservatives highlighted women's role in an effort to undermine public confidence in those movements and their allied government agencies. Chapter 3 documents the anti-feminism of key instigators of the Second Red Scare, staff members of congressional investigative committees and the conservative journalists with whom they cooperated. Their public statements and private correspondence indicate that they associated communism with men's loss of control over women's labor and sexual conduct. For them, the need to stabilize white male supremacy was one reason to oppose communism. Anti-feminism, an objective in and of itself, also was a means to other objectives. Leading anti-communists deployed anti-feminism, just as they did homophobia, to generate popular enthusiasm for their attacks on the Roosevelt and Truman administrations. 31. From 1940 through the mid-1960s, Mary Dublin Keyserling and Leon Keyserling were particularly prominent targets for the anti-communist right. His first claim to fame was drafting the National Labor Relations Act, and her career began as a consumer activist, so they aptly represent the movements whose successes mobilized anti-communist crusaders. The Keyserlings were purchasing power progressives who argued that raising working-class living standards was essential for a healthy economy and a healthy democracy. 32 During the Truman administration, Leon provided intellectual leadership for the Fair Deal from his position on the Council of Economic Advisers, while Mary analyzed international aid and trade statistics for the Department of Commerce. As Chapter 4 reveals, they both experienced long, bruising loyalty investigations. They resigned in 1953 during the transition to the Eisenhower administration. Leon re-emerged as an economic advisor to the Democratic National Committee and the AFL-CIO in the late 1950s and then as an ally of the centrist Democrat Hubert Humphrey. In 1964, President Lyndon Johnson appointed Mary head of the U.S. Women's Bureau, over the objections of congressional conservatives who revived the old disloyalty allegations. The Keyserlings are remembered as Cold War liberals who supported the Vietnam War and celebrated capitalism's ability to eliminate poverty through growth, rather than redistribution. But in the 1930s, as Chapter 5 reveals, both had been leftists. Under the pressure of recurring investigations, both of them moderated their goals and language, and they elided radicalism from their autobiographical narratives. We have known little about the experience of being under investigation because so few loyalty defendants, especially high-ranking ones, were willing to talk about it. In the 1950s and 1960s, scholars tried to document those stories and gave up. Chapter 6 uses private letters and other unpublished sources about defendants other than the Keyserlings to recapture the subjective experience of being investigated, not as an exercise in voyeurism but to explain why the effects were so profound. It reviews the grave consequences of dismissal in order to recreate the context in which defendants made painful choices about what tone and tactics to adopt during their inquisitions. It then discusses the range of strategies used by defendants, with particular attention to how those strategies often played on and in turn reinforced conservative gender prescriptions. Judges and politicians began to reign in the loyalty program in the late 1950s. An anti-McCarthyite network convinced the public that the loyalty program was crushing civil liberties, wasting money on harmless low-level people, discriminating against racial and ethnic minorities, and being exploited as a tool of partisan politics. In the process of documenting these real problems and achieving these necessary reforms, however, critics deflected attention from the ways in which the loyalty program reinforced male supremacy and also repressed what had been a substantial social democratic influence in policy circles. Some loyalty defendants left government or left public life altogether, reducing the range of policy debate by their marginalization or absence. Others stayed in public service, but they reflexively hedged against the threat of further investigation by softening their critiques of capitalism and couching their reform proposals in anti-communist terms. Loyalty defendants frequently destroyed or withheld from archival collections those sources that documented their early leftism and their investigations. In interviews and memoirs, they typically took every opportunity to stress their anti-communism while downplaying their sympathy with the non-communist left. The silences and distortions produced by loyalty investigations have been reproduced in the historiography of 20th-century American politics. More important, as Chapter 7 demonstrates through examples from many fields, the American Inquisition faced by federal officials in the 1940s and 1950s constricted public policy making and forestalled the extension of social democracy in the United States. Many forces combined with the Loyalty Inquisition to push American liberalism toward the political center in the 1940s and 1950s, away from the regulatory and redistributive approach of the New Deal, sometimes called social Keynesianism, and toward the growth-oriented, fiscal Keynesianism of the Fair Deal and Great Society. The disappointing Roosevelt recession of 1937, combined with the dramatic economic growth of the war years, persuaded some policymakers that stimulating economic expansion, rather than trying to slice the existing pie, was the most effective way of raising American living standards. Liberal Democratic administrations' dependence on cooperation from congressional conservatives on national defense from World War II to Korea to Vietnam made less interventionist economic policies politically expedient. The labor movement narrowed its objectives after the CIO's Southern Drive failed and in response to accusations of communist infiltration. The confidence and unity of the American left were shattered by disillusionment with the brutality of Stalin's regime and the undemocratic methods of the Communist Party USA. A nascent conservative moment led by business ideologues relentlessly denounced regulatory and redistributive economic policies. The list could continue. 33. Thus the federal employee loyalty program was hardly the sole or determinative cause of the transformation of American liberalism from the 1930s to the 1960s. But disloyalty charges were a hitherto hidden factor that, often in interaction with the other developments, had a significant political impact. Historians simply have not known how many senior officials had direct and protracted encounters with the loyalty machinery. It is impossible to prove that the loyalty program was the decisive force that altered these people's trajectories. The ideas and priorities of individuals change for many reasons, and isolating a single one is difficult. Furthermore, generalization is perilous because loyalty defendants faced diverse circumstances and responded in diverse ways. But the timing and nature of repositioning on the part of one public servant after another make it hard to dismiss the loyalty program's influence. The evidence available for each case varies, but I draw my conclusions from the following kinds of sources: Civil Service Commission case files, papers that loyalty defendants deposited in archives, papers they withheld from archives, public statements over the course of many years, and autobiographical representations in memoirs and interviews. In cases where it is possible to map the chronology of an employee's investigation in relation to his or her evolving policy prescriptions, a correlation often is apparent. Leon Keyserling's evolution from a champion of labor rights and economic planning to a leading proponent of economic growth and of militarizing the Cold War transpired, it turns out, against a backdrop of potentially career-ending investigations that included interrogation about his views of capitalism and his wife's political associations. The change in tune of public housing advocate Catherine Bauer, as another example, is less puzzling in light of the discovery that allegations of her radicalism were crippling her husband's career by denying his firm government contracts. As we will see in Chapter 6, some defendants explicitly acknowledged the traumatizing impact of being accused of disloyalty, either in private correspondence to friends or behind the doors of closed hearings. Sometimes I draw inferences from the absence of sources. After reading the voluminous documentation in Civil Service Commission case files which include materials of which defendants would have had copies, the lack of any such records in those individuals' archival collections stands out. Similar gaps are apparent in many loyalty defendants' memoirs and interviews. In some instances, materials surfaced in the possession of relatives after a defendant's death. These newly discovered sources are illuminating in and of themselves, revealing, for example, that some individuals once were further to the left than we have known. But the very fact that loyalty defendants withheld these materials from the archives further attests to the deep impression made by the investigations. The government anthropologist Lucy Kramer withheld papers from the Bain Eck Library that document her socialism and that of her husband, the Indian law expert Felix S. Cohen. The FBI file of social welfare expert Wilbur Cohen turned up in his attic after he died, his embrace during the 1950s of anti-poverty policies that address the failures of individuals rather than of the labor market takes on a new coloration in light of the persistent investigation he and his wife faced. The accumulated evidence from these and many other cases makes it fair to conclude that loyalty investigations induced influential government figures to move toward the political center and sometimes to obscure earlier leftist activism, thereby affecting both policy and historical sources. Those loyalty defendants whose objectives and tone did not change found their career options and influence truncated. Future researchers may wish to analyze specific cases more closely to assess the relative importance of being investigated to a particular individual's ideological and career trajectories. The intent here is to identify a broad pattern and invite further exploration of the questions it raises. Uncovering and interpreting these stories has been a tricky and sometimes uncomfortable process. With difficulty, I located and gained access to a group of surviving loyalty case files, some of which include hearing transcripts and FBI reports. Occasionally I was able to locate relatives who shared materials that loyalty defendants had not expected to become public. Sifting through these hitherto confidential and private sources, I experienced the unpleasant sensation of retracing the footsteps of the Red Hunters. These public servants understandably did not wish their distinguished careers to be defined by their demeaning encounters with McCarthyism. In trying to interpret the often contradictory or fragmentary evidence poring over transcripts for inconsistent statements, decoding acronyms from appointment books, evaluating the words of hundreds of witnesses and informants, it was easy to slip into the narrow mentality of the investigators and take on their obsession with delineating each defendant's relationship, if any, to the Communist Party. But focusing only on the question of Communist Party membership neglects the dynamism and complexity of the American left in the 1930s and 1940s. 34 Preoccupation with the communist question also oversimplifies the motives of the right. The fuller portrait of these civil servants' political views and networks that emerges here is valuable not for reductive ideological categorizing but rather for demonstrating that, for a brief historical moment, left feminists were positioned to shape American policy making. To focus on the non-communist left is not to suggest that the repression of communists was unproblematic. But for various reasons, by the time the loyalty program went into full gear in 1947, very few people holding significant government jobs belonged to the Communist Party. 35 That non-communist officials were subjected to excruciating, often protracted loyalty investigations underscores that it was not communism that the right most feared. The social scientist Caroline Ware was neither a communist nor a spy, and loyalty officials never seriously believed she was. She nonetheless was dragged into the machinery of the loyalty program by accusations that she was a dangerous subversive. Over the course of a long career as a scholar, civil servant, and activist, Ware promoted what she called the fuller participation as active and responsible members of their communities and nation of more and more kinds of people who, through past centuries, furnished the passive base for the wealth and culture they did not share. She saw empowering ordinary people to participate in democratic government as the crucial challenge of the 20th century. 36 For Ware and others on the left wing of the New Deal, The proper role of government in a democracy was not to solve all problems but rather to ensure the basic levels of economic security, education, and legal protection that would enable groups to organize to solve their problems collectively as workers, as consumers, as women, as members of oppressed racial or ethnic groups, or as colonial subjects. By reducing the influence of people like Caroline Ware, the campaign against communists in government did not protect American democracy but rather impeded the solution of problems that continue to imperil it. Chapter 1. When the Old Left was young and went to Washington. In a famous description of the changes that Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal wrought in the nation's capital, one veteran civil servant grumbled that a plague of young lawyers settled on Washington. They all claimed to be friends of somebody or other and mostly of Felix Frankfurter and Jerome Frank. In another classic portrayal, the historian Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr. explained that the Great Depression, by reducing private employment options, made men of intellectual ability available as never before, and the government had never been so eager to hire them. With each prominent New Dealer acting as his own employment agency, Washington was deluged with an endless stream of bright young men. Schlesinger described their ideological orientations as ranging from fiscal orthodoxy to Wilsonian liberalism to Theodore Rooseveltian progressivism. They were passionate about ideas and worked long hours, but that did not prevent them from drinking, dancing, and arguing much of the night, transforming stuffy, sleepy Washington into a lively, sophisticated city. The memories would not soon fade: the interminable meetings, the litter of cigarette stubs, the call from the White House, the postponed dinner, the neglected wife, the office lights burning into the night, the lilacs hanging in fragrance above Georgetown Gardens while men rebuilt the nation. 1. Schlesinger's evocative portrait omitted a cohort of leftist women and men whose presence was crucial to Washington's transformation and to the design and implementation of many hallmark New Deal policies. It is widely known that capitalism's crisis shifted the American political spectrum to the left in the 1930s, and also that the decade's protest movements included one comprising radical students on college campuses around the nation. 2. Less recognized is the fact that after graduation many of those young radicals, economists, social workers, and yes, lawyers, foremost among them, took jobs in the federal government. The high unemployment rate did make government jobs more attractive to men, but the civil service was especially attractive to a growing pool of professional women, who had trouble obtaining corporate and academic positions regardless of the state of the economy. The influx of leftists and women into government made it easier for conservative critics of the New Deal to paint it pink. When Schlesinger published his Paean in 1958, the post-war Red Scare was dissipating but still emitting noxious fumes. It is not surprising that Schlesinger, a liberal activist as well as a historian, did not highlight the leftist or female presence in Washington's corridors and lilac-scented gardens. Deliberate or not, Schlesinger's omissions, compounded by the reticence of many former civil servants, contributed to misunderstandings that subsequent scholarship has not dispelled. 3. Hope that the present government is something more than a conscious agent of vested interests. Many of the young professionals who came to Washington had been deeply influenced by socialism, and their initial expectations of the Roosevelt administration were low. They were attracted more by the promise of a job than by the promise of a New Deal. However, in agencies such as the Federal Emergency Relief Administration, the Department of the Interior, the National Labor Relations Board, the Social Security Administration, the Works Progress Administration, and later the Office of Price Administration, these pragmatic leftists found unexpected opportunities to advance their convictions, as well as their careers. They came to believe that it might be possible in the United States to realize the social democratic vision of a mixed economy in which a vital public sector balanced the power of the private sector. In view of capitalism's demonstrated, structural tendency to create an economically and educationally impoverished class, they argued that democracy could be sustained under capitalism only with government action to mitigate economic and social inequalities. Arthur Tex Goldschmidt is a good example of a young radical who initially had little faith in the New Deal. In his 80s, he explained, I call myself an early New Dealer because it seems so from this perspective. But you would be wrong to assume immediately that I was one of those idealistic young people who flocked to Washington in 1933 to help Roosevelt's program save the country. It was not quite like that. Sure, I was young and idealistic. Sure, I went to Washington at the first job offer. But neither I nor anyone I knew had much confidence in the new administration or even thought it had a program. Point 4. The son of free-thinking German immigrants to San Antonio, Texas, Goldschmidt worked his way through Columbia University, where he studied economics and government with the left-leaning professors Rex Tugwell and Joseph McGoldrick. As a founder of the Social Problems Club, which became the Columbia chapter of the National Student League, Goldschmidt helped organize some of the student movement's formative events, including a pilgrimage in support of striking Kentucky coal miners in the spring of 1932, followed by a protest of Columbia's expulsion of the student newspaper editor Reed Harris. Newspaper coverage of both events foregrounded Goldschmidt and his friends Rob Hall and Howard Westwood. Hall soon joined the Communist Party and left school to organize sharecroppers in his native Alabama. Point 5. Goldschmidt and Westwood continued their studies and then took jobs in Washington, as did the young radicals they married. During the fall of 1932, Goldschmidt fell in love with a woman who shared his disdain for Franklin Roosevelt's campaign platform. Raised in a prosperous Ohio family, Elizabeth Wickenden had graduated in 1931 from Vassar College, where her professors included Caroline Ware, and where she wrote her senior essay on the still taboo subject of federal relief for unemployed workers. An aspiring writer, she then spent a year in Europe, including a month in the Soviet Union that produced a series of articles published by the Cleveland Plain Dealer. She decided to try her luck in New York City, where she rented a studio apartment on the top floor of a 5-story walk-up on 12th Street. Unable to find paid employment, she volunteered at the Emergency Exchange Association, a nonprofit experiment in organizing the production of goods and services among the unemployed. One of her fellow volunteers was Tex Goldschmidt. They shared lunches at the local automat, where they discussed the need for more radical approaches than anything they were hearing in the presidential campaign. Tex recalled that as it became clear that Hoover would surely lose, most thoughtful people sought to express their dissatisfaction with the Tweedledum-Tweedledee likenesses of the two major parties and debated whether a vote for Norman Thomas or William Z. Foster would best serve to do so. Goldschmidt did not record which way he and Wickenden voted. But he did note that she soon bought him a toothbrush to hang alongside hers in that 12th Street studio. Point 6. Despite their agreement that Roosevelt's victory was politically meaningless and that Washington was a sluggish southern backwater, when a friend from the Emergency Exchange Association offered Wickenden and Goldschmidt jobs in the new Federal Emergency Relief Administration, it was hard to say no. Freshly married and with a nest egg of $125 to start out staring winter in the face, they took the jobs, promising each other to stay no more than 6 months in Washington. They stayed for 18 years and departed then only because Goldschmidt's move to the United Nations required them to live in New York. Between them, they became experts on public assistance, social insurance, public works, and public power, and they advised such prominent figures as Harry Hopkins, Harold Ickes, Wilbur Cohen, and Lyndon Johnson. They became Democratic Party members, but they never stopped trying to push that party to the left. Goldschmidt later claimed, "Neither my wife nor I were motivated by planned goals for ourselves but kept restlessly seeking ways to nudge for changes that might yield progress in the evolution of our society. My own work was rarely boring. My role was almost always a yeasty one, critical, doubtful, experimental, on the cutting edge or the left fringe, if you prefer." 7. Meanwhile, Goldschmidt's fellow Columbia radical Howard Westwood married Charlotte Tuttle, like Westwood a star at Columbia Law School. Westwood clerked for Supreme Court Justice Harlan Stone before going into private practice. 8. Tuttle, the daughter of a U.S. attorney and former Republican candidate for governor of New York, had drawn headlines at the age of 19 by declaring herself a socialist after an undercover stint as a factory girl, and then by defending the rights of students arrested while trying to organize female garment workers. 9 She became one of 6 women in the class of 1934 at Columbia Law School and one of 2 women who made the Columbia Law Review. Her father paid her tuition despite his certainty that no law firm would hire a woman. The federal government, however, proved eager to hire her. Even before she had passed the bar exam in 1934, Tuttle was recruited into the Interior Department Solicitor's Office by Felix S. Cohen, who had known Tuttle through the Socialist League for Industrial Democracy as well as at Columbia Law. Tuttle helped Cohen shape New Deal policy on Native American rights. She traveled to reservations to help tribes draft constitutions under the Indian Reorganization Act, and she contributed to Cohen's classic Handbook of Federal Indian Law. After Westwood divorced her in 1939, Tuttle married David Demarest Lloyd, a New Deal lawyer whose radical forebears included the muckraking journalist Henry Demarest Lloyd. From 1945 to 1948 she was Assistant General Counsel for the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration in Washington and London. When David Lloyd became an aide to President Truman in 1948, Charlotte suspended her career and focused on raising their 2 children. Later, Charlotte Tuttle Lloyd became the first woman Assistant General Counsel in the Treasury Department. 10. Young leftists joined the Roosevelt administration because it was the best employment available to them, not because they had much faith in its potential to fulfill their social justice ideals. Once on the job, their skepticism softened. Goldschmidt was impressed by Harry Hopkins's penetrating critique of the existing relief system. Present at what he later called the Federal Emergency Relief Administration's Big Bang in September 1933, Goldschmidt helped conceive and administer the Civil Works Administration, which created several million jobs during the harsh winter of 1933-34. After Wickenden wrote a perceptive report on the problem of transients who did not meet states' residency requirements for aid, she found herself in charge, at age 25, of a pioneering federal relief program affecting about 350,000 people around the country. 11 By 1938 she had concluded that democracy can be made to work within the framework of modern capitalist organization if, through public taxing and regulatory power, democratic government could reconcile conflicting economic interests in order that all people may have reasonable security, an adequate standard of living, and an opportunity to participate in the solution of common problems through political or other action. She spent the rest of her career trying to change that if to when. 12. Figure 1.1. Elizabeth Wickenden and Tex Goldschmidt, Lake George, NY, July 1933. Wickenden kept this photo, taken shortly after they married, on her desk for many decades. Courtesy of N. Goldschmidt Richardson and Arthur Goldschmidt Jr. Felix Cohen was another person who found himself unexpectedly impressed by the possibilities under the Roosevelt administration. After a few weeks as assistant solicitor in the Interior Department, Cohen wrote to his mentor, the Socialist Party leader Norman Thomas, that his early impressions supported the hope that the present government is something more than a conscious agent of vested interests, and that a political seizure of power by a party that appeals to the masses will not face the threat of sabotage from within the civil service, though it will undoubtedly face that threat from big business. 13 The son of the distinguished philosopher Morris Raphael Cohen was named after Felix Frankfurter, and he excelled in both those men's fields, earning a Ph.D. in philosophy at Harvard in 1929 and a law degree from Columbia in 1931. As an undergraduate at the City College of New York, he had been active in the Socialist Party and the League for Industrial Democracy well before the Depression swelled their ranks. In 1925 Felix used his position as editor of the campus newspaper to protest mandatory military training in the form of Reserve Officers Training Corps courses. The college administration prohibited the newspaper from discussing the topic further, and the ensuing battle mobilized pacifists and civil libertarians across the nation. It also resulted in Felix's temporary exclusion from City College's Phi Beta Kappa chapter. 14 The experience only deepened Cohen's convictions. On a date in 1927 with his future wife, the anthropologist Lucy Kramer, they attended an execution day vigil for the anarchists Sacco and Vanzetti in Union Square, where Felix shared the platform with Norman Thomas. 15. Figure 1.2. As a lawyer in the Interior Department, Charlotte Tuttle Westwood helped administer the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934. In 1940 she married David Demarest Lloyd, whom she met at a hearing on the exploitation of migrant agricultural workers. Courtesy of Louisa Lloyd Hurley. Despite Cohen's radical commitments, when the new Interior Department solicitor Nathan Margold offered Felix a job in 1933, he quickly accepted. 16 Describing to Norman Thomas the position that one socialist finds himself in within the framework of a capitalist government, he explained that he had no illusions about the efficacy of borrowing from within but would have a good deal of leeway in his new job. Cohen reminded Thomas that, during a 1926 Lid conference, Thomas had advised young socialists to avoid getting married or having children and to get strategic positions in civil service. Married but childless when the government hired him, Cohen joked that 67% would be a passing mark. 17 Thomas reassured Cohen that he did not blame him for taking the job. You are young and as yet your name does not imply socialist approval of the administration. We simply must have workers so trained if we are to build successfully in the future. 18 Cohen soon discovered that both Margold and Interior Secretary Harold Ickes were serious about the rights of minorities, whether Native Americans or African Americans or Jews. 19 Cohen stayed at Interior until 1947, acquiring a reputation as a passionate advocate for Native Americans and also as someone who hired smart women like Charlotte Tuttle. 20. A New Deal for Women. Tuttle was not the only woman in that plague of young lawyers descending on Washington in the 1930s, and Felix Cohen was not the only man hiring them. The top law schools had begun opening their doors to white women, but they gave alumni little help in finding jobs. Private law firms, if they hired women at all, relegated them to departments like trusts and estates, where all the clients were dead and no one would see you, explained one Columbia Law alumna. 21 By contrast, high scorers on the government's civil service exams were hard to reject based on their sex, and some of the men doing the hiring were relatively egalitarian. The National Labor Relations Board, created in 1935 to enforce the Wagner Act's guarantee of workers' right to form unions, had a particularly impressive record of hiring women. Led by Thomas I Emerson, the agency's review division hired enough women so that by 1939 women comprised 11% of its attorneys, when women were only 2% of all lawyers. 22. Emerson is a good example of a consummate New Dealer whose commitments to the left, including women's emancipation, have been insufficiently appreciated. The first in his class at Yale Law School in 1931, Emerson turned down offers from the top law firms in order to specialize in civil liberties cases. His first assignment was to assist in defending the Scottsboro Boys, 9 black Alabama teenagers sentenced to death for allegedly raping 2 white women. The case became an international cause célèbre and produced a landmark Supreme Court decision. Initially skeptical of Franklin Roosevelt, when Emerson saw that the government was actually attempting some regulation of the economic structure, he went to Washington and was immediately hired by the brand new and rapidly growing National Recovery Administration. 23 Emerson was so busy that he slept on couches for his first 10 days in Washington. Within a few months, he was sharing what became one of the most famous bachelor houses of the New Deal. His roommates, all lawyers, were Leon Keyserling, then Secretary to Senator Robert F. Wagner, Ambrose Doskow and Howard Westwood, both clerks to Supreme Court justices, and NRA employee James Allen. When Westwood left to marry Charlotte Tuttle, his room was filled by Abe Fortas, the future Supreme Court justice who began his career in the Agricultural Adjustment Administration. While participating in the losing battle to enforce the NRA codes, Emerson discussed the development of the separate labor relations statute that became the Wagner Act over meals with its chief drafter, his roommate Leon Keyserling. In 1934 Emerson left the NRA to join the first National Labor Relations Board. By 1940 he would be the agency's Associate General Counsel. 24 In 1934 Emerson married Bertha Parrott, a former officer of the Women's Trade Union League who herself worked for a series of New Deal agencies. Reflecting their shared passion for left causes, they spent their honeymoon in Scottsboro and were almost run out of town by local whites who remembered his role in the trial. In his choice of spouse as well as in his hiring practices, Emerson favored smart, politically engaged women. 25. Three such women who made the most of the opportunity to prove themselves at the NLRB were Ida Klaus, Margaret Bennett Porter, and Carol Ager. Ida Klaus was in the first class of women admitted to Columbia Law School in 1928. Klaus had decided to be a lawyer while watching her mother fight the court system over her husband's estate. While working her way through college as a waitress, Klaus unionized her co-workers. At Columbia Law, she recalled, most of the male students were hostile, sometimes stomping their feet in class so that female students could not be heard. Klaus was hired at the NLRB in 1937, and in 1948 she became the agency's solicitor, which made her the highest-ranking female lawyer in the federal government. 26 Margaret Bennett Porter joined the NLRB on the recommendations of Jerome Frank and the former NLRB chair Francis Biddle, who described her as unusually able with a liberal point of view, I should say, turned left. Back in 1929, she had been one of the students whose arrest for organizing New York garment workers was protested by Charlotte Tuttle. Bennett Porter graduated from Columbia Law School in 1932 and soon after that secretly joined the Communist Party. 27 Not as far to the left was Carol Ager, whom the NLRB hired straight out of Yale Law School in 1938. It may have helped her that Tom Emerson had roomed with her new husband, Abe Fortas, but Ager was highly qualified. Before finishing second in her class at Yale Law, she had earned a master's degree in economics from Wisconsin and high praise at the Resettlement Administration. 28 Klaus, Bennett Porter, and Ager all married other New Dealers. Apparently when those bright young men of the New Deal stayed up dancing, drinking, and debating, their partners were often bright young women with government jobs themselves. Social insurance and public welfare, like labor relations, were fields with a large supply of credentialed and job-hungry women at a moment when new agencies were being created at a rapid pace. Like the NLRB, the Social Security Board earned a reputation for hospitality to professional women. In 1932, when Bernice Lotwin became one of the first women to graduate from the University of Wisconsin Law School, the state governor Philip La Follette advised her to go into government because private practice was too tough for a girl to get into. After growing up in her town's only Jewish family and graduating at the top of her undergraduate class at the state university, Lotwin made the Wisconsin Law Review, despite the hostility of professors who refused to call on her and male students who excluded her from study groups. Wisconsin was among the states with merit systems in place, and her high score on the civil service exam required the state to offer her a position. She became executive assistant to the Commissioner of Markets and advised Governor La Follette on consumer protection, until one of her former law professors recruited her to Washington for the National Recovery Administration. In 1935 she joined the legal staff of the Social Security Board, aided by her Wisconsin connections to Edwin Witt and Arthur Altmeyer. She helped draft the model state unemployment insurance bill and then traveled widely to promote federal-state cooperation in unemployment insurance. On those trips, employers often challenged her on the ground that a young woman could not understand business, but she found that the top-level men of the SSB and its legal division were very supportive and impartial. 29 In 1942, Lotwin became Associate General Counsel to the War Manpower Commission, and in 1947, after her husband left the Treasury Department to practice law in New York, she became the Federal Security Administration's head attorney for the New York region, a job she held while raising 3 daughters. 30 Another woman who entered government service through the Social Security Board was Eleanor L. Dulles, an economist trained at Bryn Mawr, the London School of Economics, and Harvard. Hired in 1936 as the SSB's Director of Financial Research, in 1942 she moved to the State Department, where she survived for 20 years as a career diplomat in spite of, rather than because of, the ascendance of her brothers Foster and Allen in the Eisenhower administration. 31. As the example of Dulles indicates, not all the talented women who headed for Washington were lawyers. Dorothy Bailey of Minnesota did graduate work in social economy as a scholarship student at Bryn Mawr and then got a clerical job with the U.S. Employment Service in 1933. When the USAs came under the merit system in 1934, she earned the second highest score in her district, forcing the USAs to promote her. Bailey held positions of increasing importance in the personnel training section until 1948, when her union activism sparked allegations of communist sympathies that led to her suspension. 32 Pennsylvania native Mary Taylor did graduate work in economics at the University of Wisconsin and London School of Economics before joining the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Office of the Consumer Council. Taylor arrived in 1933 as assistant to the division chief, Frederick Howe, an older reformer who had fought for women's suffrage on the grounds that it would free men as well as women. Not incidentally, his wife, Marie Jenny Howe, was a founder of Heterodoxy, the Greenwich Village feminist group. Mary Taylor was a socialist and pacifist active in many left causes. When Donald Montgomery became Agriculture's Consumer Counsel, she worked closely with him on several controversial initiatives. They married in 1943, after he had left government to serve as an advisor to Walter Reuther at the United Auto Workers. 33 Then there was Eloise Biddle, who grew up in the Texas Hill Country, did graduate work at the University of Chicago, and got a job in 1936 under Jane Hoye at the new Bureau of Public Assistance in the Social Security Administration, where she met her husband Wilbur Cohen. Active in left initiatives such as the American League for Peace and Democracy and poll tax repeal, Biddle Cohen also briefly worked for a Washington public housing agency. 34. Many New Dealers did not hold permanent government jobs but took short-term consulting assignments, and women were prominent among them. Often they were academics, albeit in positions less secure than those of their male counterparts. The English-born socialist Evelyn Burns earned her Ph.D. at the London School of Economics and in 1928 became the first woman appointed to Columbia University's graduate economics faculty. One of the many brains behind the nation's social insurance system, she was a consultant to the Committee on Economic Security and its successor, the Social Security Board. After Columbia's economics department refused to tenure her, because her husband also was on the faculty or perhaps simply because she was a woman, she took full-time work with the National Resources Planning Board as chief of the Economic Security and Health section, from which position she wrote an influential and controversial report proposing to expand the American welfare state. 35 Caroline Ware, a professor at Vassar, Sarah Lawrence, American University, and Howard University in succession. Served on a series of consumer advisory committees with the National Recovery Administration, the Office of Price Administration, and the Council of Economic Advisers. 36. Women whose husbands also worked for the federal government were likely to work on a temporary basis in order to get around a federal policy, in effect from 1932 through 1937, that prevented the government from employing both halves of a married couple. In practice, the policy penalized married women, and feminists demanded its repeal. On the dubious ground that married women were not primary breadwinners, many private employers refused to hire them during the Great Depression. Thus the federal policy did not decrease the relative attractiveness of government jobs to women, but the rule could make their situation tenuous and often resulted in their being underpaid. Caroline Ware, whose husband was the government economist Gardner Means, worried that if she tried to move from her temporary NRA position to a permanent one, it would make her likely at any moment to be closed out under the rule against husband and wife both working. I had that experience with the Labor Department fall. 37 Lucy Kramer worked without pay for the Interior Department for several years under the supervision of her husband, Felix Cohen, and her anthropological expertise was essential to achievements for which he received the primary credit. 38. Some administrators ignored the rule against employing couples but reduced their individual salaries. At the Federal Emergency Relief Administration, Harry Hopkins promoted both Elizabeth Wickenden and Tex Goldschmidt but without giving them raises, on the grounds that their combined salaries were sufficient. Goldschmidt recalled that when Wiki or I was being suggested for promotion, we would get the title but were never paid commensurately. We were subjected to an informal means test by Hopkins, who kept adding our salaries together. At times each of us would be directing staff that included individuals with double our own salary. 39. White women broke into professional government jobs in larger numbers than black men, who in turn outnumbered black women. The most prestigious law schools rarely accepted black women until the 1940s, but social work schools did train some in the 1930s. 40 Those few black women who could secure top credentials had even more difficulty than white women in obtaining positions commensurate with their qualifications. Older black leaders like Mary McLeod Bethune, director of the Division of Negro Affairs in the National Youth Administration from 1936 to 1944, along with liberal whites like Harold Ickes and Clark Foreman at the Interior Department, worked hard to integrate New Deal agencies. Most of the beneficiaries were men, like the Harvard-educated lawyers William Hastie and Robert Weaver, but a few black women participated in the breakthrough, and most of them were decidedly to the left of center. Some agencies offered educated black women access to government jobs outside Washington. Future feminist civil rights leaders Pauli Murray and Ella Baker, for example, both worked for the Workers' Education Project of the Works Progress Administration in New York City. 41 An initiative of the labor education pioneer Hilda Worthington Smith, the WEP hired unemployed teachers, many of whom hoped that education would encourage workers to join unions. Ella Baker and Pauli Murray concentrated on WEP outreach to black workers, and Baker became assistant supervisor of the Harlem office. Frances Harriet Williams, a MT Holyoke graduate with a master's degree from the New York School of Social Work and work experience with the Young Women's Christian Association, was the advisor on race relations for the Office of Price Administration from 1940 to 1946. She and her white ally Caroline Ware claimed credit for the fact that 14% of OPA employees were black, compared with fewer than 1% on average at other agencies. 42. As the example of the OPA suggests, professional women's opportunities in government did not disappear with the shift from welfare state to warfare state, nor did that shift immediately eliminate the attractiveness of government service to leftists. Women's policy influence decreased during World War II, a diminution that some of them commented on bitterly, but still, female professionals were better represented in government than historians' inattention to them might suggest. 43 The war mobilization produced new agencies that required expertise in labor relations and migration, housing, and price control, all fields with a large supply of female experts who leaned leftward. Particularly after the Hitler-Stalin Pact of August 1939, many non-communist leftists concluded that fighting fascism required them to drop their pacifism, and some of them joined the government in defense-related jobs. Mary Dublin is a good example. In 1940 she left her position as head of a women's labor reform organization and moved to Washington to marry Leon Keyserling, the aide to Senator Robert Wagner, whom she had met while lobbying to defend the Wagner Labor Relations Act. A socialist who had done graduate work in economics at Columbia and the London School of Economics, Dublin Keyserling served as hearings coordinator for the House Committee on National Defense Migration, Chief of Research and Statistics at the Office of Civilian Defense, and Chief of the Liberated Areas Division of the Foreign Economic Administration. In 1945 she was one of two women in the 25-member U.S. delegation to the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration. After the war she became head of the International Economic Analysis Division of the Commerce Department's Office of International Trade. In 1964, after a period out of government service, Dublin Keyserling was appointed head of the U.S. Women's Bureau. 44. Thus, the Depression and World War II years offered women unprecedented opportunities in government. In 1930, only about 15% of all federal employees were women, but by 1947 women comprised 24% of federal employees nationwide and 45% of federal employees in Washington. Most were clerical workers, but professional women found that the government was more likely than other employers to hire them. 45 Credentialed women found it easier to get a foot in the government's door because the creation of emergency agencies increased demand and the merit system made the hiring process more objective. In 1944, a woman who had joined the Treasury Department after a dozen years in private industry reported, "Not only did I find the government does not discriminate, it actually bends over backwards to give opportunity. Even in the traditionally male professions. It isn't a wartime conversion to woman power either, as has been the case to date in industry, since I find it has been going on steadily for the past decade." 46. The gender egalitarianism in federal agencies should not be overstated. Washington in the Roosevelt and Truman years was no feminist paradise. Goldschmidt recalled that Harry Hopkins expressed concern that I might suffer from Wiki's increasingly conspicuous rise in the hierarchy. Hopkins's worry that Wickenden's rapid ascent would hurt her husband is a reminder that New Dealers did not always escape the assumption that marriage was a hierarchical relationship in which the husband should be on top. Jacob Baker, who had brought Goldschmidt and Wickenden to Washington, later remarked to an FBI agent that Wickenden was the dominant member of the family. 47 Even at the NLRB, Ida Klaus recalled, "The women got the little jobs and on promotions they didn't fare so well." 48 Subordinates, male and female, often resented female supervisors. Eleanor Dulles declared that to be a woman in government you have to work 10 times as hard, and even then it takes much skill to paddle around the various taboos. But it is fun to see how far you can get in spite of being a woman. 49 Some liberal men were unabashedly sexist. Tom Corcoran, the Frankfurter protege who became one of the New Deal's inner circle, liked to brag that he had never recommended a woman for a position above the rank of secretary. Corcoran's boast suggests, however, that he saw himself holding the line against the general trend. Furthermore, as Elizabeth Wickenden was pleased to point out, his claim was false because he once recommended her for a job. 50 Leon Kaiserling theoretically supported women's equality but did not always practice what he preached. He was unenthusiastic about admitting women to Washington's Cosmos Club, for example. 51. New Deal women met resistance, not only from male peers, but also from male and female administrators who valued women's abilities but thought giving them top positions was too expensive politically. Roosevelt's appointment of Frances Perkins as Secretary of Labor in 1933 provoked outrage from the right and from the American Federation of Labor. Labor Department official Isidore Lubin believed that the reason Roosevelt did not put Perkins in charge of the new Social Security program in 1935 was that sexists in Congress did not like her. Perkins herself did not dare appoint Clara Bayer to head the Labor Department's Division of Labor Standards, so Bayer effectively ran it from behind the scenes for several decades. Josephine Roche, former Assistant Secretary to the Treasury, had widespread backing in 1939 to head the new Federal Security Agency, but Eleanor Roosevelt agreed with her husband that it should be a man. 52 That same year, Elizabeth Wickenden was crushed when Aubrey Williams, her boss at the National Youth Administration, reneged on his promise to promote her to deputy administrator, on the grounds that the position could not go to a woman. 53. Despite these real and painful limitations on women's ability to advance to the very top, the fact remains that many New Dealers departed from the old guard in their recognition of female talent and willingness to use it, at least in the middle ranks, where women would not be too visible. Just as a few white administrators were particularly courageous in hiring African Americans, so did the open-mindedness of certain male administrators enable some female professionals to flourish and prove their abilities, in the process inspiring other women and converting other men. It was a new deal for women, really, Charlotte Tuttle Lloyd Walkup recalled. 54. The making of the New Deal's left fringe. Not all leftists who entered government in the 1930s and early 1940s were feminists, and not all the women who fought sexual discrimination to secure professional degrees and government careers were leftists. But the overlap was substantial. Many of these young intellectuals shared a set of experiences that encouraged them to question all kinds of orthodoxy, including traditional assumptions about woman's place. They came of age during the 1920s, when the pre-World War I sexual radicalism of the Greenwich Village Bohemians spread more widely through the urban middle class, albeit with some blunting of its feminist edge. Indeed, several of the young leftists who became New Dealers were the children of the radicals of the 1910s, for whom questions of sexuality and sex roles merged with those of class equality. 55 Val Lorwin, a socialist who worked in the Labor and State Departments, was the son of the distinguished economist Louis Lorwin and Rose Strunsky, a socialist feminist writer like her better-known sister, Anna Strunsky Walling. Nathaniel Whale, who briefly worked in the Agricultural Adjustment Administration while a member of the Communist Party, was the son of Bertha Poole, a socialist labor organizer and writer, and Walter Whale, a founding editor of the New Republic. Others had fathers who were prominent progressive academics or mothers who were settlement house workers, or both. 56. Most of the mothers and many of the fathers were interested in feminism, including but not limited to supporting woman suffrage. As one historian explains, throughout the left intelligentsia, the emancipated woman stood at the symbolic center of a program for cultural regeneration. Freedom of thought and action and the removal of barriers between the sexes went hand in hand. 57 There were exceptions. Lucy Kramer observed that her father-in-law, Morris Raphael Cohen, was certainly not the source of the feminism of her husband, Felix Cohen. Charlotte Tuttle recalled that her father was still late Victorian in his view of women, even though he advocated civil rights for blacks and Jews. Charles Tuttle was no anti-feminist, however. His wife persuaded him to vote for woman suffrage, and he supported his daughter's wish to attend law school. 58 One thing that many young leftists who joined the New Deal had in common, then, was having been raised in families in which radical views, including ones about gender relations, were at least debated, if not always fully embraced. Some of the leftists streaming into the civil service in the 1930s had been influenced by their professors, although that factor may not have been as important as family background. 59 Many of the female undergraduates were exposed to progressive ideas at selective women's colleges such as Vassar, Barnard, Bryn Mawr, and Smith, which all had small but vital left feminist presences on the faculty. At Vassar, students could find role models in Caroline Ware in economic history, her friend Helen Lockwood in English, and Hallie Flanagan in experimental theater. The writer Mary McCarthy later described Lockwood's renowned course in critical reading of the contemporary press as the scene, almost like a camp meeting, of many a compulsory transformation, as hitherto dutiful Republican daughters turned into socialists and went forth to spread the gospel. 60. But even women who had excelled at the best women's colleges had to fight for admission to the most prestigious graduate programs, and not only in the field of law. In one advanced mathematics course at Harvard, the future anthropologist Ruth Benedict, who had studied under Franz Boas at Barnard, had to sit in a closet with the door open so as not to contaminate the undergraduates. 61 Perhaps Harvard was right to worry about contamination, because when women were admitted to those stellar graduate schools, their very presence stirred debate over women's status on and off campus. Many future New Dealers attended graduate school at Columbia, Harvard, Wisconsin, and the London School of Economics, each of which had a few leftist instructors. Some, like Rexford Tugwell, Evelyn Burns, and Thomas Blaisdell of Columbia, were hired by New Deal agencies and in turn hired former students. Occasionally the direction was reversed. Vassar's Hallie Flanagan became director of the Federal Theater Project because her former student Wickenden, by then an assistant to Harry Hopkins, recommended her for the job. 62 Relations between students and faculty thus could nurture radical ideas and create networks that spread into government. Contrary to recurring suggestions that leftist faculty dominated college campuses, they were in the minority everywhere. Many would have sympathized with Caroline Ware's complaint that the Vassar administration was hiring conventional thinkers and steering the college firmly down the path of the genteel tradition, aided and abetted by the old guard. She also was exasperated that her interdisciplinary interests were constantly thwarted by the Chinese wall around the economics department. 63 Ware moved to Sarah Lawrence, where she befriended the new economics instructor Mary Dublin, and later to a permanent position at Howard University, where she became a mentor to Pauli Murray. Wherever Ware taught, she made an impression. Elizabeth Wickenden and Charlotte Tuttle, both Vassar class of 1931, cited Ware and her sociological method as an inspiration. 64. Dynamic leftist professors like Ware exercised an influence disproportionate to their numbers in the 1930s because the Great Depression seemed to bear out their teaching. Serious-minded students gravitated to those who could help explain the crisis of the old order. 65. Ware's Harvard dissertation on the history of cotton textile manufacturing in New England had won a major prize for its innovative methods and acute insights. By the time the dissertation was published in 1931, it seemed that prescience was another of its virtues. Ware's study examined not only the evolution of management but also the lives of women and men of the changing working class. She showed how structural forces such as competition and the availability of immigrant labor led to the formation over time of an exploited, relatively permanent working class. As the historian Ellen Fitzpatrick explains, Ware's study concluded that industrial development had produced a new alignment of classes and a wider gulf between rich and poor than America before had known. New corporate organizations and unprecedented forms of wealth made of the capitalist a giant in the community whom others served and feared. In Ware's view, these economic arrangements had profound political implications. Could political democracy encompass industrial autocracy? Could it harbor a working class and a moneyed class and survive? The answer to such questions, Ware concluded in the late 1920s, still lies in the future. 66. In the 1930s, Ware's students were fascinated by her invitation to write working-class history. A pioneering social historian, she taught students to mine unconventional sources such as payroll, company store, and census records for insight into the lives of non-elite Americans. 67. Ware's scholarship convinced her, and many of her students, that ordinary citizens would need to act collectively in order to sustain democracy in a capitalist economy. As an instructor at various schools for workers, Ware taught about the benefits of unionization, and later she encouraged housewives to organize as consumers. The Great Depression was ultimately the most important factor in the emergence of a cohort of young radicals on college campuses and then in New Deal agencies. Often at the top of their classes at highly competitive institutions, these students concluded, with or without the assistance of instructors like Ware, that old orthodoxies did not fit the evidence before their eyes. 68. Sometimes students' personal experiences of material deprivation or of some form of discrimination informed their critique of the status quo. Even those who occupied relatively privileged positions, however, became attuned to the imperfections of the American economic, political, and social systems. Searching for explanations of capitalism's international crisis, they studied economics, history, and sociology and concluded that free market doctrines were to blame. Any of them could have written the piece in which Mary Dublin enumerated the dismal inadequacies of laissez-faire economics. In attacking government spending and taxation without acknowledging the market's failures, she argued, orthodox economists offered excuses for inaction rather than preparation to help stave off the troubles of the modern world. 69. These confident young people believed that they could and should help remedy those troubles. They undertook research on government policies such as minimum wage, public works, public housing, and social insurance for the unemployed, elderly, and sick, often through comparative analysis of other countries' approaches. 70. In the context of the economic crisis and resurgent threats of war, a vocal and growing segment of students across the nation came to see the dominant values espoused on campus as foolish or worse. Long before the better-known protest campaigns of the 1960s, a student movement swept the United States in the 1930s, and a striking number of its alumni ended up in government service. Student radicals criticized the influence of fraternities, football, and mandatory military training, as well as college efforts to regulate sexual behavior. Campus newspaper editors voiced controversial opinions, not only on campus policies, but also on national and international events. College administrators added fuel to the fire by censoring student editors, as in the case of Felix Cohen's campaign against military training at the City College of New York. Mary Dublin upset Barnard College officials in 1929 with editorials condemning police raids on birth control offices and criticizing the suppression of a novel about lesbianism. 71. Several future New Dealers participated in a widely publicized free speech conflict in the spring of 1932, when Columbia University expelled the campus newspaper editor, Reed Harris, for a series of controversial articles, including one that challenged the privileged position of college athletics. Tex Goldschmidt and his allies in the Social Problems Club called a strike to demand Harris's reinstatement. On a warm spring day, in front of several thousand people, Goldschmidt tried to tie a black crepe gag on the statue of Alma Mater to symbolize the university's repression of free speech. A riot broke out, in which Goldschmidt was egged and then dragged down by a flying wedge of besweathered and noticeably husky gentlemen. In the ensuing tug-of-war over the strip of black cloth, the athletes prevailed after dragging Howard westward a few hundred feet. Press accounts played up Reed Harris's attack on King football and the rowdy reaction it elicited from the campus athletic crowd, but Harris's pro-labor views, and his right to express them, also were at issue. Harris had criticized the university for paying low wages to student cafeteria workers, and he had supported a student delegation to assist striking coal miners in Harlan County, Kentucky. After the campus strike, the Columbia administration reinstated Harris in exchange for his promise to resign from the editor's post. The administration also agreed to investigate conditions in the cafeteria. This small victory demonstrated to the students, as well as to surprised elders on the left, that middle-class young people were capable of effective political action. Long after the eggs were washed off Columbia's alma mater, many of the protesters remained activists, and some of them entered government service. Reed Harris himself became assistant director of the Federal Writers Project and later director of the Voice of America program. 72. The student movement began in New York City, but after the spring of 1932 it spread rapidly to campuses across the nation, even in the more conservative South. 73. In Texas that summer, Goldschmidt spoke about the new student movement from the University of Texas radio station, the idea of keeping students away from the world, of cloistering them like medieval monks, of teaching them abstractions, has kept this vast force damned. But we are beginning to see leaks in the dam and students awakening to the fact that football and fraternities are secondary, and to a consciousness of their power. 74. The National Student League departed from the League for Industrial Democracy, the group founded in 1921 for student socialists, in putting political action ahead of study groups. NSL leader Rob Hall also recognized that organizing around civil liberties violations was a way to mobilize students who might not be drawn in by anti-capitalist rhetoric. Although communists like Hall provided key leadership, the NSL was not a communist front group. The Communist Party did not dominate it and in the early years ignored it. Communists, socialists, and unaffiliated students cooperated in the NSL, for a time avoiding the sectarianism of the adult left. The NSL's formation also revitalized the LID, which adopted a more activist approach in the face of competition from the NSL. In 1935 the NSL and LID merged into the American Student Union. The student movement had adopted a coalition-based approach well before Communist Party leaders called for a popular front against fascism in 1935.75. As student activists, many women and men who ended up in the Roosevelt administration participated in events that can be seen as rites of passage for a generation of left intellectuals. Actions in support of the labor movement were common. Some students joined in organizing workers, as suggested by the 1929 arrest of Margaret Bennett Porter and others for distributing pro-union leaflets to garment workers, and by Charlotte Tuttle's protest of those arrests at a garment workers' rally. While Tex Goldschmidt went to Kentucky with 80 men and women from various northeastern campuses, others, like the future Commerce Department economist Mary Dublin, expressed their solidarity in writing. To her, the events in Harlan County, the domination by employers of all branches of local government as well as the production of knowledge by media and educational institutions suggested that capitalism readily yielded to fascism. Like the 10 famous writers who had visited a few months earlier, the 80-member student delegation was greeted with violence. The students were harassed by police deputies and angry crowds, taunted with anti-Semitic slurs, threatened at gunpoint, and beaten up on their buses as they were escorted out of state. Although they were prevented from delivering material aid, the students won political support for the strikers by generating media coverage and by sending delegations to Kentucky and Tennessee officials and to Congress. The treatment they had received, they argued, was part of the same reign of terror that oppressed the coal miners. 76 Back in New York, Mary Dublin wrote that company towns such as Harlan counties were a vacuum jar for capitalist institutions, in which one could analyze the supposed distinction between business and government. And the concept of free individual choice, which is commonly assigned a central place in our economic system. 77 The Harlan expedition inspired other student initiatives around the country. Wilbur Cohen, a University of Wisconsin student and future Social Security expert, filled a truck with donated food, picked up a friend at the University of Chicago, and tried to deliver the supplies to striking coal miners in southern Illinois. 78. Another left rite of passage in the late 1920s and the 1930s was visiting the Soviet Union to see the socialist experiment firsthand. Thousands of Americans toured the Soviet Union, through American travel groups such as the Open Road, which coordinated with Intourist, the Soviet tourism agency. 79 Those whose impressions are on record were not uncritical. They admired some Soviet achievements or objectives, but they also recognized increasingly so over the course of the 1930s that they were seeing only what their guides wanted them to see, and that the Bolshevik Revolution had eliminated neither poverty nor repression. 80 The authoritarianism that James and Nancy Frankel Wexler saw during their 1937 visit to the Soviet Union hastened their departure from the Communist Party. Jimmy had been politicized as a freshman journalist covering the Columbia student strike over Reed Harris's expulsion, and he succeeded Harris as editor of the campus newspaper. He met Nancy at an anti-Nazi rally in 1933, together they joined and then quit the Communist Party. The daughter of a famous civil liberties lawyer, Nancy became a top-notch government lawyer, working for the OPA and other agencies before serving as counsel for Truman's Committee on Civil Rights in 1946 and 1947. Jimmy spent over 30 years as editor of the then liberal New York Post. 81 Anti-communists would later ridicule the American tourists to Russia as fanatical propagandists or starry-eyed dupes, but to people interested in economic planning and social reform, the desire to see for oneself how the experiment was coming along was reasonable and did not indicate wholesale approval of Soviet communism. 82. Part of the fascination with the Soviet Union was that it was perceived to have achieved a revolution in gender relations as well as in class relations. Young left feminists believed, too optimistically, that in the process of granting women's political and economic equality, the Russian Revolution also had abolished the moral double standard for the sexes that protected male property rights in women. After spending a month in the Soviet Union in 1931, Elizabeth Wickenden reported that Russians thought American attitudes toward sex were absurd, and they were mystified by Americans' fears of the nationalization of women under Bolshevism. In Russia, Wickenden wrote, "Women are the equal in every respect of men. Birth control is legal. A pregnant woman receives 4 months vacation from her work with full pay and a nursing mother is allowed time from her work to feed her child. No distinction is made between legitimate and illegitimate children." Wickenden associated Russia's disruption of patriarchal sexual control with its other feminist public policies. She reported that women and men received comparable pay rates, and that worker housing featured communal kitchens and large, airy nurseries staffed by trained attendants. Wickenden concluded that the Russian Revolution, despite its failings, seemed the ideal way in which to achieve equality of opportunity and status for men and women. 83. Sexual and racial modernism on the left fringe. As in the 1910s, members of the left intelligentsia of the 1930s were thinking about more than economic relations. They debated how economic hierarchies produced, and in turn were buttressed by, racial and sexual hierarchies. The Socialist Party had supported women's suffrage and black suffrage when the mainstream parties did not, and in the 1910s and 1920s it attracted many women and some black activists. The Communists promoted absolute equality of the races and sexes. Though their practice did not always live up to their tenets, the egalitarianism attracted many members and was admired by others who did not join. 84 Young people especially were inspired by the left's egalitarianism. The NSL's 1932 program included a demand for the abolition of racial and sexual discrimination on campus. The student movement did not prioritize feminist demands, but it did offer women leadership opportunities. Women outnumbered men, for example, as lead officers in the New York region. 85. Men as well as women responded to the left critique of female subordination and the lack of sexual autonomy that went with it. As a student at Columbia in November 1929, Tex Goldschmidt had an epistolary argument with his father back in Texas about the moral double standard for the sexes. His father criticized him for having sexual intercourse with a woman of his own set, suggesting that he had harmed the girl and her family. Goldschmidt disagreed. The almost intrinsic value heretofore placed upon virginity crashed as fast as the market. I would defend my position. Before anyone believing it to be with almost fanatical zeal the only true, good, healthy, normal, and decent position possible. He elaborated that in olden days when daughters had a real commercial value such an act as mine might have been considered thievery. But a girl of age is certainly giving what is hers, and if there is another claim to it, something is radically wrong here. Goldschmidt's father responded by predicting that in 5 years Goldschmidt would refuse to marry a woman who had had sexual relations with someone else. 86 When Goldschmidt married Elizabeth Wickenden in 1933, he almost certainly defied his father's prediction. Wickenden had written of enjoying the same social rights as my male contemporaries, which included bachelor quarters and traveling about the world at will. She also had protested the man-made conception that the unmarried woman must remain inviolate as a nun. 87 Goldschmidt was smitten. Goldschmidt was attracted to Wickenden's independence and intellect, not just to her sexual radicalism. Before they met, she negatively reviewed an article called Spinster Factories. That article lamented the low marriage rate of college alumni and proposed revising the college curriculum for women to make them more marriageable. In her review, Wickenden retorted that the fault lay not with the education of women but with the attitude of the men they must marry. Most men, she wrote, still prefer the clinging vine. Even today it is a rare young man who will admit in practice as well as in theory the equality of women. Until men adapt, it is natural indeed that young women who enjoy a useful, independent life doing the work they like and are trained to do should hesitate to marry a man who feels, even vaguely, that a woman's work is homemaking and that he as the superior creature should watch over and protect her. 88. Wickenden found one such rare young man in Goldschmidt. On the day of their marriage he wrote to her parents, "Wick knows, perhaps better than most of us her age, just what she wants, and she wants to remain an individual, a person in her own right, and I do and always shall admire and respect that desire. Both of us want to do things, and we feel that the other can help each to do them." Wickenden modified the wedding vows to make them identical for bride and groom and to omit references to God. She also kept her own name. When she hesitated to have children, Goldschmidt promised to do at least his share of child rearing, and their son recalls that he did so, taking him and his 2 sisters out on the weekends so his mother could write. The marriage lasted 67 years, until Goldschmidt's death in 2000.89. The Wickenden-Goldschmidt relationship illustrates how young leftists who would influence the New Deal saw themselves as challenging all kinds of orthodoxy, not just an economic system. They defied the taboo on premarital sex, they rejected the usual wedding conventions. Wickenden and Goldschmidt eschewed the spectacle of the father handing his daughter over to her husband by getting married in the office of a Tammany Hall judge. Lucy Kramer wanted a black wedding dress. 90 Many leftists and not just the men had several lovers before they married. Divorces and remarriages were common, indicating high expectations of marriage as well as lack of deference to the institution itself. 91 The socialist journalist Mary Taylor took lovers across Europe and had intended never to marry, until she met the Scripps Howard columnist Rodney Dutcher, who divorced in order to marry her. After Dutcher died, Taylor married her agriculture department colleague Don Montgomery, who himself was divorced from a communist first wife. As those examples suggest, these sex radicals were heterosexual, although they were more tolerant of homosexuals than the general public. 92. The intertwined relationship histories of Leon Keyserling, Catherine Bauer, and Mary Dublin further illuminate the gender egalitarianism and heterosociality of left circles in and around New Deal agencies. As a Harvard student, Keyserling had complained to his father of the difficulty of finding a woman who had both beauty and brains. After he moved Washington to work for Senator Wagner, however, he had better luck. He dated Bernice Lodwin, and they remained lifelong friends after she married the progressive government lawyer Bernard Bernstein and he married Mary Dublin. 93 In the interval between Lodwin and Dublin, Keyserling had a long, intense relationship with the public housing expert Catherine Bauer. Widely regarded as the quintessential new woman, Bauer was an outdoors woman who drank, smoked, and wore her hair short. After she graduated from Vassar in 1926, she scandalized her middle-class New Jersey parents by living alone on the left bank of Paris, associating with a bohemian intellectual crowd, and having affairs with men of diverse nationalities. Relocating to Greenwich Village, she joined a circle of radical writers and social critics and turned her interest in city planning into a career, with the help of her married lover Louis Mumford. Her 1934 book Modern Housing, which contrasted European policies with the United States' failure to provide high-quality housing for the working class, made her an international star and became the Bible of the U.S. public housing movement. Working with labor groups, she helped build demand for a federal housing program, and then she helped draft it and get it through Congress. As an employee of the resulting U.S. Housing Authority from 1937 to 1940, Bauer also helped to implement it. Her close colleague, the socialist labor leader John Edelman, offers this description: with the profile of a hawk, she was not a conventional beauty, but she had an enormous amount of sex appeal which she was perfectly willing to use on susceptible senators. She had a lucid, sparkling mind coupled with almost inexhaustible energy that enabled her to work 16 hours a day, day after day, and she had unswervable drive. 94. Figure 1.3. By the time this photo was taken in the 1940s, Catherine Bauer was a leading advocate of high-quality public housing. Courtesy of the Bancroft Library, University of California, Berkeley. Bauer met Keyserling during the push to get housing legislation through Congress in 1936, and they began a close friendship that lasted, despite occasional policy disagreements, until her death in 1964. Well over 100 letters from him survive in her papers, and a smaller number of her letters to him recently were added to his family's archival collection. In addition to a behind-the-scenes view of U.S. housing policy, the letters convey the intense physical and political passions shared by Bauer and Keyserling. During the early, intimate phase of their relationship, they briefly lived in the same boarding house, and for a time they talked about marriage. When Bauer went to Scandinavia on a Guggenheim Fellowship to study housing in 1936, she wrote longingly from her ship, "Just when I knew I loved you more than anything. Why had I gone away? Your physical presence haunted me like a ghost." 95 3 years later, as she headed off to the Soviet Union for research, Keyserling urged Kitten to avoid her tendency to overwork and to come back looking like the filling of an Elizabeth Hawes ensemble. Hawes was an avant-garde fashion designer and emerging left feminist writer. Keyserling's reference is another example of male New Dealers' attraction to women of the left. 96. Keyserling's letters to Bauer show him striving to take a modern view of sex and courtship, in which jealousy was considered unenlightened. Their romance continued on and off even as they dated others, until both married other people in 1940.97. If Keyserling's new wife Mary Dublin resented his relationship with Bauer, it is not apparent in her warm letters to the latter. Dublin may have known Bauer already, because the women had two other beaux in common. The wealthy environmentalist Robert Marshall wooed Dublin in 1931, and he was courting Bauer not long before his sudden early death in 1939. Bauer and Dublin each had a romance with the architect and public housing advocate Oscar Stunnerhoff, and they remained friends with him after he married a third woman. 98 Meanwhile, before and after meeting Keyserling, Dublin dated several prominent men besides Marshall and Stunnerhoff, including the socialist labor journalist Paul R. Porter and the left liberal lawyer Ambrose Doskow, who happened to be Keyserling's housemaid. 99 Close platonic friendships between former lovers, and spousal tolerance. Of those friendships, were part of the sexually modern code on the New Deal's left fringe. Related to their willingness to question the sanctity of marriage, or at least the convention that a woman should have only one sexual partner in her life, many left feminists were skeptical of organized religion. They thought that religion functioned historically as a tool for maintaining social order, including inequality. In addition to eliminating references to God from her wedding vows, Wickenden would later write a plea for tolerance, which lamented that atheism was being equated with political subversion. Goldschmidt, too, was an atheist, which he attributed to his mother's influence. 100 Another free-thinking couple was Thomas C. Blaisdell and Catherine Maltby Blaisdell, who married in 1921. He was a socialist instructor of economics at Columbia before serving at several New Deal agencies. She was active in the leftist League of Women Shoppers, and during the 1940s she worked for the Office of Civilian Defense and then the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration. 101 In 1931 Catherine convinced a publisher to omit a picture of children saying bedtime prayers from a forthcoming children's book, explaining that a great many children today are brought up without ever hearing of God and religion. Mine are among them. To introduce a small child to the idea of an omnipotent father may easily rob him of his self-dependence. He may form the habit of leaning on some person or power instead of growing up in the belief that he alone must meet and solve his problems as they arise. 102 When ultra-conservatives complained that leftists were godless and sexually depraved, they were exaggerating, but they were responding to what historian Robert Cohen calls the left's relatively open, meritocratic, and cosmopolitan vision. Even the many leftists whose politics were infused by religiosity, whether as Quakers, Unitarians, Lutherans, Catholics, or Jews, socialized and sometimes married across religious lines. 103. Conservatives also were onto something, although again they went too far, when they warned that leftists were trying to remake the country by promoting interracial sex. 104 Sex across the color line, especially when it paired white women with men of color, challenged white male supremacy at its core. Few white radicals who ended up in government service are known to have had interracial liaisons, but they did push to integrate government workplaces and social functions, which required confronting the assumption that black men should never supervise or even be in proximity to white women. Federal anti-lynching legislation was a top priority for black civil rights organizations, and white leftists and liberals joined in the unsuccessful effort to convince Roosevelt to push such a measure. Progressive whites increasingly recognized that Southern hyperbole about black rapists helped keep white women, as well as all blacks, in their places, and that it also inhibited poorer whites from challenging the Southern elite. Palmer Weber, the campus newspaper editor at the University of Virginia in the mid-1930s, wrote editorials challenging the myth of the black rapist and urging the university to admit blacks. Weber joined the New Deal in 1940, serving on the staff of several liberal congressmen before being forced out of government because of his former membership in the Communist Party. 105. Within the Roosevelt administration, small but vocal groups of blacks, radicals, and Southern liberals worked against race discrimination, in the federal bureaucracy and in the national polity and economy. Clark Foreman and Tex Goldschmidt, both white Southerners, helped write an influential 1938 report arguing that the South was the nation's #1 economic problem. The published report was mild compared with early drafts, which took a class analysis of race to argue that white supremacy held down both black and white wages in the South, in turn depressing wages and undermining unionization efforts nationwide. By then, even liberals who were not passionate about racial justice had come to recognize they would have to buck the Bourbons who ran the South in order to take control of the Democratic Party. White liberals thus for a time joined with black and white leftists in and out of government in an attempt to democratize the South by eliminating poll taxes, supporting the organization of sharecroppers and other Southern workers, and pressing for a national minimum wage to raise Southern wages. 106. The anti-racism of some leftists developed out of an orientation toward the U.S. West. Intellectual interest in indigenous cultures expanded during and after the 1920s, partly because of the influence of the anthropologist Franz Boas and his female students at Barnard. A radical pacifist who believed in the inherent equality of all peoples, Boas inspired in left feminists such as Ruth Benedict, Jean Weltfish, and Lucy Kramer an appreciation of Native American cultures and a commitment to showing that racism was not supported by good science. Boas's books would be burned in Nazi Germany, and after his death in 1942 Benedict and Weltfish would take up the mantle of discrediting Nazi science, writing an important anti-racist pamphlet for use in training the U.S. Armed Forces. 107 During the New Deal, Lucy Kramer and Felix Cohen tried to make U.S. policy more respectful of Native American cultures. They named their first daughter Jean for Weltfish, and they carried her on an Oglala Sioux cradle board. 108. Figure 1.4. Lucy Kramer with members of the Oglala Sioux at Pine Ridge Reservation, SD, probably August 1935. Courtesy of the Felix S. and Lucy Kramer Cohen photograph collection. Felix Cohen's boss at Interior, Harold Ickes, came to his racial liberalism after observing the treatment of Native Americans in New Mexico. Other Western-oriented anti-racists were concerned, like their Southern counterparts, with how agricultural interests exploited labor, whether white, Filipino, or Mexican. The lawyer and writer Carrie McWilliams worked for the National Labor Relations Board before publishing a bestseller on the exploitation of migrant farm workers in California. 109 The photographer Dorothea Lange and her husband, the agricultural economist Paul S. Taylor, worked for several government agencies over the course of careers oriented toward improving the lives of farm workers and small farmers of all races. 110. Figure 1.5. Felix S. Cohen, Lucy Kramer, and their daughter Jean on her third birthday, 1942. Courtesy of the Felix S. and Lucy Kramer Cohen photograph collection. The left and right thus clashed along several axes during the 1930s. Leftists opposed exploitation of workers, of course, but they also criticized male domination of women, white domination of other races, and the use of repressive tactics to support those and other hierarchies. Many leftists lumped those oppressions together under the umbrella term fascism. As early as 1932, student activists Mary Dublin and Joseph Lash were describing the U.S. South as fascist. After California authorities violently suppressed strikers in 1934 and collaborated with the Hearst Press in blocking Upton Sinclair's gubernatorial bid, Caroline Ware asked a friend whether she was ready to watch California go fascist. 111 Many leftists, including some in government, joined the Anti-Fascist American League for Peace and Democracy or groups that supported the Spanish resistance to fascism. But fascism was a term that resonated with injustice at home, as well as abroad. As the historian Daniel Geary observes, anti-fascism from the early 1930s through the war was a political sensibility. Focused on domestic events as well as international ones, it cannot be reduced to a cover for the Communist Party line. It bridged gaps between communists, New Dealers, and independent radicals. Questioning the standard interpretation that the left was primarily focused on class in the 1930s and only later mobilized around race issues, Geary shows that antifascism constituted an early version of multiculturalism, that is, an anti-racist sensibility focused on Mexican Americans, Asian Americans, and Native Americans as well as African Americans. 112. That advance in understanding the anti-fascist left of the 1930s and 1940s should be extended even further to include recognition of its feminism. Opposition to fascism reflected alarm over its policies toward women as well as toward minorities and labor. Especially after Hitler declared in 1934 that the German woman's world should be Kinder, Cookie, und Kirche, American feminists often tried to delegitimize discriminatory policies by calling them fascist. In 1935, when the University of Wyoming broke an employment contract with Caroline Ware after learning that she was married, Ware waged a national campaign for married women's employment rights. She gave the press a copy of her blistering response to the university's policy against hiring married women. This measure is, in reality, a move to relegate women to the position to which Hitler has openly consigned them in Germany and to which American Hitlers are pushing them, under cover of emergency action. To the university's claim that its rule was intended to spread employment, she retorted that the university was an educational institution, not a work relief organization. Because its responsibility was to the students and not to the unemployed of Wyoming, it was obligated to select faculty strictly on a basis of teaching capacity. With respect to the university's female students, Ware asked, "Are you condemning these girls to celibacy, or are you wasting the state's money training them for positions from which your actions are designed to exclude them?" Ware accused the university's trustees of lining up the once progressive state of Wyoming with the dictators of the Old World who are deliberately seeking to re-establish a medieval society, assigning to women the role of bearing soldiers for new wars. Ware did not in the end sue the university, but she did generate nationwide newspaper coverage, and many others would follow her lead in linking sexual discrimination with Hitlerism. 113. As Ware's example suggests, although the leftist women in and around the Roosevelt administration were not primarily identified with the women's movement, they were feminists. 114. More often than not, they kept their own names after marriage. Ware described her decision to keep her own name by saying that when she married Gardner Means in 1927, she had more of a reputation than he did and she did not want to lose it by taking his name. Then he got more reputation than I, and I didn't want to ride on his coattails. And then we were about 50-50 and it didn't matter. 115. Left feminists took it as a given that women should enjoy the same political rights and educational and professional opportunities as men. They opposed sex-based wage differentials and restrictions on married women's employment. In outlining a public works program in 1935, Elizabeth Wickenden insisted that women should not be discriminated against on any projects. 116. They believed, however, that equal rights with men of their own group would not solve the problems of the majority of women who were poor or working class. This left variant of feminism avoided positions that might be perceived as prioritizing gender equality above class justice. Left feminists of the 1930s through 1950s were repelled by equal rights feminism as they understood it. The word feminist was then associated with the National Woman's Party, which after helping win women's suffrage in 1920 had devoted itself single-mindedly to promoting an equal rights amendment. By the 1930s the NWP's professed neutrality on all issues other than sexual discrimination put it in the same camp as anti-labor forces. Women on the left did not call themselves feminists or support the era, because they rejected the individualistic implications of the NWP brand of feminism. 117. Young women on the left also worried about the stereotypical association between feminism and man-hating. Calling for a new word to describe the present-day aspirations of women, Elizabeth Wickenden wrote that there was a tendency on the part of the early pioneering feminists to assume that they were wresting certain rights and privileges from their rivals and enemies, the male sex. She suggested wryly that younger women weaned on Freud were unwilling to help their egos at the expense of their libidos, and she urged women to shatter stereotypes by proving that they could be both smart and charming to men. 118. She also asserted the value of passive feminism for women whose talents lie along other lines than reform and protest. By excelling in some chosen activity, women would prove their worth and equality not only to men, but also lead the way for the more conservative of their own sex. 119. The focus of these young female New Dealers on demonstrating their competence and getting along with men was a deliberate strategy that they believed was suited to their moment. This strategy had its pitfalls, because the effort to avoid confronting men could undermine the women's goal of proving their abilities. Cultivating one's appearance and tiptoeing around male egos took a lot of energy. Bernice Lodwin Bernstein recalled, certain men had great difficulty taking supervision and direction from a woman. I tried to be very sensitive and understanding in my relationship with them. 120 Most of these women prided themselves on being team workers who did not look for glory and were content to have influence behind the scenes. They believed that the hyper-competitive style they found more common in men got in the way of problem solving. That self-effacing approach sometimes prevented women from getting full credit for their accomplishments, hindering the objective of proving their capabilities. 121. That these women did not always make direct confrontation of sexism their highest priority did not make them lesser feminists. In the context of the mass deprivation of the 1930s, the reluctance to foreground sexual discrimination reflected rather these women's consciousness of their relatively privileged position as white professionals, as well as their optimism that by supporting the left they would sweep away all kinds of oppression, including that based on gender. As Wickenden put it in 1933, where women, because of their sex, suffer special economic injustice during the Depression, it is only fair that we should consider their plight specifically, but this is obviously secondary to the terrible plight of all working people. 122. These young left feminists called not for war between the sexes but for war between the forces of progress and reaction, which they cast in generational rather than gendered terms. During World War II, Wickenden would observe that women, in their hunger to have their men back home, are in no mood to wage a war between the sexes. She begged women instead to take up the mantle of youth. Young people are the driving force of progress, she claimed, and most young men were away in uniform. This was a revolutionary war between the forces making for social progress, that is, for a better life for the greater number, and the forces intent on maintaining the status quo of personal, racial, class, and national privilege. To Wickenden, the forces of conservatism seemed to be gaining an upper hand, thanks in part to the decline in young people's political power that resulted from men's enlistment. She urged young women to enter the rough-and-tumble competitive struggle for the places where they can furnish leadership as well as mass support for the principles of change and progress. They must hold jobs at the policy-making level, they must run for office, they must keep alive the shouting voice of youth. As Wickenden saw it, the women would not step aside when the men came home. Rather, the men and women would carry their generation's banner forward together in the kind of partnership meant for men and women in a peaceful world. 123 If in hindsight the hope that young men and women marching together would emancipate women seems naive, Wickenden's cohort was not the first or last group of radical women to be disappointed. 124. It was not so foolish, actually, for these young female New Dealers to have high expectations of their male counterparts, because they knew men who were quite enlightened on the woman question. Seeing themselves as pioneers shaking up the old-line Washington bureaucracy, some New Deal men were willing to hire women with stellar credentials and progressive views like their own. They also were willing to marry them. New Deal agencies produced countless romances and marriages, and not all the men were marrying their secretaries. Some worked in separate policy fields from their spouses, but others were partners in work as well as in love. Mary and Leon Kaiserling edited each other's work and co-authored some publications, as did Lucy Kramer and Felix Cohen. Donald and Mary Taylor Montgomery worked together on consumer policy. Catherine Bauer influenced her lover Leon Kaiserling and later her husband William Worcester on housing policy. A few other examples suggest New Deal men's relatively progressive views on gender roles. Abe Fortas met Carol Ager, a divorced, cigar-smoking economist and future lawyer reputed to be at least as smart as he was, when they both worked in the Agricultural Adjustment Administration. Ager was hard-driving and confident. Her style is captured in an anecdote about a dinner party she and Abe hosted circa 1938. As Tex Goldschmidt recalled it, when Abe opened the door for Lyndon and Lady Bird Johnson, they beheld a roomful of guests in formal dress watching Carol, a tomboy as well as a lawyer and blue stocking, who had just felled me in a wrestling game and was triumphantly sitting on my chest. 125 Abe Fortas is not known as a feminist, but an anti-feminist would have been unlikely to marry a divorced economist known for her brilliance and her wrestling skills. Esther Peterson, the labor activist and later head of the U.S. Women's Bureau, said that the feminism of her husband, the government economist Oliver Peterson, was key to her success. The son of Norwegian immigrants to North Dakota, Oliver was a handsome farm boy and the first of his family to attend college, where he became a socialist and also president of the Lutheran Student Association of the United States. He met Esther Egerton when both were graduate students at Columbia, and he proposed to her on the steps of an old church in Greenwich Village on New Year's Eve, 1931. Esther claimed that her conversion to labor activism began when she heard how a union had helped Oliver's family survive after his stepfather was injured on the job. Oliver held jobs in the Works Progress Administration and Office of Price Administration before spending the bulk of his career as a labor attaché with the State Department. Esther worked as a labor organizer and lobbyist, raised 4 children, and then as head of the U.S. Women's Bureau inspired the creation of the President's Commission on the Status of Women. Oliver's support was essential. After the first of her 4 children was born in 1938, she recalled, "I felt depressed. Is motherhood all I want?" Oliver, a man liberated long before it became fashionable, encouraged me to work outside the home. He said that I could be both a mother and worker. He knew work was good for my mental health. He made me feel as though I had ability. I think Oliver loved me so much he wanted me to be my own person. He was secure enough in his manliness that he didn't mind having a working wife. 126 Esther Peterson believed there was a correlation between how men treated women at home and how they treated women at work. Throughout my life I've had more trouble with men who didn't have professional wives. Men who appreciated their wives and valued what they did with their time outside the home were much easier to work for. 127. Thus, many male New Dealers fell in love with women who had careers of their own, as professionals or as unpaid activists. Those men did not always place as high a priority on feminist issues as their wives did, and some did not always fulfill their egalitarian principles in practice. In most cases the wife earned less, relocated when her husband's career required it, and assumed responsibility for overseeing the household staff that made it possible for them to combine demanding jobs with parenthood. On balance, however, the husbands were supportive and proud of their wives' careers. 128 Indeed, right-wing critics would insinuate that Roosevelt and Truman officials were too supportive of their wives' careers. In other words, that the wives got government jobs only because of their husband's influence. 129 These women were making their marks before they married, however, their success was a cause, not a result, of their attractiveness to New Deal men. The presence of a crop of talented and ambitious women in government was a critical factor in the development of the dense social networks that furthered the characteristic movement of people and ideas from one New Deal agency to another. Wickenden later recollected that the functioning of the executive branch was facilitated by the fact that most young New Dealers knew each other socially. Young bachelors took big houses and lived together until one by one they hived off into marriage. 130 The bachelor houses were important, but women's connections to other women, and to men also forged many links. Not only did the young left feminists typically date a succession of people who shared their outlooks, but the couples and former couples all knew one another. The Fortases and Wickenden Goldschmidts were close for decades, in ways more enduring than wrestling matches between Carol and Tex. The Fortases also were close to the Kaiserlings, who themselves socialized often with the Blaisdells and the Wehrmeanses, as well as with the Felix Cohens, who separately saw a great deal of the Lloyds. Catherine Bauer stayed in touch with the Kaiserlings and with the Wickenden Goldschmidts, who in turn were close to the Wilbur Cohens. Everyone was friends with Paul R. Porter and with Tommy and Bert Emerson and with Helen Gahagan Douglas. And so forth. At the frequent social gatherings, they all debated politics and policy. Historically, women often turned their exclusion from male institutions into a weapon and formed gender-segregated networks that were essential to whatever they achieved. Indeed, same-sex networks and friendships remained politically important to women in government during 1930s and 1940s. They did not abandon women's groups. Many were active in the American Association of University Women, the National Consumers League, and the League of Women Shoppers, for example. And not all female civil servants were in heterosexual couples or circles, some had lesbian partners, and some were single women whose orientation is not known to scholars but whose social lives revolved around other women. The historical invisibility or even devaluation of women's same-sex relationships has prompted feminist scholars to emphasize them. 131 particularly for the generation that came of age during the 1920s and early 1930s, however, heterosocial relations too were significant. And the distinction between public and private life is blurry. Heterosocial relationships and networks shaped New Dealers' vision and helped them move toward it. Reconstructing a sexually modernist, relatively feminist left liberal scene in Washington changes our image of the left and of the New Deal, and it also helps explain the reaction against the latter. Contrary to the stereotype of grim doctrinaire types isolated in communist cell meetings in New York City, young leftists attained positions of some authority in the federal bureaucracy. 132 Their presence also qualifies the image of New Deal Washington as a world overwhelmingly dominated by middle-class white men, most of whom were insulated by position or temperament or both from many of the pressures and claims of popular politics and social movements. 133 To the contrary, many of the women and men who became New Dealers brought the ideas and spirit of popular front social movements with them. Most Roosevelt administration policies did not turn out to be as leftist, or as feminist, as they would have liked. The influence of left feminists in some New Deal agencies, contested as it always was, nonetheless confirmed the right stereotypes and stimulated a powerful reaction. Chapter 2. Allegations of Disloyalty at Labor and Consumer Agencies, 1939-43. In May 1939, a front-page story in the Chicago Tribune warned that a Communist United Front organization called the League of Women Shoppers was conducting an ingenious campaign to intimidate employers by threatening to boycott companies that backed pending amendments to the National Labor Relations Act. Many LWS officers were married to prominent New Dealers, and the Tribune implied that New Dealers were leaking information to their wives in order to suppress criticism of the Wagner Act and generate the appearance of grassroots support. Furthermore, LWS members and by implication their husbands in government were fellow travelers of the Communist Party. 1. The article did not mention that the LWS also was backing a bitter CIO strike against Hearst Corporation newspapers, a strike that would culminate in an injunction against Hearst. 2. A few weeks later, the daughter-in-law of Interior Secretary Harold Ickes told the woman sitting next to her at a luncheon that the LWS was the fashionable thing to belong to in Washington now. Unbeknownst to Mrs. Ickes, her lunch companion was an undercover investigator, whose report on the LWS soon reached the Special House Committee for the Investigation of Un-American Activities. 3. Long before the formal creation of the Federal Employee Loyalty Program in 1947, conservatives began accusing New Deal agencies of harboring subversives. Two examples in the 1939-43 period involved charges that the Wagner Act's administrative agency, the National Labor Relations Board, and the Office of Price Administration had ties to communist-dominated elements in the labor and consumer movements. Women were important in those movements and in the government agencies they helped create, and conservatives highlighted and even exaggerated women's influence in an effort to undermine public confidence in the agencies. The role of the NLRB's perceived sympathy for the CIO in stimulating the reaction against the New Deal is well known, but the consumer movement also should be recognized as a trigger of the campaign against communists in government. The Chicago Tribune article that labeled LWS officers and their New Deal husbands fellow travelers was only the public face of a much broader effort. Although the anti-communist right in the late 1930s was not the mighty force it would become in the Cold War era, it commanded enough leverage to put left-leaning New Dealers on the defensive and to thwart their proposals for redistributing economic and political power. Employers in labor-intensive industries resented New Deal initiatives to raise wages by recognizing union rights and curtailing employment discrimination. Some industries resented the New Deal's sporadic antitrust efforts as intrusions on private pricing prerogatives. Also hostile to the Roosevelt administration were the so-called press lords, including William Randolph Hearst, Robert McCormick, Frank Gannett, and Roy Howard, whose media empires dominated major markets. 4 Joining forces with congressional conservatives, these media and manufacturing employers used the close associations between certain government agencies and labor and consumer groups to allege the existence of a communist conspiracy. The anti-communist attack on the New Deal, often understood as a response to the rise of mass production unionism, also was a reaction against the emergence of a consumer movement that was pro-labor, anti-racist, and feminist. Indeed, it was the very conjunction of these movements, sit-down strikers demanding higher wages at the same moment that housewives demanded lower prices and higher quality, that alarmed American conservatives. The movements were not rivals so much as they were two sides of a coin, with much overlap in personnel. The League of Women Shoppers was at the nexus of both movements. It formed as a vehicle for non-wage earning women to support strikers, but soon it also advocated regulation of the price and quality of consumer goods. The burgeoning labor and consumer movements were allied aspects of the left liberal coalition of the New Deal era, but far more attention has been paid to the labor aspect. 5. Scholars have begun to redress that neglect. They have shown that beginning in the 1910s, liberal businessmen, labor leaders, and reformers argued that increasing mass purchasing power was vital to the nation's economic and political health. Raising the living standard of the working class majority, they believed, was not only a matter of social justice, it was good economics. The Great Depression illustrated the U.S. economy's vulnerability to underconsumption and brought purchasing power progressives into office in Washington. They declared workers' legal right to organize, and they implemented public works, minimum wage laws, social insurance, and public assistance to get money into the hands of the people. They also encouraged consumer involvement in policy making and implementation, to stimulate grassroots civic engagement and to ensure that employer concessions to labor unions did not come at the public's expense in the form of high prices or poor quality. An alliance of organized labor, consumers, and sympathetic policymakers challenged business prerogatives during the New Deal and World War II years, working through government bodies such as the National Recovery Administration, National Labor Relations Board, and Office of Price Administration, among others. 6. Aided by an enormous budget and staff, the OPA was particularly novel in its enlistment of the participation of ordinary citizens as volunteers. By mobilizing consumers to enforce price controls and rationing, it melded technocratic planning with participatory democracy, producing a model of a powerful interventionist state that was as alarming to the right as it was inspiring to the left. After the war, conservatives took advantage of inflation to divide organized labor and consumers against each other, facilitating the OPA's demise and the weakening of the National Labor Relations Act with the Taft-Hartley Act of 1947. The right also used the fear of communism to taint policies that aimed at structural reform. Thanks to a barrage of charges of un-Americanism from the late 1930s through the early 1960s, the objectives of the labor and consumer movements became less redistributive, and were expressed in terms of promoting the interests of specific groups rather than the general public welfare. Despite these important insights, the existing scholarship overlooks the consumer movement's linkages with the labor left, and the role of left consumerists in the making of New Deal policy and the reaction against it. 7. Left feminists and the labor movement. Although Franklin Roosevelt was lukewarm in his enthusiasm for labor's right to organize, he deferred to the argument that unions would help the economy by raising mass purchasing power, and he recognized the political advantages of enlarging the labor vote and cementing its allegiance to the Democratic Party. Well before May 1935, when the U.S. Supreme Court struck down the 1933 act that had created the National Recovery Administration, New Dealers recognized the need for a separate labor relations statute to put teeth into the NRA's Section 7 asserting workers' right to form unions. Senator Robert Wagner set his aide, Leon Keyserling, to drafting an enforceable bill. After earning his law degree from Harvard in 1931, Keyserling did graduate work in economics at Columbia, and that dual background helped him draft the bill that was passed in July 1935 as the National Labor Relations Act, which recognized employees' right to form unions and required employers to bargain collectively with those unions. Keyserling's former roommate Tom Emerson, who helped administer the Wagner Act and defend its constitutionality, recalled it as one of the best drafted pieces of New Deal legislation. The statute was flexible but also precise enough to withstand formidable attack for a time. 8. Major employers proceeded to ignore the Wagner Act because they assumed the Supreme Court would strike it down as the court had the NRA. Employers were encouraged in that expectation by a brief circulated by the American Liberty League, a group of anti-New Deal corporate leaders and their lawyers. The NLRB staff strategized to bring the most promising test cases before the Supreme Court quickly in order to end the legal limbo that hindered enforcement. 9. One early case to come before the NLRB had little to do with its test case strategy but is noteworthy here because it showcases the Consumer Labor Alliance and also because it embittered one individual who later would be in a position to do much damage to leftists in and out of government. A strike began just weeks after the Wagner Act's passage in 1935, when a company called Consumers Research fired 3 white-collar employees who had helped organize a union. After the company reneged on an agreement to reinstate the fired workers, 41 of its 70 employees went on strike. The company called in replacement workers and armed guards, and the daily picketing began to include fights and arrests. The strike attracted a disproportionate amount of publicity because CR had been a darling of progressives and a thorn in the side of business since its founding in 1929. Consumers Research tested advertisers' claims and shared the results with its 55,000 subscribers. By 1935, CR principals included Stuart Chase, F. J. Schlink, and J. B. Matthews, who by his own later description was an ardent fellow traveler of the Communist Party. 10 The perceived irony of a left-wing group engaging in unfair labor practices attracted much comment from both left and right. The CR strike turned into the first victory for the fledgling League of Women Shoppers. Founded in May 1935, just 3 months before the CR strike, the LWS mobilized middle and upper-class women to use their buying power for social justice, so that the fair price which they pay as consumers will also include an American standard of living for those who make and market the goods they buy. In that mission the LWS resembled an older group, the National Consumers League, but the latter focused on wage and hour legislation, whereas the LWS prioritized union rights. The LWS originated at a meeting in the New York apartment of Aline Davis Hayes to discuss a strike at a neighborhood department store and how the women present, as patrons of the store, might contribute to its resolution. Hayes, an artist married to the civil liberties lawyer Arthur Garfield Hayes, became the first LWS president. The organization's initial directors and sponsors consisted of about 50 left and liberal women, most of them prominent in their own right as writers, artists, lawyers, and other professionals, and some of them married to prominent left and liberal men. 11 When the CR strike began, its former counsel Dorothy Kenyon, an LWS member, offered to arbitrate, but the CR board refused. The CR board declined to meet with LWS delegations, which included well-known reformers such as Cornelia Bryce Pinchot and Mary Phillips Reese. The LWS investigated the circumstances surrounding the strike, found the CR board at fault, and organized direct actions. It urged its members to request the CR board to submit to arbitration, join the picket line, attend a mock trial dramatizing the events, and donate funds to the strikers, directly or by attending a benefit performance, which was based on a proletarian novel by Grace Lumpkin. 12 At the crowded theatrical spectacle of the mock trial, the leftist New York Congressman Vito Marcantonio played the prosecutor, LWS members formed the jury, and the judge was played by the radical writer Haywood Broun. The CR management declined to attend. A distinguished independent committee chaired by the socialist theologian Reinhold Niebuhr investigated both sides of the strike and confirmed the LWS finding that CR's management was at fault. 13. In early 1936 the National Labor Relations Board reached the same conclusion and ordered that the fired workers be reinstated with back pay. By this time, CR's intransigence had cost it many subscribers. Its further decline was ensured when a group of strikers formed a rival organization, Consumers Union, rather than accept reinstatement at CR. To highlight its pro-labor orientation, Consumers Union recruited an interracial advisory committee of labor leaders. CR founder Stuart Chase moved to Consumers Union, whose subscribers soon far outnumbered CR's. 14 Consumers Union shared some personnel with the LWS, whose visibility the strike enhanced. The labor expertise of the LWS was acknowledged by the NLRB, which in its understaffed early years asked the LWS for help in mediating disputes and monitoring union elections. LWS members also were appointed to the state boards that implemented state minimum wage laws for women. By 1939 the LWS had 14 chapters around the country. The Washington, D.C. chapter counted many female New Dealers, and wives of New Dealers, among its members. The League soon broadened its scope to include cost of living issues, and during the war it mobilized volunteers to help enforce price control legislation. 15. For the CR leaders Schlink and Matthews, this humiliating defeat was the catalyst for a sharp swing from left to right. In early 1938, they wrote an article urging Congress to repeal the Wagner, Social Security, and Soil Conservation Acts, to shelve the Fair Labor Standards Bill, and to abolish the Works Progress Administration. In August, Matthews testified before the newly created Dies Committee that communist influence over the NLRB was producing biased rulings. The CR case was his major example, and he labeled the LWS and Consumers Union Communist Fronts. 16 Congressman Martin Dies promptly hired Matthews to be his committee's chief investigator, from which position Matthews waged an ongoing vendetta against the NLRB, LWS, and Consumers Union, among others. He would continue that campaign after joining Senator Joseph McCarthy's staff in 1953. J.B. Matthews became the unofficial eminence grise of American anti-communism, foremost among the handful of former leftists who obtained powerful positions on congressional investigating committees. 17 Although the Consumer Labor Alliance defeated Matthews in the 1930s, later he would gain the upper hand. Figure 2.1. Rep. Martin dies on April 3, 1937, shortly after he introduced a resolution for a congressional inquiry into the CIO's sit-down strike. Dies was a leading opponent of the Wagner Act before he became the first chair of the Special Committee to investigate un-American activities. Harris and Ewing Collection, Library of Congress. Employers much more powerful than CR likewise ignored the Wagner Act at first. In May 1936 another Supreme Court decision encouraged the expectation that the statute would be found unconstitutional. 18 Labor strategists decided to work on public opinion by persuading the Senate to authorize the La Follette Civil Liberties Committee to investigate employer tactics in resisting unions. Initially staffed in part by NLRB employees who had little to do while the Wagner Act's constitutionality was in question, the La Follette Committee documented employer brutality against workers who tried to organize unions. In a series of hearings and reports from 1936 through 1941, the committee revealed the widespread use of industrial espionage, private police forces, strike-breaking services, and stockpiles of machine guns and tear gas to break strikes or prevent workers from exercising their legal right to form unions. Two particularly shocking inquiries in 1937 publicized employer violence against Kentucky coal miners and against South Chicago strikers and their families at the Memorial Day massacre outside Republic Steel's plant. 19 Even people who considered themselves informed about labor conditions were appalled. Leon Kaiserling wrote to his father, "The films of the Chicago massacre of 2 weeks ago, subpoenaed by the La Follette Committee, are a revelation. They show close-ups of the police firing machine guns into the backs of retreating and unarmed men, women, and children." Kaiserling fumed that the little steel companies had banded together to circumvent the law, openly, secretly, legalistically, terroristically, and in every other way open to hired lawyers, editorialists, police, thugs, and agents provocateurs. 20. Figure 2.2. Testifying before the new Dies Committee on August 22, 1938, J.B. Matthews said the immediate objectives of President Roosevelt's administration were identical to those of the Communist Party. Matthews soon joined the Dies Committee staff. Harris and Ewing Collection, Library of Congress. When the Supreme Court stunned labor's friends and foes alike by upholding the Wagner Act in April 1937, the NLRB went into high gear. The court's shift was widely believed to reflect the pressure of public opinion as manifested in Roosevelt's landslide re-election, in the surge of workers into unions, and popular support for Roosevelt's dubious proposal to expand the number of justices on the Supreme Court, effectively diluting the influence of sitting conservatives. 21 Emboldened by its perceived mandate from the court and a sympathetic public, the NLRB within weeks was holding hearings all over the country, and by the end of the year it had tackled the big boys in every industry. Under the chairmanship of J. Warren Madden, the board chose to make a record of vigorous enforcement, unmatched in the history of administrative agencies. 22 The Madden board issued an astonishing number of decisions, which were generally fair and legally well crafted. Of the 16 decisions that were appealed to the Supreme Court in the year ended June 30, 1938, for example, none were overturned. According to Tom Emerson, who headed the NLRB Review Division in this period, the Supreme Court rather quickly began to have confidence in the board's work in contrast to some of the other agencies. 23. The NLRB's early record won the admiration of legal experts and labor advocates, but it also made some bitter enemies. As historian James Gross observes, no administrative agency could handle these powerful employers the way the NLRB was handling them without being subjected to intense political pressure. From 1938 into 1941, the NLRB would be under constant attack from employers and their associations, congressional conservatives, much of the press, and, startlingly, the American Federation of Labor. 24. After the Supreme Court sustained the Wagner Act, its opponents turned to Congress. In 1939, employers and the AFL introduced amendments that NLRB lawyers believed would have undercut the act. The employers' proposed amendments reflected their complaints that the Wagner Act was one-sided, giving rights to employees but not to employers, and that it gave the NLRB an unprecedented and dangerous amount of authority with no provision for appeal. Meanwhile, AFL proposals sought to limit the NLRB's power to determine the bargaining unit in a given workplace, because that power enabled the board to invalidate union contracts that it found did not represent the free choice of a majority of workers. The AFL leadership complained that NLRB rulings in jurisdictional disputes between the AFL and its chief rival organization, the CIO, favored the CIO. Most NLRB employees indeed were pro-CIO, believing it served the interests of most workers better than the AFL. Even NLRB lawyers who were considered relatively conservative, such as Ida Klaus, Estelle Frankfurter, and Robert Watts, thought the CIO was more democratic and progressive than the AFL. According to Chairman Madden, employers feared the CIO because their leaders were scrupulously honest. They weren't people that you could do business with. Like the heads of some of the old craft unions where what the employers did was to pay off the head of the union instead of paying the working people very much. Tom Emerson recalled being astonished by the incompetence, narrowness, and stupidity of the AFL traditionalists. The CIO group was incomparably more alert, intelligent, and aggressive. NLRB critics took such views as evidence of pro-CIO bias, but the NLRB's favoritism was based on substantial evidence of AFL shortcomings. 25. The Wagner Act took as its constitutional basis the tangible public interest in the stabilization of the wages, hours, and working conditions of the labor force at large. This was a departure from common law precedent and from the AFL view of collective bargaining as a private activity between unions and employers. The NLRB's responsibility was not primarily to protect union rights, but the public interest in the welfare and purchasing power of individual employees. Many AFL leaders were horrified as the implications of this dawned on them. 26 Advocates of unskilled or unorganized workers saw it differently. They welcomed the shift toward the public interest as a means of countering union discrimination against certain groups of workers. 27 They believed that without federal government support, unions would be unable to overcome massive business opposition. Advocates for Southern workers were especially likely to believe federal intervention would be more a help than a hindrance to the labor movement. 28 It is true that the Wagner Act increased the labor movement's dependence on the federal government and encroached on the autonomy of unions as well as of employers. But the law's drafters were more interested in worker self-organization and living standards than in maximizing productivity. 29 In its early years, the NLRB defended union rights so energetically that it won the loyalty of labor radicals. Not until later, after sustained attack by conservatives, would the NLRB begin to prioritize stability and seek to curb rank-and-file activity. 30. The enthusiasm that advocates of black or female workers displayed in defending the Wagner Act from amendment in 1939 indicates their appreciation of the NLRB's early efforts. Groups who testified against amendment included the LWS, the National Consumers League, the Washington Women's Trade Union League, the Church League for Industrial Democracy, and the National Negro Congress. These groups also wrote editorials for their local papers and urged members to write their representatives opposing Amendment. 31 In 1935, the National Negro Congress had protested that the Wagner Act did not include a clause prohibiting racial discrimination by unions, but by 1939 its leaders were impressed with NLRB efforts against exclusionary practices. Leon Keyserling claimed that the original bill he drafted had prohibited discrimination by unions but that the AFL fought bitterly to eliminate this clause, and much against his will Senator Wagner had to consent to the elimination in order to prevent scuttling of the entire bill. 32 The CIO established itself as eager to organize black workers, and although its record on racial issues was not perfect, it was better than the AFL's. Mary Dublin, a top official of both the National Consumers League and the New York League of Women Shoppers, played an important role in the drive to block amendments. Working behind the scenes with Senator Wagner's office, Dublin contacted potential witnesses to testify against the amendments. She collected signatures from 1,500 prominent citizens who opposed the amendments and had them entered into the congressional record. She wrote a pamphlet analyzing the proposed amendments and distributed 20,000 of them around the country through local chapters of allied voluntary associations. In that pamphlet and in her own testimony before the House and Senate Labor Committees, Dublin rebutted various criticisms of the NLRB. She offered data showing that the NLRB had not favored the CIO over the AFL. In reply to the AFL, she defended the NLRB's power to invalidate certain union contracts, arguing that unions needed merely to turn to their own membership to seek democratically the strength which will give their contracts validity before the law. Restricting that NLRB power, she claimed, would make for collusion between employers and minority representatives and deal a powerful blow to the cause of industrial democracy. Certain workers were especially likely to be victims of such collusion with employers, as Dublin was well aware. She denied that the Wagner Act had increased strikes, but she also defended workers' right to strike. We consumers want peace based on the dignity of working men and women, and recognition of their essential rights, not the shotgun peace that comes from acquiescence in the suppression of those rights. 33. Dublin's testimony was effective in helping to block amendments to the Wagner Act, but it also put her in the spotlight, for better and for worse. Leon Keyserling was dazzled, and he married her the following year. Her testimony was so impressive, apparently, that one congressman had difficulty believing she had written it herself. He was taken aback when she described herself as an economist, and he asked whether she was married and whether she earned a salary. LWS officer Nina Collier's testimony met with the same gendered condescension. 34 The right, meanwhile, expressed outrage at organized women's defense of the Wagner Act. The Chicago Tribune's response was to label the LWS a communist front group. With respect to Dublin's efforts, one columnist warned that an organization styling itself as the National Consumers League is flooding the mails with propaganda in opposition to any amendments of the National Labor Relations Act, and in support of its position makes appeals as specious and absurd as ever came from the Minister of Propaganda and Enlightenment in Nazi Germany. That writer also claimed, erroneously, that after the Wagner Act was upheld came the period of the sit-down strike and the statement from the Perkins woman that the illegality of such a strike had never been established. 35. The support of the NLRB by pro-labor women's groups was part of a broader effort to push the New Deal towards social democracy, an effort in which activists inside and outside the government cooperated. In addition to helping defend the Wagner Act, the National Consumers League and LWS lobbied less successfully to cut appropriations for the Dies Committee and to renew appropriations for the La Follette Committee, whose reports on unfair labor practices aided the NLRB's work. 36 LWS petitions and leaflets circulated regularly through NLRB offices, and prominent officials attended LWS and Consumers League events. 37 With a stronger presence in Washington than the NCL, the LWS was especially active on the heterosocial left wing of the New Deal. Parties, dances, and conventions held by the Washington branch of the LWS routinely attracted 400 or 500 people. Not stopping at formal lobbying against the Dies Committee, LWS members publicly mocked it. At an elaborate LWS fundraiser in 1940, New Dealers acted in skits that lampooned their opposition. One skit featured a Southern congressman named Martin Pice. Dies Committee staffers were not amused, recording the names of participants as derogatory information. In 1940, left feminists in and out of government were not yet terribly worried about being accused of communist leanings, but that would change. Anti-communist investigators characterized the ties between social movement organizations and government agencies as evidence of a communist-directed conspiracy, and data they gathered in this early period would haunt federal employees later. 38. Painting the NLRB pink. After all amendments to the Wagner Act were blocked in 1939, congressional conservatives tried a tactic that proved to be more successful. They created a special House committee to investigate the NLRB. Named for its chairman, Howard Smith, and dominated by anti-New Dealers, the Smith Committee conducted a lopsided investigation that was designed to undermine public support for the NLRB. It succeeded, not least because of the ample coverage provided by the press lords. In effect, the Smith Committee continued the campaign begun by the American Liberty League, the DuPont-backed conservative group, against the Wagner Act and the wider New Deal. In June 1940, amendments proposed by the Smith Committee passed by a large margin in the House, thanks in part to the committee's startling alliance with the AFL. New Dealers in the Senate managed to delay further action until after the 1940 elections, when the amendments were rejected. However, the Smith Committee achieved its objective. The pressure on the Roosevelt administration from the AFL Conservative Alliance resulted in personnel and policy changes that weakened both the letter and the spirit of NLRB enforcement of worker rights. The Smith Committee also popularized the idea that communists controlled the NLRB. Some NLRB employees in fact were communists, but the Smith Committee was less interested in identifying them than in damaging the image of the entire agency. 39. One tool in the Smith Committee's kit for discrediting the NLRB was to exaggerate women's influence in the agency. The NLRB in its early years hired many female lawyers and economists, although professional women remained a small minority. The Smith Committee called most of those women to testify, creating a false impression that women dominated the agency. 3 of the NLRB's 22 regional directors in 1939 were women, and the Smith Committee summoned 2 of them. Dorothea Deschwinitz, a Smith College graduate with advanced training in economics, was director of the St. Louis NLRB from 1938 until 1942. Eleanor Herrick was director of the NLRB's largest regional headquarters, in New York, from 1934 until 1942. A divorced mother of 2, Herrick was close to Senator Wagner and Labor Secretary Perkins, which along with her hard-driving, chain-smoking style, made her a person to be reckoned with. Much of her testimony criticized NLRB personnel and policies rather than defending them, but her prominence in the hearings contributed to the feminization of the agency in the eyes of the public. 40. More dramatically, the first 6 Review Division attorneys summoned by the Smith Committee's General Counsel were women, creating an impression of female predominance that was misleading given that only 11 of 105 review attorneys were women. Every day for a week in January 1940, the front page of the New York Times featured a smiling portrait of one of the women lawyers, who, like their male counterparts at the NLRB, averaged about 30 years of age. Under the aggressive questioning of counsel Edmund Toland, the witnesses sometimes hesitated or contradicted themselves. Headlines included "Inexperience laid to aides of NLRB" and "Lawyer of NLRB changed her mind." NLRB personnel were at a great disadvantage because the Smith Committee had all their files. The witnesses did not know which cases they would be questioned on, and they had no opportunity to refresh their memories. Comparably experienced men would have done little better under Toland's questioning. Although Toland bullied all witnesses, he treated female and male witnesses differently. He shouted at the women to speak up and to give more responsive answers. He interspersed personal questions with queries about intricate details of NLRB cases. In questioning women, Toland emphasized their youth and their sex. He brought out that several of the women had been hired even before their admission to the bar, insinuating that they were not qualified. In fact, it was typical for the top graduates of the best law schools to be snapped up before passing the bar, and the pattern actually indicated the strong credentials of these recruits. According to Tom Emerson, the head of the Review Division, women professionals were looked upon with considerable skepticism by Congress, and perhaps the general public exploited that negative attitude. Toland did not call any of the top officials who would have been able to represent the Review Division more effectively. Emerson recalled, the net effect was not favorable to the Review Division. 41. In addition to casting the female review attorneys as inexperienced and incompetent, Toland undermined public sympathy for them by revealing that some were married to men who also worked for the federal government. Carol Ager's husband Abe Fortas was counsel to the Interior Department's Bituminous Coal Division, and Landy's husband Mortimer Wolfe was in the NLRB's Litigation Division, and Margaret Bennett Porter's husband John Porter was in the Justice Department. Toland asked each woman to state her salary and that of her husband. This revealed that the women earned substantially less than their husbands, but gender inequity was not Toland's point. He expected to tap the widespread resentment of wage-earning married women, a resentment that became still more potent in the case of government couples because it fused with taxpayer indignation. His tactics were so heavy-handed that, according to the New York Times, members of several women's organizations began attending the Smith Committee hearings because they were concerned over reports of sex discrimination by Mr. Toland. 42. Particularly offensive was one committee member's insult to the female attorney's sexual respectability, in the form of a joke about professional ladies that equated them with prostitutes. 43. The Smith Committee's tactics were calculated to generate titillating media coverage, but the more fundamental objective was to undermine the NLRB. With the help of Toland, the Smith Committee made the NLRB the subject of ridicule. The conservative Congressman Claire Hoffman told his colleagues that if they would take a look at the reviewing attorneys, you will understand why there has been so much trouble. Those girls who are acting as reviewing attorneys for the board are fine young ladies. They are good looking, they are intelligent appearing, they are just as wonderful, I imagine, to visit with, to talk with, and to look at as any like number of young ladies anywhere in the country, but the chances are 99 out of 100 that none of them ever changed a diaper, hung a washing, or baked a loaf of bread. 45. These NLRB lawyers were not successful as women, according to Hoffman's rating system, but their neglect of the domestic arts did not mean that they were competent lawyers either. None of them has had any judicial or industrial experience to qualify her for the job they are trying to do, and yet here they are. Good-looking, intelligent appearing as they may be, and well-groomed all of them, writing opinions on which the jobs of hundreds of thousands of men depend and upon which the success or failure of an industrial enterprise may depend, and we stand for it. 46. Hoffman and his ilk used these young women as a symbol of government incompetence. Showcasing the women lawyers also was a way of insinuating that the NLRB was dominated by communists and their sympathizers. The Smith Committee portrayed the agency as staffed by young women who not only were ignorant of political and economic realities but also were enamored of idealistic social policies and malleable enough to be controlled by communists. Several weeks earlier, the DIES Committee had published a list of more than 500 government employees whose names appeared on membership lists of the anti-fascist American League for Peace and Democracy, which DIES alleged was a communist front. The NLRB had a relatively high proportion of ALPD members, and in turn a high proportion of those were women. 47.3 of the 6 female review attorneys called by Toland, for example, belonged to the ALPD. Stereotypes about women's innate pacifism and instinctive sympathy for the weak, as well as their irrationality and gullibility, fed into an assumption that women were especially susceptible to communism. The Smith Committee lost no opportunity to point in that direction. The Hungarian-born Anne Landi Wolf was asked about her accent and date of naturalization. Questions about the circumstances of each woman's hiring by the NLRB revealed that 2 of them had worked at the left-leaning Resettlement Administration. Much was made of the fact that Margaret Bennett Porter was recommended to the NLRB by Jerome Frank, whose group had been purged from the Agricultural Adjustment Administration in 1935 after angering powerful Southern growers. 48. Margaret Bennett Porter indeed was a member of the Communist Party. She and her husband had joined by the time she arrived at the NLRB in 1935. In 1955 her former colleague Herbert Fuchs testified that he, Bennett Porter, and 15 others had been part of a Communist Party cell in the agency. In 1950, former CIO counsel Lee Pressman confirmed what had been widely suspected since 1939 by admitting that he and board member Nathan Witt had been party members. 49. The NLRB mission attracted talent from across the left liberal spectrum, including some who secretly more or less so, depending on the individual, belonged to the Communist Party. The Labor Board was the place to go if you were concerned about justice in the workplace, recalled the NLRB lawyer Ida Klaus. 50. Tom Emerson remembered his 5 years with the agency as the high point of a long and distinguished career. I felt a sense of mission, a sense of active struggle against the opposition, and a sense of accomplishment. By establishing the power of labor to organize into associations, the act was creating an institutional force. The most significant organized force in support of the New Deal and in support of the change in the social, political, and economic structure of the country which I thought was necessary. 51. The non-communists knew that some colleagues were probably communists, but their theoretical differences did not seem to affect job performance. As Emerson explained, the NLRB board and staff thought that issues of communism were relatively unimportant and should not be permitted to distract attention from the merits of the issues involved. Board members Warren Madden and Edwin Smith held it to be relatively immaterial if a lawyer or stenographer who was doing a competent job happened to be a Communist Party member. Howard Smith's committee used that tolerance to suggest that top NLRB officials were either dupes or conspirators with the communists who worked there. 52. They were not. At the NLRB, Nathan Witt was in a position to coordinate with his fellow party member Lee Pressman at the CIO, but there is little evidence that their strategizing yielded actions substantially different from those that their non-communist colleagues would have taken. There was little policy difference between communists and other labor advocates with respect to the Wagner Act. Everyone at the NLRB wanted to enforce the act aggressively, believed the labor movement would promote industrial and political democracy, and believed the CIO better served most workers than the AFL. Herbert Fuchs testified that he and his communist colleagues believed that being a good communist meant doing the best possible legal work for the board. Their approaches to cases were not guided by any party line. Fuchs's impression that the communist presence did not significantly affect NLRB policy is confirmed by Tom Emerson. After Nathan Witt's party membership was revealed, Emerson tried to recall incidents in which Witt's political views might have improperly influenced his work. They had worked together closely, but in the end Emerson remained convinced that Witt had done an exceedingly competent and reliable job. 53. Communists in government jobs did not get there as part of any systematic plan for infiltration. Nathan Witt hired Herbert Fuchs without knowing he was a party member. Witt had nothing to do with party member Bennett Porter's hiring, whereas he did hire the non-communist Ida Klaus. As one historian puts it, not all of the movement of party members from agency to agency was the design of hidden operators, and perhaps rather little of it. There was a motion and life in the government service that was quite independent of any contrivance, responding to the restlessness of people interested in promotions. More challenging responsibilities, more interesting jobs. 54 Although the consensus remains that communist employees had little impact on NLRB policy and decisions, the communist issue did produce factionalism that destroyed the agency's early cohesiveness. That Nathan Witt was widely and accurately believed to be a CP member, for example, meant that routine bureaucratic conflicts took on a different coloration, when colleagues who disliked his policies, like Elinor Herrick, associated them with his communism. Some blame the resulting divisiveness on the Communist Party's secrecy. Others blame it on the cynics who knowingly exaggerated the communist threat in order to achieve their own objectives. Communist infiltration of the NLRB was the major theme of the Smith Committee's final report of December 1940, but the committee's indiscriminate attacks on non-communist leftists and civil libertarians such as Warren Madden, Tom Emerson, and Shad Pollier indicated that it was chiefly concerned with swaying public opinion. 55. The changes that resulted from the campaigns by the Dies and Smith committees marked the final curtain on any aggressive New Dealism at the NLRB, in the words of Tom Emerson. When Chairman Madden's term expired in late 1940, political considerations persuaded FDR not to reappoint him, even though the president believed Madden was competent and honest. Madden's forced exit increased the power of board member William Liserson, who in the view of many NLRB employees destroyed the agency's esprit de corps. Many talented employees resigned. The early NLRB survived only as a legend among government lawyers. As young lawyers arrived in Washington, they would hear tales of an agency that was characterized by tremendous courage, great ability to resist pressure, and great tenacity for its positions. 56 The Smith Committee hearings of 1939 and 1940 transformed the NLRB into a conservative, insecure, politically sensitive agency preoccupied with its own survival and reduced to deciding essentially marginal issues using legal tools of analysis exclusively. 57 By 1941, the radicals, communist and otherwise, had left. Implicit in the NLRB's transformation was its decreased openness to professional women who had brought training in economics, sociology, and social work as well as activist perspectives to their legal careers. By 1942, few of the female lawyers who had been called before the Smith Committee remained at the NLRB, and they were not replaced by women. When the U.S. Women's Bureau surveyed the status of professional women in the civil service just after the war, the NLRB no longer stood out as a beacon of opportunity. In fact, it had fewer high-ranking women than most agencies. 58. The consumer movement. After the NLRB was reined in and the La Follette Committee was discontinued, left feminist government employees looked elsewhere for fulfilling work. Quite a few of them ended up at the National Defense Advisory Commission and its successor, the Office of Price Administration. Not long after Tom Emerson resigned from the NLRB in protest of Roosevelt's refusal to reappoint Chairman Madden, he was hired as the OPA's Associate General Counsel. Similarly, after 4 years as the Assistant General Counsel to the La Follette Committee, David Demarest Lloyd became Chief Attorney for a branch of the OPA's Rationing Division. 59. The migration of radicals from the NLRB to other agencies was reflected in the choice of targets by congressional conservatives. After 1941, the Dies Committee virtually ignored the NLRB and instead attacked agencies such as the OPA and the Office of Civilian Defense. In 1943, a second Smith Committee formed, and it focused most of its criticism on the OPA. Dies, Smith, and their peers might have said they were simply following the communists, but it would be more accurate to say that after manipulating the communist issue in order to tame the NLRB, conservatives turned their sights on new challengers to corporate prerogatives. 60. The radical consumer movement of the 1930s sought to support the labor movement and also to mobilize groups not directly represented by organized labor, such as non-wage earning women and the unemployed. A long view of the tradition of consumer activism would include American colonists' dumping of British tea, abolitionist boycotts of slave-made goods, and working-class women's boycotts of price increases for staples such as bread and meat. In the early 20th century, campaigns on cost of living issues waged by labor groups as well as upper-class women stimulated intellectual interest in the role of the consumer in the emerging mass production economy. During the 1920s, a handful of reformers began to argue that raising the purchasing power of poor and working-class Americans was essential to the health of the economy, as well as to the health of those groups. 61. As the Great Depression gave the underconsumptionist view wider currency, diverse activists came to believe that consumer organization would complement labor organization in securing a larger share of the fruits of economic production for workers and consumers, as opposed to managers and investors. Not long after beginning his job at the Department of the Interior in late 1933, Felix Cohen reported to Norman Thomas, the Socialist Party leader, that many New Dealers thought the consumer is getting a raw deal and that any sort of organized consumer pressure would be pretty effective. Cohen thought this represented a strategic opening. If the Socialist Party or individual socialists could take the lead in organizing such pressure and pressing forward the socialist implications of price fixing, I think much would be accomplished toward the political education of the masses. I think we have the opportunity of a lifetime to build the popular feeling that capitalism has faults. 62. The Socialist Party did not formally act on Cohen's suggestion, but socialists were among those who encouraged and were encouraged by the surge of grassroots consumer activism in the 1930s. Embracing ascendant ideas about the importance of mass purchasing power to a healthy industrial economy, left-leaning New Dealers argued that a redistribution of wealth was imperative not just for humanitarian reasons but for economic stability, and therefore for political stability. The economy of our time, unregulated and unsupported by government spending, has a tendency to restrict its own market and so to destroy itself, stated Elizabeth Wickenden. 63 The lopsided distribution of wealth that restricted the mass market in turn threatened the survival of democracy. Political democracy depends on the achievement of industrial democracy, and this is still far away from us, Mary Dublin asserted, citing statistics on economic inequality and the obstacles to informed political participation by the poor. 64. Such ideas encouraged the organization of new voluntary associations to mobilize and represent consumers, and some government agencies created consumer-oriented divisions staffed by purchasing power progressives. During the New Deal, these agencies included the Consumers Advisory Board of the National Recovery Administration, the Office of the Consumer Council in the Department of Agriculture, and the temporary National Economic Committee. During World War II, those initiatives were sustained through the Office of Civilian Defense and, especially, the OPA. Later, the Consumers Advisory Committee to the President's Council of Economic Advisers and similar committees under Presidents Kennedy and Johnson tried to keep the consumer's interest on the agenda. Those agencies relied on mutually supportive relationships with a succession of voluntary associations, including the League of Women Shoppers, Consumers Union, and Consumers National Federation and its successor, the National Association of Consumers. A remarkably constant core of thinkers, activists, and policymakers sustained the series of consumer initiatives from the 1930s through the 1960s. Recent scholarship implies that well-known economists such as Gardner Means, Paul Douglas, and Leon Henderson did the consumer movement's thinking while housewives did the agitating. In fact, women were predominant among both the leaders and the rank and file of the movement. Persia Campbell, Caroline Ware, Mary Dublin Kaiserling, and Esther Peterson were among its earliest and most dedicated strategists. Strikingly, many of them married left consumerist men. 65 Right-wingers recognized women's centrality at all levels of the consumer movement. When they investigated the consumer movement on the grounds that it was dominated by communists, female activists came under especially close scrutiny, sometimes with ramifications for their husbands. The Consumers' National Federation and LWS are less well known than the Consumers' Union, but all three groups forged the ties between consumer groups and government officials that were a key source of strength before the Red Scare but a liability thereafter. The LWS also stands out for its distinctly feminine direct action tactics and for the anti-feminist response it provoked. These organizations should be included along with the better-known labor, anti-fascist, and civil rights causes as associations in which membership later became the kiss of death for government employees facing allegations of disloyalty. Founded in 1937, the CNF was an umbrella group for progressive consumer organizations that served as a two-way communication medium between ordinary consumers and government officials. On one hand, it developed educational materials for housewives, and on the other it offered expert representation of the consumer point of view in government councils. Ultimately, the CNF wanted consumer agencies in local, state, and national governments, but its leaders recognized that vocal grassroots support was critical to creating and sustaining such agencies. As CNF leader Helen Hall put it, the group tried to create a widespread expression of a buyer's demand to which administrators can refer. This is not to disparage administrative leadership itself. But these agencies can function best when the groups they are set up to serve are articulate. So the CNF tried to stimulate in cities across the nation a conscious, educated consumer movement as a decentralized force in American democracy. 66 CNF objectives also included distinguishing bona fide consumer organizations from business fronts. Opposing the campaign of captive consumer groups to blame high prices on union-driven wage increases, the CNF yoked consumer and labor interests together in a march against unchecked corporate profit-seeking. 67. The Consumers' National Federation enjoyed easy access to New Deal officials, a fact unnoticed by historians but not by conservatives at the time. After meetings with President Roosevelt and Secretary of Agriculture Henry Wallace in 1938, Persia Campbell reported, "CNF is an open sesame in Washington. I never have the least difficulty in making appointments in or out of the government." 68. The CNF took partial credit for the creation of the temporary National Economic Committee, a key platform for purchasing power progressives. 69. In the spring of 1939, the CNF did at least two things that antagonized powerful conservatives, at the very moment that its member organization, the LWS, was provoking them with its pro-CIO activism. Testifying before the temporary National Economic Committee, CNF executive Persia Campbell warned that representatives of various industries were setting up bogus consumer groups in an effort to co-opt the widespread consumer impulse to organize independently. 72nd, the CNF filed a complaint against Good Housekeeping magazine that led the Federal Trade Commission to cite its owner, Hearst Magazines, for running fraudulent advertising. Hearst promptly hired an undercover agent to investigate Campbell. Lengthy reports on her career and personal life soon reached Dye's committee files. Hearst probably was also behind the simultaneous investigation of the Chicago League of Women Shoppers, which was supporting a strike against Hearst newspapers. Notes on Chicago LWS meetings, along with its bank statements and the arrest records of its officers, reached the Dye's committee around the same time as the CNF report. 71. The Dye's committee used this material for a sensational report charging that most of the consumer groups that had burst onto the political scene since 1935, including the League of Women Shoppers, Consumers' National Federation, Consumers' Union, and several others, were controlled by communists. In a highly irregular proceeding, Dye's committee researcher J.B. Matthews testified before a subcommittee consisting solely of Martin Dye's, and then Dye's released his report to the press before other committee members saw it. 72. Matthews charged that the Communist Party was exploiting consumer protests against real or fancied abuses in order to discredit free enterprise in the United States. Headlines all over the nation publicized his claim that the Communist Party USA had decided to use the consumer movement as a Trojan horse for winning middle-class support. According to Matthews, the Communist Party leader Earl Browder himself had told the Dye's committee that the LWS, CNF, and other consumer groups were communist transmission belts. 73. Matthews tipped his hand by claiming that the advertising industry was communists' primary target. Advertising performs an indispensable function in the capitalist system of free enterprise, he asserted. The current government procedures against advertising and advertising media have been instigated and are being aided by these consumer organizations which are under the control of communists. His lead example was the cooperation between CNF and the Department of Agriculture's Consumer Counsel, Donald Montgomery, in the complaint against Hearst's Good Housekeeping. Only with additional funding, Matthews concluded, could the DIES committee undertake the thorough investigation of communist infiltration of the government that this incident indicated was urgently required. 74. This DIES report provoked a storm of protest. Consumer movement leaders did not deny that communists participated, but they emphatically denied that communists controlled their organizations. Eleanor Roosevelt announced that she had been a member of the League of Women Shoppers. President Roosevelt scolded Martin Dies, and angry letters from distinguished citizens poured into the DIES committee. Many suspected a brazen scheme to increase the committee's funding. Journalists also uncovered Matthews's personal grudge against the LWS and Consumers Union, which dated back to the Consumers' Research strike in 1935. Next it came out that only days before his subcommittee appearance, Matthews had met with top advertising and corporate executives at the home of George Sokolsky, a Hearst columnist and paid lobbyist for the National Association of Manufacturers. Consumer activists who already had been calling for abolition of the DIES committee intensified their efforts. Matthews took a drubbing in the press and before the full membership of the DIES committee. It seemed he and DIES had made fools of themselves. 75. This was only the opening skirmish, however, in a 30-year war against the consumer movement, waged in the name of anti-communism by conservative business interests and their allies in government. The anti-communist campaign did eventually damage the movement by undercutting its grassroots support and pressuring its leaders to moderate their objectives. Consumers Union, which once had supported fair labor standards and strong regulatory action on behalf of consumers, narrowed its agenda to product testing. 76 Because consumer activists had the ears of federal policymakers and sometimes obtained jobs in federal agencies, right-wing hostility to these consumer advocates was an important source of the crusade against communists in government, which in turn produced the Federal Employee Loyalty Program. J.B. Matthews was wrong that the consumers' movement was a communist plot, but he was right that it was ambitious, influential, and innovative in its tactics. The consumer movement attracted the most prominent left and liberal women of the era, as well as thousands of less famous ones. They included New Deal Democrats, independent leftists, and communists. A 1936 list of prospective CNF members illustrates its inclusive impulse. The list featured mainstream women's clubs, liberal groups such as the Women's Trade Union League, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and communist-affiliated groups such as the International Workers' Order, National Negro Congress, and Progressive Women's Council. Contrary to Matthews's suggestion, the original Executive Council of the CNF was not communist-dominated. One or perhaps two of 17 members were communists. 77. Of CNF members, the LWS arguably pulled in the greatest star power. By 1939 the organization claimed 25,000 members in 14 chapters across the country. The LWS conceived its agenda broadly: we work for high wages, low prices, fair profits, progressive taxation, adequate health protection and housing for all, and the ending of racial, religious, or sex discrimination in employment. The League produced frequent digests of pending legislation in all those areas. 78. In the late 1930s and early 1940s that agenda attracted big names, whose presence generated abundant newspaper coverage for the LWS, particularly in Washington. Mrs. Dean Acheson entertained the League of Women Shoppers at a membership tea at her home, with nearly 100 attending, was the caption for a typical Washington Post photograph of three elegantly dressed LWS officers holding teacups. The District of Columbia chapter quickly grew to about 500 members, including female legislators, government officials, and journalists, as well as wives of men in those occupations. The Washington newspapers covered its activities regularly, on and off the women's pages. 79 In another typical event, Lillian Hellman, National League Vice President, addressed League members at the home of Cornelia Bryce Pinchot, the prominent feminist and wife of the former governor of Pennsylvania. Also present was the star of Hellman's play Little Foxes, Tallulah Bankhead. Those who took turns pouring tea included 2 female judges, a congresswoman, peace activist Dorothy Ditzer, and several New Dealers' wives. 80. For these women, the consumer movement's goal of raising the living standards and political participation of ordinary people had a feminist dimension. They demanded women's rights in the workplace, but they also recognized that women, whether wage earners or housewives, usually did the shopping and often worried as much about the price and quality of household goods as about wage rates. The CNF sought to make the pay envelope, whatever it is, count for more by fighting inflated prices and shoddy goods on many policy fronts. Helen Hall believed the movement had added some understanding and some dignity to the job of the low-income housewife. Not only living standards but political democracy was enhanced. 81 Professional women too were taken more seriously when they spoke as consumers than when they spoke as representatives of labor or business. By the 1930s the political discourse increasingly cast consumers as the working class masses, eroding the Progressive era association between upper-class women and consumption. Still, although consumers were no longer only women, they clearly included women more indisputably than workers or employers did. 82. The consumer movement challenged white supremacy as well as male supremacy. LWS chapters demonstrated against stores that refused to hire African Americans. The Washington chapter surveyed 600 women about the wages and hours of their household employees and then arranged for a domestic worker, laundry worker, and hotel waitress, all African American women, to address the group. When a House committee refused to consider extending Social Security coverage to household workers, the LWS protested the racially discriminatory impact of their exclusion. 83 The wider consumer movement shared the LWS's convictions. African American groups joined CNF. The civil rights feminist Ella Baker was an active member of the Consumers Advisory Committee to the OPA and later to the President's Council of Economic Advisers, and she also was a founding officer of the post-war National Association of Consumers. 84 This racial egalitarianism only deepened anti-communist suspicion of the consumer activists. The consumer movement used gendered styles to get results. Members of the councils against the high cost of living projected a working-class feminine image, presenting themselves as simple housewives on tight budgets. 85 By contrast, the LWS deliberately took advantage of its members' class and gender status as ladies. Its fundraising and publicity stunts included a mink coat raffle and a silk-free fashion show in support of a controversial boycott of Japanese silk. Newspaper coverage of the Washington chapter's fashion show, attended by 600 in January 1938, featured close-ups of the cotton-stockinged legs of the city's socialites. 86 Cornelia Bryce Pinchot assured members that picketing was not unladylike. Lucille Ezekiel, local league president and wife of a prominent New Deal economist, led a delegation in evening gowns to picket the Harrington Hotel for dismissing 16 waitresses. 87 Another stunt that generated newspaper photographs was picketing on roller skates, as Washington LWS members did in June 1939, bearing placards that read "We used to be patrons, now we're pickets." 88 A few years later, when Capitol Hill police interfered with a women's delegation to present legislators with pro-price control petitions, LWS officers traded on their femininity by protesting the rough handling, which they claimed had sent a pregnant woman into shock. 89. Conservatives highlighted and deprecated the presence of upper-class women in the consumer movement. An article titled "Halfway to Communism with the League of Women Shoppers," published in the Bulletin of J.B. Matthews' old group, ridiculed women who went from a tea party to picketing. Truly, this sets a new style in teas. We may expect to see worthy matrons cut short their bridge parties and teas to dash off to some strike headquarters. The author suggested that women were as fickle in politics as they were in shopping. The fashion forecasters, however, predict it will in time be fashionable to be a lady once again. 90 After a sarcastic editorial in the Pittsburgh Press made fun of lady picketers, the local league's executive retorted that there was nothing illogical about a group of fortunate women opposing the unwise and antisocial activities of others in similar position who oppose the legitimate objectives of organized labor. In fact, she continued, women who can afford to lunch at the Mayflower Hotel should be commended for not being impervious to the needs and welfare of waitresses and chambermaids. 91. Figure 2.3. We used to be patrons, now we are pickets, reads the sign held by Lucille Ezekiel, president of the Washington, D.C. League of Women Shoppers, shown with other LWS members and members of the International Association of Mechanics, June 21, 1939, Washington Star. Reprinted with permission of the D.C. Public Library, Star Collection, copyright Washington Post. Critics were wrong that the LWS was a fad, an indulgence of bored ladies who joined for the parties and publicity. No doubt the group acquired a certain cachet, which helps explain why hundreds of prominent people turned out for its events. But many of the big names on its letterheads were dedicated activists, and they did not melt away at the first sign of a shift in political climate. The Washington chapter and its supporters initially were not intimidated by the Dies Committee allegations. 400 people showed up for an LWS benefit party held in May 1940 on the roof of the Washington Hotel. Staged as a country fair, the event included satirical skits in which New Dealers played each other and sometimes their antagonists. An Interior Department official cast as Leon Henderson of the temporary National Economic Committee struggled to tame three lions representing three intransigent industries. One of the lions was David Demarest Lloyd of the La Follette Committee. Another sketch mocked Congressman Dies, and its star was the local league president Lucille Ezekiel, whose husband was the economic advisor to Secretary of Agriculture Henry Wallace. 92. The LWS also was adept at more conventional, less glamorous tactics. Many of the fur-coated New Deal wives knew a lot about social policy and legislative politics, and they were hard workers. At the Washington chapter, 9 committees churned out savvy legislative digests, letters to editors, and press releases. In 1940 and 1941, the work of the Washington LWS included creating a 13-part radio series on consumer and labor issues, boycotting a Disney film in support of striking cartoonists, organizing conferences on household employment, housing, and defense issues, lobbying on national and district legislation, and investigating the dismissal of a woman from the War Department. Despite the Dies allegations, female New Dealers like Caroline Ware, Evelyn Burns, and Josephine Roche remained members, and New Dealers' wives continued as active officers. Between 1943 and 1946, the Washington chapter followed the national organization in focusing primarily on price control, earning recognition from the Office of Civilian Defense and the OPA for its advisory and educational efforts. That focus on price control did not mean a shift away from labor interests to consumer interests, because the LWS understood these as the flip side of the same coin, living standards for the poor and working class. 93. J.B. Matthews and the Dies Committee did not go away, however. In fact, they intensified their attack. The League of Women Shoppers, after being cited as a communist front group several more times, eventually did begin to lose its most distinguished members, increasing the influence of lesser-known women, some of whom were communists. 94 As government employees began to be screened for loyalty in 1941 and 1942, they grew more circumspect about their affiliations, and so did their spouses. This affected all LWS branches, as federal workers were scattered around the country, but it was devastating for the District of Columbia branch. The expansion of the federal loyalty program in 1947 prompted more resignations, and the National LWS dissolved in 1949. The Consumers' National Federation had folded in 1941, and its post-war successor, the National Association of Consumers, never generated as much support. 95 Conservative anti-communists had bigger fish to fry than the consumer movement, however. Far from being chastened, they took New Dealers' indignant defense of the consumer movement in December 1939 and their close ties to its member groups as evidence of a communist conspiracy. Allegations of subversion at the Office of Price Administration. In 1940, the prospect of war and the likely need for rationing and price control moved consumer issues to the center of the domestic political agenda. In May of that year, Roosevelt created the National Defense Advisory Commission, whose responsibilities included price stabilization. 96 Consumer advocates saw a chance to win at last the permanent consumer agency they long had wanted. They did not get it. From inception, the price control initiative met with predictable resistance from industry and agricultural interests within and without the government. New Dealers divided over how far to accommodate that resistance. The consumer advocates won some victories, but those produced a backlash that included charges of un-Americanism. In September 1941, Dies declared in an open letter to President Roosevelt that communists had infiltrated the price control agency, now the Office of Price Administration. 4 of the 5 OPA employees named by Dies worked in the agency's consumer division. 97 Like the Dies and Smith Committee attacks on the NLRB, the charges against the OPA were viewed by the Roosevelt administration as without merit but dangerous in their impact on public opinion. 2 months later, the consumer division was effectively demoted, and much of its staff resigned, an early casualty of anti-subversive campaigns. The OPA Consumer Division was run by women experienced in using the consumer cause to promote social reform. It was headed by Harriet Elliott, a political scientist and Democratic Party worker who had organized women to fight inflation during World War I. Elliott immediately hired as her deputy the formidably talented social scientist Caroline Ware. By all accounts, Ware was the real force at the Consumer Division. 98 She had served on the Consumer Advisory Board to the National Recovery Administration and run the consumer program of the American Association of University Women. She belonged to the LWS and National Consumers League. Figure 2.4. Caroline Ware, Consumer Division, Office of Price Administration, on right, with research assistant Helen Barnard, 1941. Office of War Information Collection, Library of Congress. Ware strategized with Elliott on how to ensure that the war mobilization strengthened consumers' new foothold in the federal government rather than destroying it. We have a great opportunity to make a major contribution in reorientation of our producer-oriented economy toward a consumer-centered one, she observed. 99 The Consumer Division immediately butted heads with business representatives who, war or no war, did not want to weaken their company's position by expanding production too quickly. The Consumer Division was adamant that military production should come from expansion rather than from cuts in civilian production, because unemployment remained high and because cutting civilian production would drive prices upward. As Ware recalled, the division came into conflict continually with the Industrial Division of the Defense Commission and subsequently with all the representatives of industry groups who saw in industrial expansion a threat to their economic position. Other progressives at OPA, including its top administrator Leon Henderson and the young Harvard economist J. Kenneth Galbraith, agreed with the Consumer Division on the urgent need for industrial expansion. 100. The Consumer Division received less internal support, however, for its vision of public participation in OPA's implementation. The division believed the defense program required the active, democratic, understanding participation of the public, and that the division had a responsibility for mobilizing that participation. Toward that end, Elliott and Ware enlisted a team of consultants that included Mary Dublin of the National Consumers League, the African-American YWCA worker Frances Harriet Williams, the Texas women's leader Minnie Fisher Cunningham, and the labor leader and public housing expert John Edelman, among others. This group embarked on an ambitious program to inform and mobilize various groups of consumers. It soon became clear that other OPA divisions, particularly the Information Division, heartily distrusted the public. According to Ware, Too many OPA officials took the attitude that people were likely to do the wrong thing if they were told too much. 101 This skepticism of the capacities of ordinary consumers was gendered, because women did most of the buying for households. Even some of the more leftist men at OPA shared the skepticism. Galbraith promised businessmen in 1942 that no Gestapo of volunteer housewives would be empowered to check prices. 102. Some of the consumer division's difficulties, internal and external, resulted from the fact that it was run by women. Because the consumer commissioner was a woman, and no other special provision had been made for considering the role of women in the defense program, the consumer division was continually being called upon to advise on something involving women. 103 That perception persisted even though Elliott repeatedly emphasized that she was responsible for the consumer function, not women. Being a woman also made it more difficult to get cooperation from other agencies. When Elliott tried to implement Roosevelt's request to coordinate health and national defense, for example, the Surgeon General told her bluntly that medical people would not work under the direction of lay people, especially a woman, and that he would wait until the president had a better idea. 104 Within the agency, the slights may have been less deliberate but they were no more subtle. While the other OPA division heads ate in the Stag executive dining room, Elliott ate alone. Ware urged her to bring it up, but Elliott declined. 105 According to OPA lawyer Tom Emerson, Harriet Elliott was quite outclassed by the rest of Henderson's staff. She was a pleasant, mild person, he recalled, but she and her staff took a less compromising point of view than Henderson, less willing to accept reality. Elliott may not have been as high-powered as someone like Galbraith, but her staff was stellar. Emerson's condescension suggests what women were up against even in dealing with relatively feminist men on their own team. 106. Another distinctive effort of the consumer division was its successful drive to racially integrate its offices. Ware supported Francis Williams, who had long experience as a national YWCA staff member in charge of black colleges, in a series of guerrilla actions. Williams told Ware, "It's a step backward to ask for a black secretary, but in order to get black secretaries on our staff, I've got to be the one to ask for them." When the personnel office claimed it could not find a black secretary, Williams went out and found one, who performed well. Soon the personnel office hired a second black secretary. Her work was terrible, so Williams concluded she had been hired because she was so light-skinned she could pass for white. Williams trained her so that her poor work would not discredit other African Americans. She did the same thing with the messengers and with mailroom personnel, retraining inefficient workers and ensuring that talented, reliable ones were promoted. When the consumer division was folded into the wider OPA, Ware and Elliott held out for the entire agency's stenographic pool be integrated. After this and many other incidents, Williams was made race relations advisor to the OPA, and the agency achieved an unusually good record on hiring African Americans. 107. The consumer division quickly attracted the disapproving attention of anti-communist investigators. Dye's committee staffers tracked Elliott's and Ware's appointments from the start, immediately flagging the names of Mary Dublin and Francis Williams. 108 Significantly, a few weeks before Dye's charged the OPA with harboring subversives, the FBI began an investigation of Caroline Ware herself. According to her FBI file, that investigation was precipitated by a review of the indices of the Washington field office that revealed her association with the League of Women Shoppers, among other suspect groups. The Dye's committee must have prompted the FBI to check with its Washington field office on Ware, and she no doubt was one of those Dye's referred to when he announced on September 7 that 50 unnamed subversives worked for OPA. 109. In October, Dye's turned up the pressure on the Roosevelt administration by telling the press he had sent the Attorney General a list of over 1,000 alleged subversives in federal positions, over a quarter of them in high-ranking positions. Dye's declared, the retention on the federal payroll of several thousand persons who, to put the matter mildly, have strong leanings toward Moscow will confirm the widely held suspicion that a large and influential sector of official Washington is utilizing the national emergency for undermining the American system of democratic government. 110 Even though the Roosevelt administration generally adopted the position that Dies was a fanatic best ignored, the new allegations increased the pressure on OPA head Leon Henderson to demonstrate that he was serious about eliminating subversives. 111. In November 1941, Henderson reduced the Consumer Division's function to communicating OPA directives to the public. Elliott resigned in protest. In early December, Ware declined Henderson's invitation to resign, and she urged him to retain people named by Dies. But on December 19, a Civil Service Commission field examiner interviewed her about derogatory information on her record. At about the same time, two people whom she had hired and defended, Robert Brady and Mildred Edie Brady, became the only OPA employees publicly dismissed in response to Dies's charges. In January, Ware resigned after all. She gave her reason as agency reorganization, but the ongoing investigation must have influenced her decision. 112. Gutting the Consumer Division was Henderson's attempt to appease congressional conservatives, even as he publicly maintained a defiant attitude toward them. Francis Williams remarked cryptically years later that they had Mr. Leon Henderson eat her up. 113. Contemporary observers described the fate of the Consumer Division as the triumph of businessmen and hard-headed economists, who prioritized production, over sociologists and social workers, who thought the purpose of price control was to raise living standards. 114. That is correct, but it is not the whole story. In response to the Dies Committee allegations, the Civil Service Commission created a loyalty board, which proceeded to review employees whom Dies had called subversive. When many of those employees were retained, the Dies Committee attacked the CSC, going so far as to subpoena its case files. Many of the disputed cases involved OPA employees. Dies charged that Leon Henderson had pressured the CSC Loyalty Board to reverse negative decisions on certain OPA cases. One of those cases was Tom Emerson's, and the derogatory information against him included his wife's activism in the League of Women Shoppers. That Henderson himself was married to an LWS activist summed up the whole problem, in the view of Dies Committee investigators. 115. In 1942, the CSC expressly forbade inquiry into membership in the LWS in order to avoid catching liberals and non-communist leftists in a net officially intended for communists. The Dies Committee took those rules as further evidence that the CSC was far too tolerant. Professing outrage that CSC standards were even looser than those of the employing agencies, the Dies Committee began to shift its attention from the OPA to the Civil Service Commission. Dies's hitherto little-noticed attack on the OPA, which originated from conservative hostility to the consumer movement, was critical to the prehistory of the federal employee loyalty program that President Truman would create in 1947. 116. But even as Dies turned his attention elsewhere, other conservatives kept charges of un-Americanism at OPA before the public. After the Democrats' disappointing results in the 1942 midterm elections were blamed on the OPA's unpopularity, Henderson decided the best thing for the agency and for the Democratic Party would be for him to resign. 117. Not placated, Congressman Howard Smith formed a new subcommittee that proceeded to treat the OPA much as his earlier committee had treated the NLRB. It charged the OPA with controlling business profits, as if that were proof of its un-Americanism, when price control by definition necessitated profit control. Congressional committees, Emerson recalled, were a constant thorn in our side, occupying not only our time, but undoubtedly having a substantial effect on public opinion. 118. Galbraith, who effectively headed the OPA for a time after Henderson left, recalled that in the early months of 1943, I arrived at the office each morning to ascertain what committee was investigating me that day. Meanwhile, the Scripps Howard newspapers, the Chicago Tribune, and various trade journals carried more or less permanent headlines to the effect that Galbraith must go. Roosevelt dismissed him in May 1943. 119. Chester Bowles, a public relations man who was appointed to head the OPA in the fall, estimated that he spent 1/3 to 1/2 of his time before congressional committees. 120. That Tom Emerson's resume included both the NLRB and the OPA made him an especially juicy target. In mid-1944, Representative Fred E. Busbey said the OPA was being run by subversives, naming Tom Emerson and 2 others. Busbey, whom Emerson later described as a product of the Chicago Tribune, told an anecdote about a local OPA employee who could not do his job because everything he did had to be approved by some one of the long-haired professors or the palace guard. 121. The next OPA appropriations bill contained an anti-professor amendment to discourage the agency's employment of university faculty. It was unconstitutional, so purely symbolic. 122. After Emerson left the OPA in April 1945 for a position at the Office of Economic Stabilization, he had to fight rumors that the OPA had fired him. Those rumors followed him out of government service to Yale Law School, where he became a professor in 1946. Throughout the 1950s, he contended with organized campaigns to persuade Yale to dismiss him, but since he was a tenured, prolific scholar, and a brilliant teacher described even by conservative students as scrupulously fair, his position was secure. 123. As Busbey's reference to long-haired professors suggests, conservatives charged intellectuals with subverting the nation's gender norms as well as its political economy. Another congressman referred in 1946 to social scientists as short-haired women and long-haired men. 124. That same year, the right-wing radio journalist Fulton Lewis Jr. challenged the claim of Caroline Ware, a short-haired social scientist, to represent 23 organizations in testifying before a Senate committee on behalf of extending price control. Figure 2.5. Caroline Ware appeared before the Senate Banking and Currency Committee in April 1946 to testify on the extension of the OPA and wartime price controls. The right-wing journalist Fulton Lewis attacked her after this testimony. Copyright Bettman/Corbis. Ware's detailed analysis warned that eliminating price control too quickly would unleash inflation on the great mass of the American people. Lewis's response was to question whether she truly spoke for the millions who belonged to those 23 organizations, which were predominantly women's organizations. After referring pointedly to Miss Ware, Lewis addressed his listeners, "You know something about the Parent Teachers Association yourself, probably, if you have any children as I do." The implication was that Ware, as a woman without children, did not really represent the Parent Teachers Association, or American women more generally. Lewis also told listeners that Eleanor Roosevelt and the Communist Party were the chief advocates of continuing price control. Over the course of several months, Lewis claimed that without the OPA's meddling, prices actually would fall, and he challenged listeners to show them what some letter writing is. The resulting flood tipped the balance of congressional mail from pro to anti-OPA. With legislators nervous about the impending midterm elections, OPA soon was dead. When inflation immediately surged as price control advocates had predicted, Lewis first denied that prices were rising, then insisted that the spike was only temporary. After those illusions became untenable, he joined with other conservatives in arguing that organized labor's wage increases were to blame for the inflation. 125. One of the OPA's notable successes was in fostering state building from the bottom up, through the mobilization of volunteers to aid in enforcement. This exercise in participatory democracy had to be forced on top OPA officials, however, by the women of the Consumer Division. 126. Although Emerson described the Consumer Division staff as too uncompromising and less willing to accept reality, in fact the ones unwilling to accept reality were those OPA officials who initially resisted using volunteers. The OPA's enforcement budget was tiny. Congressional conservatives proved to be no more enthusiastic about paid OPA inspectors than they were about volunteer housewives. Tight budgets and escalating prices forced the OPA to concede the necessity of involving unpaid consumers in enforcement, and by 1944 a massive volunteer program was in operation. The OPA historian Imogene Putnam hailed that program's success in building at the grassroots, non-bureaucratic administration of bureaucratic controls as OPA's great achievement, one that would have succeeded further had it embraced community participation from the outset. 127. Ironically, given that she had been forced out with the gutting of the consumer division back in late 1941, Caroline Ware was foremost among those who implemented the volunteer program beginning in late 1943. The newly appointed OPA head Chester Bowles recognized the need for consumer participation and asked Ware to chair the executive committee of a consumer advisory committee. This was an unpaid position, so it was not subject to loyalty review procedures. Ware did an enormous amount of crucial work for the OPA without getting paid for it. Her committee's work in explaining price control to citizens and involving them in its administration generated much grassroots support for the agency. It was that popularity that Lewis and other conservatives sought to dispel by casting OPA volunteers as the naive instruments of long-haired men and short-haired women. 128. After a few more years of right-wing alarms about communists in government which contributed to the Republican Party's success in the 1946 congressional elections, in 1947 Truman authorized a sweeping program requiring all federal workers to pass loyalty tests. Many of the people most prominent in the consumer movement of the 1930s and 1940s, as well as others who had only minor associations with it, would be investigated under the auspices of the Federal Employee Loyalty Program. Priscilla Hiss's membership in the LWS was one of the initial bases for investigating Alger Hiss. Dean Acheson came under fire not only for defending Hiss but because his own wife was in the LWS. 2.129 For other federal employees, the albatross was a connection to the Consumers Union or Consumers National Federation. Many of these investigations lasted for years and forced their subjects out of government service, at least for a time. Other federal employees resigned rather than undergo investigation. 130 Affiliation with these groups also made it harder to get government employment in the first place. Helen Hall, the executive of CNF and its successor, the National Association of Consumers, was nominated for a regional loyalty board but was rejected on grounds that included her LWS affiliation. 131 As word of the investigations spread, others who had been affiliated with subversive consumer groups may not have bothered to apply for government jobs. The investigation of federal employees associated with consumer groups continued long after most of those groups had faded away. The FBI kept tabs on Caroline Ware into the 1960s. After she resigned from the OPA in early 1942, she joined the faculty of Howard University, where she taught until 1961. She later credited Howard for shielding her from the worst of McCarthyism. After serving the OPA on a volunteer basis, Ware began applying for government consulting positions, chiefly to promote community organization among women, under the auspices of the Pan-American Union of the Organization of American States. These were short-term assignments, and each time she started a new one she had to get loyalty clearance again. The FBI investigated her repeatedly from 1951 to 1955, which cost her some jobs and delayed others. "My efforts to get out of the country are surely jinxed," she confided to her friend Polly Murray in January 1953. "I've still been unable to get cleared to be sent on any U.S. assignment." She was formally cleared in 1955, but the FBI continued to track her activities. In 1960 the FBI warned that she was on the Coordinating Committee for Enforcement of D.C. Anti-discrimination laws. In 1962, the FBI reported that she had visited the pro-labor, anti-racist Highlander Folk School. 132. As these details suggest, associations with the consumer movement were only part of the case against Caroline Ware. Also suspect were her use of her maiden name, her commitment to African American civil rights, her membership in a government workers' union, her work in labor education, her attendance at the Socialist Party convention in 1940, her failure to conduct loyalty checks on others, and her tendency to empathize with downtrodden of other nations. In 1951, the FBI expended significant resources pursuing the assertion of a reliable informant that Ware was secretly the daughter of Ella Reeves Bloor, A.K.A. Mother Bloor, America's leading woman communist. Disappointingly for the FBI, perhaps, Ware in fact was the daughter of a well-known Boston lawyer. 133 In spite of the allegations that never died, Ware led an intensely busy and productive life. Her activities in the 1960s and 1970s included service on national and international commissions on the status of women, participation in consumer advisory councils to 2 U.S. presidents, community organizing in Latin America, and employment with UNESCO and the Inter-American Development Bank. But the investigations made it impossible for her to hold long-term government positions during her 40s and 50s and complicated the process of obtaining even short-term assignments. Thus in the 1930s and early 1940s, left feminists obtained positions in consumer and labor-related government agencies, often after participating as activists in the dynamic consumer and labor movements. Aided by media allies, congressional conservatives publicized the influence of leftists, and especially of women, in an effort to discredit the NLRB and then the OPA. Left feminist women in government, and their husbands and male mentors, were early targets of the charge that the New Deal harbored subversives, charges that were made, and felt, long before the post-war Red Scare. The Federal Employee Loyalty Program originated from a conservative campaign against the New Deal that was underway well before the Cold War elevated fears of Soviet espionage. Chapter 3. Pinks in Minks, the Anti-Feminism of the Old Right. In 1951 Jack Le and Lee Mortimer published Washington Confidential, a racy, sensationalistic account of life in the nation's capital that within weeks topped the New York Times bestseller list. The two Hearst tabloid journalists characterized Washington as a famocracy of self-supporting women, whose alleged unhappiness proved that the emancipation of women is baloney. The home of the federal bureaucracy, they further claimed, was an incubator of sexual depravity and communism. Women outnumbered men by 100,000, and G-girls slept their way to the top, sometimes with the help of older female bureaucrats who procured ambitious prospects from the heartland for the few government men who were not eunuchs or pansies. Communists allegedly took advantage of the situation, using swab male reds to recruit sex-starved government gals, white girls to recruit the many colored men in government jobs, and trained good lookers to recruit meek male clerks in soporific jobs at standardized sustenance pay. Often cited as an example of McCarthy-era homophobia, Washington Confidential also was profoundly misogynistic, not to mention racist. The book generated such a buzz that the Civil Service Commission launched a publicity campaign to improve the image of federal employees. 1. The Hearst columnists who wrote Washington Confidential belonged to a network of conservatives whose influence in the media and government stoked the second Red Scare. The politicians, investigators, and journalists who drove the communists in government crusade were intensely anti-feminist, and they used popular anti-feminism as a tool in their battle against leftists and liberals. The differences in gender ideology between liberals and conservatives were especially apparent in the press. Although journalists of all political stripes sometimes relied on gender stereotypes that after the 1960s would be considered demeaning toward women, conservative journalists distinguished themselves with their negative portrayals of those women whose words, actions, or achievements challenged male superiority, in other words, feminists. During the Depression and World War II, the rapid expansion of the federal government combined with the merit system and a growing pool of women with professional degrees to increase women's presence in government, and not only at the lower levels, as we have seen. Many New Dealers were influenced by the left's theoretical commitment to gender and race equality, and relative to the right, they were quite egalitarian. Some liberals shared conservatives' anxiety about a decline in masculinity in post-war America, but they did not blame the perceived decline on women. Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr., for example, worried about mass society's smothering of the individual self, but he ridiculed the right's shrill alarms about the decline of male supremacy. 2 That many New Deal men married highly educated and accomplished women has drawn little notice from scholars, whose general assumption has been that feminism was not yet on the table and that the main players of mid-century liberalism traveled in a white man's world. 3. Contemporary conservatives, by contrast, certainly noticed the prominence of women in and around the Roosevelt and Truman administrations, as their gripes about femocracy suggest. In the 1930s and 1940s, the novelty of having women in positions of authority gave them a visibility beyond their numbers. The legions of G-girls in non-supervisory positions endured sexist treatment and patronizing commentary from across the political spectrum, but it was high-ranking women with policy influence who most obviously subverted male dominance, and the right focused on them. In 1949, George Dixon of the conservative Washington Times-Herald wrote a column on Mary Dublin Keyserling, then a section chief in the Commerce Department's Office of International Trade, that illuminates right-wing perceptions of liberal Washington. Dixon wrote, "A pretty woman in her 30s, who looks as if she didn't know a trade balance from a trade last, is currently up to her unruffled eyebrows in one of the most complicated problems of higher economics ever tackled by a member of her sex." He predicted that Dublin Keyserling, whose job was identifying ways to increase imports, would produce a nice expensive report that no one will read. The report was sure to be erudite, because despite her creamy complexion and quiet charm, the lady trade balancer is a heavy thinker. Rather than exploring her heavy thinking, the rest of the column described how her husband, Truman's chief economic advisor, had fallen for the slim ex-schoolmarm with the blue-green eyes. According to Dixon, a power couple was setting Truman's economic policy. The president listens avidly to practically everything Leon Keyserling tells him, and soon Truman would be listening as carefully to his chief economist's missus. Dixon's column managed to imply both that the Truman administration was opening its doors to high-powered women and that it was making exceptions for attractive wives of senior officials. Neither implication was intended to endear readers to Truman's Fair Deal. Point 4. Seeing pink ladies. Conservatives who charged that the civil service was riddled with communists devoted much attention to high-ranking women. In 1938, one of the first efforts of the newly created Dies Committee was to try to have Secretary of Labor Frances Perkins impeached for her refusal to deport the alleged communist and labor activist Harry Bridges. She survived, but the allegations generated enough hostile, often sexist letters from the public to convince the president not to give her a prominent wartime role, and her agency was bypassed in the mobilization process. Next, the Dies Committee grilled Hallie Flanagan and her supervisor Ellen Sullivan Woodward about communism in the Federal Theater Project, which soon was terminated as a result. Workers' education expert Hilda Worthington Smith of the Works Project Administration came under fire, as did Eleanor Roosevelt, who was accused of using her influence to starve the Dies Committee of funding. In 1943, congressional critics of the National Resources Planning Board labeled the economist Evelyn Burns, who had drafted that board's blueprint for a generous welfare state, a prime example of the New Deal's harboring of communists. In 1950, Senator McCarthy's 9 lead examples of subversion in the State Department included the former New York Judge Dorothy Kenyon and the international affairs expert Esther Brunauer. Mary Dublin Keyserling would experience a loyalty investigation that was only briefly in the public eye but featured most of the big players in the anti-communist network. Behind the scenes, Frida Miller, who headed the U.S. Women's Bureau under Truman, faced allegations that eventually restricted her access to government jobs, as did Caroline Ware, Pauli Murray, and Esther Peterson, not to mention many less familiar figures. Point 5 in electoral politics. Allegations that they were pink contributed to the defeats of the Democratic Congresswomen Emily Taft Douglas of Illinois in 1946, Helen Douglas Mencken of Georgia in 1948, and Helen Gahagan Douglas of California in 1950.6. These women were all, to varying degrees and in varying ways, left feminists. They were forced to confront gender inequality in pursuing their own careers, and their goals included expanding opportunities for all women, especially the most disadvantaged ones. Loyalty charges against women in government had anti-feminist sources, as well as anti-feminist outcomes. Proving such intent on the part of those who accused female officials of disloyalty is, however, a tricky business. After all, many left liberal men were accused as well. One approach is to investigate whether women were accused out of proportion to their numbers in government. Fragmentary evidence does suggest that women were overrepresented among defendants in federal employee loyalty cases. Women made up only about 3% of high-level employees but seem to have comprised about 18% of high-level cases. Furthermore, the agencies that bore the brunt of subversion charges also were notable for the high status or recently improved status of women. Commerce and State, favorite targets of anti-communists, were the departments in which women as a proportion of employees had grown the most between 1923 and 1947. The Commerce Department stood out for having many high-level women as well as an unusual number of loyalty cases involving high-level employees. 7 These patterns are suggestive. However, even if one could prove conclusively that women were overrepresented among the accused, it could be argued that women were more likely to be leftists, or to have suspect associations, than men in government. Indeed, the simplest explanation for why so many female government officials were accused is that anti-communists believed they were communists. Most of the female loyalty defendants in fact were on the leftmost edge of the New Deal and Fair Deal. The formal charges against them were similar to those against left liberal men, typically based on associations with alleged communist fronts. But formal charges were only part of the story. The loyalty program's standards of loyalty were vague, and investigations turned on highly subjective assessments of the subject's character and tendencies. 8 Evidence from loyalty hearings, FBI reports, and public and private statements by leading anti-communists reveals that women were judged by different standards and attacked in different ways from their male counterparts. First of all, investigators scrutinized women's challenges to male supremacy, reading even small feminist gestures as evidence of communist inclinations. Because the Communist Party theoretically supported women's equality, investigators reasoned that feminists might well be communists. The association was widespread. The authors of the 1947 bestseller Modern Woman, The Lost Sex warned that agents of the Kremlin abroad continue to beat the feminist drums in full awareness of its disruptive influence on the Soviets' enemies. 9 Dorothy Kenyon was on the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women when Senator McCarthy attacked her in 1950 as one of the State Department's subversives. In defending herself, Kenyon stressed that she had challenged Russian claims that communism emancipated women. FBI agents reported a 1944 comment by the African-American New Dealer Mary McLeod Bethune to the effect that the United States could learn from Russia when it came to women's rights and minority rights. In Mary Dublin Keyserling's case, one piece of derogatory evidence was that she had said Russian women enjoyed more rights after the Bolshevik Revolution than before. 10 A loyalty official noted that Caroline Ware uses single name yet has been married for several years. Known to defy conventions. He recommended further investigation. Similarly, an FBI agent reported a co-worker's comment that Dublin Keyserling was a queer woman, used her maiden name and didn't want to be blamed for her husband's mistakes. 11 Helen Hill Miller of the Labor Department was investigated after she questioned the agency's promotion policies, and Dorothy Bailey's challenges to racial and sexual discrimination by her employer, the U.S. Employment Service, were an issue in her loyalty case. 12. Some accused women and their lawyers were certain that their sex affected their loyalty cases. 2 formal allegations against Dublin Keyserling came from people whose work she had found wanting, and other co-workers interviewed by the FBI clearly disliked having a female boss. Her lawyer told the Loyalty Board, she was a very young woman in very, very important positions. It is hard enough for an older woman to run an organization without incurring animosity. It is exceedingly difficult for a young woman to run an organization and to hire and fire and be responsible for promoting and demoting people without incurring a certain amount of hostility. Female and male civil servants alike were less tolerant of a co-worker's forcefulness or ambition when that co-worker was a woman. 13 Esther Brunauer also believed her sex worked against her. After she failed to convince her all-male loyalty board that she could be trusted not to share sensitive information with her husband, Brunauer concluded, their opinion of the reliability of women in professional positions is very low. 14. The right's representation of gender roles under communism. Conservative anti-communists, unlike liberal ones, believed an essential feature of communism was its totalitarian repression of what they assumed to be natural and proper gender roles. This view was shared not just by private individuals and groups on the far right but also by key congressional committee staffers and their influential media allies. This was especially true of J.B. Matthews, whom one scholar has dubbed the spiritual leader of the far right in America, and his friend Ben Mondale, the two self-proclaimed experts on communism who spent years in key positions on the DIES Committee, its successor the House Un-American Activities Committee, the Senate Internal Security Subcommittee, and McCarthy's Senate Subcommittee. 15 Allied with Matthews, Mondale, and certain conservative politicians were the journalists Westbrook Pegler, George Sokolsky, Fulton Lewis Jr., Jack Le, and Lee Mortimer of the Hearst Empire, and Walter Trohan and George Dixon, who wrote for Robert McCormick's newspapers. The power of conservative media magnates Hearst and McCormick was such that they were dubbed the press lords. Some 30 million Americans read Hearst papers each day, while McCormick's Chicago Tribune boasted 1 million readers by the late 1930s. McCormick's Washington Times-Herald, the capital's leading daily, secretly shared its dossiers on individuals with intelligence agencies. The press lords had more influence over their columnists' political writing than most readers realized, and from the 1930s until the ascendance of television in the 1950s, syndicated columnists enjoyed unprecedented influence on public opinion. Government aides and newspapermen worked together to instigate and sustain the hunt for communists in government. 16. In speeches and news stories, these men represented communist women either as devoid of femininity or as exploiting their femininity in order to serve the Soviet cause. Unfeminine communist women appeared as mannish lesbians, as robotic workers who competed with men at work rather than taking care of men at home, as bad mothers whose sons became dancers, and as domineering, even murderous wives. Right-wingers cast Julius Rosenberg and Earl Browder as henpecked, while the women they alleged to be communists, from Ethel Rosenberg to Eleanor Roosevelt, were portrayed as unloving mothers. 17. Figure 3.1. This 1952 cartoon used gender stereotypes to cast communist organizations as seductresses who ensnared the gullible. Clipping from Washington Times-Herald, in Communists in Government Scrapbook of the Senate Internal Security Subcommittee, Record Group 46, National Archives. If some communist women were dumpy and overbearing, others appeared as treacherously ultra-feminine. They allegedly exploited their perceived religiosity, motherliness, physical weakness, and political innocence for subversive purposes. The middle-aged black clerk Annie Lee Moss was accused of using her Bible as a shield against charges of communism. Younger women, especially white ones, often were suspected of deploying their sexual attractiveness. When the ex-communist informant Paul Crouch claimed he had known Dublin Kaiserling to be a communist in her youth, he played up her beauty. She was brilliant but didn't look it, he told the FBI, as if being both smart and beautiful made her inherently deceitful. He and J.B. Matthews portrayed Dublin Kaiserling as an attractive, romantic rich girl seduced by and perhaps willing to seduce for radical causes. 18 This testimony resonated with the right stereotype of communist women as promiscuous seductresses who were loyal to no man, only to party discipline. That stereotype coexisted awkwardly with the image of communist women as dowdy fanatics. The underlying commonality was that both types, the domineering asexual and the irresistible seductress, served the Soviet state instead of their husbands. 19. Since the 1920s, anti-communist experts had argued that the Bolshevik Revolution nationalized women, making their sexuality and labor subject to state control. The Communist Party allegedly arranged and broke up marriages, trained women to use sex for recruitment, espionage, and sabotage, and fostered miscegenation, rape, homosexuality, and general sexual chaos. Conservative anti-communists projected an apocalyptic vision of a world in which men's proper control over wives and daughters was disrupted, particularly their prerogative to control with whom their wives and daughters had sexual relations. The scenario may have aroused their audience in more ways than one. Indeed, Jack Le and Lee Mortimer provided readers of Washington Confidential with phone numbers of gay bars and call girls, even as they purported to deplore the depravity of the allegedly red-infested city. It seems that envy and lust mingled with fear in the right's fantasy of a sexualized communist underworld. 20. In Le and Mortimer's portrait, life in a city dominated by the federal bureaucracy offered a taste of what life would be like under communism. Furthermore, their belief that the federal government stifled individual initiative was saturated with assumptions about race and gender hierarchies. Conservatives and progressives held opposing views of the civil services merit system, under which an applicant's performance on a standardized test was a key hiring criterion. Progressives viewed the merit system as helping ensure that employment was based on qualifications rather than on prejudices, whether in favor of a political supporter or against a certain demographic group. Conservatives, by contrast, associated lack of discrimination with mediocrity. In the conservative view, the bureaucracy was filled with rejects from the private sector who sought lifetime security on the government's perennial payroll. In the civil service, according to Le and Mortimer, in the mediocrity and virtual anonymity of commonplace tasks, the sexes, all four of them, are equal in the robot requirements and qualifications. There is no color line, no social selectivity. Once the precious appointment is filed in a machine which knows no discrimination, there it stays for life. 21. That image of the government as run by minimally competent robots of indeterminate sex and commingled races was unusual only for the vividness with which it expressed conservatives' distaste for egalitarianism. Le and Mortimer described Washington as Negro heaven, where employers could not fire blacks for fear of antagonizing Eleanor Roosevelt, and where the rich NAACP deliberately kept its headquarters in a poor area in order to bring visitors through its stage-managed slave quarters area. Like some other conservatives, Le and Mortimer claimed to oppose Jim Crow, but their prejudices were evident. Under Negro occupancy, some of the best dwellings in Washington now look like the slums the fair dealers decry. 22. The discomfort with blacks' boundary crossing in Washington workplaces and neighborhoods was inextricable from the fear of sexual relations between white women and black men, a fear compounded by the autonomy of white government gals. To right-wingers, the government's practice of paying men and women the same for equal work meant that the income is high for females, which enabled them to be sexually aggressive. Le and Mortimer claimed they personally had disappointed some young ladies by insisting on paying for the whole group's drinks, foiling the women's attempt to buy sexual favors. They claimed that government girls hunted servicemen, who seldom were allowed to pick up checks, and also sought out colored men, especially jazz band musicians. 7 white women who worked for the Social Security Administration supposedly had been caught paying a colored janitor to sleep with each of them a different night of the week. 23 Such anecdotes, probably apocryphal, both titillated and alarmed readers with the suggestion that in Washington, large numbers of economically independent single white women were on the prowl for sex with whomever they could seduce, be they white men, black men, or other women. Lesbianism is scandalously rampant in Washington, claimed Le and Mortimer. Government girls are a hard, efficient lot, doing men's work, thinking like men and sometimes driven to take the place of men in the proscribed zones of desperate flings at love and sex. Lesbians were harder to count than fairies because lesbians were more discreet, Le and Mortimer explained, but experts reportedly believed there were at least twice as many sapphic lovers as fairies, which by Le and Mortimer's calculations implied about 12,000 lesbians and 6,000 gay men in the government service. 24. For the right, the connection between lesbians and communism was somewhat less direct than it was for male homosexuals and communism. Male homosexuals allegedly wanted to be dominated and thereby were especially tolerant of party discipline. Also, male homosexuals' alleged proclivity for debauchery supposedly was readily exploited by trained communist agents who staged opulent parties, filmed the participants, and used the films to obtain whatever they sought by blackmail. The right connected lesbians to communism through more general associations, for example between communism and women's employment. Male homosexuals and lesbians both were labeled deviants, however, unrestrained by religion's moral discipline and indifferent to all kinds of taboos. There may have been some truth to Le and Mortimer's observation that there is free crossing of racial lines among fairies and lesbians, but the author's portrayal was a grossly exaggerated caricature. They cast Washington as an endless round of interracial, intermiddle sex melanges and yachting parties of black drag queens. 25. In the view of right-wing journalists, these sexually and racially variegated government bureaucrats would not be satisfied until ordinary Americans had been forced to join in their moral depravity. In a post-mortem attack on New Dealer Harry Hopkins, the columnist Westbrook Pegler alleged that Hopkins had been a communist who favored drafting both men and women for enforced labor at fixed wages. To Pegler, this meant Hopkins had wanted to separate husbands and wives and to compel a genteel, moral woman in a religious American home to keep boarding house for any riffraff that might be billeted upon her. Pegler was intimating that rape, possibly interracial rape, would be the result of leftist social policies. Matthews too hinted at the threat of rape under left liberal regimes. In 1950 he spearheaded a campaign to discredit Dorothy Kenyon, whose spirited response to Senator McCarthy's charges was making her a hero among liberals. Matthews told radio listeners that Kenyon was going into hysterics in an effort to smear McCarthy. He cited her alleged associations with communist front groups as proof that this Kenyon woman was unfit to hold a high position on the State Department's payroll. In defense of guilt by association as a legitimate criterion for termination of employment, Matthews suggested that if liberals had their way, a girls' school could not discharge a male teacher who had a record of several arrests on charges of rape but had never been convicted. 26. In addition to depriving women of protection from rape, communists allegedly also encouraged white women to offer themselves to black men. The ex-communist informant Sylvia Crouch, a white former mill worker from North Carolina, told a legislative committee that white girls were instructed to have close relations with Negro boys to attract black men to the Communist Party. 27. In 1948, Ben Mondell, then HUAC's research director, gave a radio talk on how communists recruited American youth. He offered cautionary tales of young men and women who left happy and comfortable homes to follow the communist will-o'-the-wisp, with tragic results. His example of tragedy for a young man was the loss of his career as a doctor. By contrast, a brilliant young woman communist, a graduate of a New York college, was induced to run off with an elderly Negro. 28. Did these leading anti-communist instigators believe what they were saying, or were they just trying to scare their audiences into supporting the Red Hunt? Apparently a bit of both. Their private correspondence suggests that their gender and race fears were genuine rather than adopted purely as tools for swaying public opinion. When Pegler was looking for damaging information on two leftists who had been married to the same woman, he asked Matthews to confirm whether that common wife of theirs spent some of her spare time sleeping with a coon. Matthews's reply was more circumspect in wording but indicates a similar disapproval of interracial relationships. 29. Other correspondence suggests Matthews really believed that communists had infiltrated mainstream women's groups such as the League of Women Voters and the General Federation of Women's Clubs. 30. The questions that congressmen and loyalty board officials asked behind closed doors further demonstrate anti-communists' worry that female independence would lead to both communism and interracial liaisons. In quizzing a white female administrator about her staff, her loyalty board was interested in whether and how her staff was mixed. When she said she had supervised a colored man at one time, she was asked whether he was a professional or clerical employee. The board seemed to think that hiring an educated black man to work alongside white women indicated subversive tendencies on the supervisor's part. 31. The Senate Internal Security Subcommittee queried law professor Tom Emerson about why he had posted bond for a white woman who was arrested for lascivious carriage with a black man in her New Haven apartment. Emerson explained that her civil liberties had been violated because she would not have been arrested had she not attended a May Day parade from which police followed her home. CIS members were incredulous that Emerson had defended her without concern for her lewd conduct or her likely communist sympathies. The exchange deepened their suspicion of Emerson himself. 32. Although conservative anti-communists sincerely believed the communist threat had worrisome gender and sexual dimensions, they were not above deliberately sensationalizing and exaggerating them. In 1951, Matthews made a dramatic speech, titled Operation Women, to a New York Patriotic Society. He claimed to be drawing on U.S. Army sources and important government reports, when in fact he was borrowing heavily from an informal memo by Sylvia Crouch. Not only did communists intend to destroy the American family, Matthews warned, but also they planned to take advantage of loyal Americans' chivalrous assumptions about women in order to achieve their goal of world conquest. The communist utilization of women on a wholesale scale for revolutionary purposes was evidence of the diabolical cunning of the communist conspiracy. Matthews claimed the army had learned of communist plans to deploy women as spies and saboteurs in defense industries. Invoking the specter of women pushing men out of defense jobs because of women's special aptitudes for delicate precision operations in areas such as electronics, Matthews warned that communists intended to exploit this feminization of production. The party proceeds on a very interesting and probably correct assumption, namely, that a reasonably good-looking female is much less suspect as a subversionist than a husky male, and would therefore be subjected to less rigid screening tests. Also, he declared mysteriously, once inside a plant the woman saboteur is more difficult to detect than her male counterpart. Communist women allegedly would use their sexual allure to obtain jobs in transportation and civil defense, where they could serve as couriers, spies, and saboteurs. Sylvia Crouch's original memo claimed, communists have never hesitated to exploit sex for their objectives. Girls will be assigned to become sweethearts of as many soldiers as possible, so that each one could gather information on perhaps a dozen different military units. Matthews reported that American soldiers had dated Korean girls who turned out to be highly trained communist intelligence agents. Other Korean women had smuggled weapons in their babies' blankets. 33. In other words, a woman who appeared to be an innocent worker, a pretty date, or a loving mother might in fact be a communist agent. She also might be a killer. Matthews closed with the dramatic observation that of the 12 Americans involved in the plot to assassinate Leon Trotsky, 9 had been women. 34 Matthews's warning against underestimating women may have had a feminist ring, but his emphasis of women's particular talents for deception had anti-feminist implications for the small but important group of professional women in government. Rich feminists as communist dupes. Not only did investigators believe that women were more likely than men to be attracted to the Communist Party, they also believed that the party had a particular interest in recruiting women, especially wealthy ones. To finance their operations, communists allegedly targeted rich women, who were perceived to be susceptible because they were prone to idealism and felt guilty about their wealth. Rich women supposedly also were more susceptible than working-class women because they were bored and because they had been exposed to college professors then as now characterized by the right as integral to a leftist conspiracy. 35 According to Matthews, wealthy feminist reformers were the most effective weapons in communists' propaganda campaign. Calling International Women's Day a holiday of the communist world movement, Matthews listed prominent American women who wittingly or unwittingly cast themselves in the role of stooges for this communist holiday. He named Eleanor Roosevelt, Dorothy Kenyon, Helen Keller, Mary McLeod Bethune, and Virginia Gildersleeve, the Barnard College dean whom President Roosevelt had appointed to help draft the United Nations Charter. Matthews also named wives of liberal men whom he had reason to embarrass. These included Mrs. Chester Nimitz, whose husband Truman had appointed to head the new Commission on Internal Security and Individual Rights, and Mrs. Joseph Davies, wife of the former U.S. ambassador to Russia. 36 Rich feminists were a favorite target too for the authors Le and Mortimer, who mocked Cornelia Pinchot, the prominent activist and former suffragist, as an elderly hostess of interracial gatherings of Reds who were making hay with her name. 37 It is well established that McCarthyism was fueled by class resentment of the East Coast establishment, resentment of that silver spoon old boys network formed in exclusive prep schools and Ivy League colleges and sustained in various New Deal agencies, especially the State Department. Furthermore, this class tension between the likes of Sumner Wells, Alger Hiss, Dean Acheson, and Charles Bolin, on the one hand, and conservative legislators Kenneth Wherry, Joseph McCarthy, and Richard Nixon, on the other, also was a clash of rival masculinities. The patrician manhood script, to use the historian Robert Dean's phrase, stressed loyalty to a brotherhood forged in the sex-segregated elite institutions of the Northeast, heroic volunteer service to the state in military and public life, and cosmopolitan cultivation. On the other side were men infuriated by the patricians' dismissal of non-members as provincial primitives. They interpreted the brotherhood's loyalty to its members as evidence of a homoerotic conspiracy of the gentlemen, the patricians' government service as inability to compete as entrepreneurs, their urbane intellectualism as fancy-pants effeteness, and their internationalism as lack of patriotism. Questioning the masculinity of the imperial brotherhood became one tactic by which ultra-conservatives tried to gain control over U.S. foreign policy. 38. But anti-communist conservatives also resented the old girls' network, an attitude that seems to have resonated deeply with certain voters. As right-wingers pointed out, female New Dealers and wives of New Dealers often knew each other through a dense web of ties with elite women's colleges and voluntary associations. Conservatives resented liberalism's activist college women as much as its effete intellectual men, casting the women as naive, pampered do-gooders and busybodies with too much time on their hands. If the men of the State Department were striped pants diplomats, the corresponding stereotype for affluent female activists and administrators was pinks in minks, as one headline put it. 39 Conservatives ridiculed members of the Washington League of Women Shoppers who picketed with striking chambermaids. 40 In 1942, Pegler called Eleanor Roosevelt a meddler in many matters which are very improper business for the wife of the president, who was quietly salting around her personal friends in the government employ and trying to install a petticoat government. In 1951 Le and Mortimer still hammered on the same theme, claiming that Eleanor Roosevelt's kitchen cabinet continues to rule the nation. 41. Westbrook Pegler was skeptical of all women's political intelligence, but he was particularly scathing toward elite women. One of his regular columns was George Spelvin, American, an immensely popular satire about the life of an ordinary family man. In Never Argue Politics with a Woman, Mr. Spelvin tells his wife it was crazy to let women vote, because they just choose the handsome guy. Mrs. Spelvin's retort clinches her husband's point. She declares her intention to prove him wrong by voting for Eisenhower, because he is bald. Mrs. Spelvin might have been foolish, but compared to professional or activist women, she was the salt of the earth. Another Pegler column pitted Mrs. Spelvin, the inarticulate but hard-working housewife, against a shrill lady columnist who did not do her own dishes or spend time with her children. In Pegler's writing, jabs at women who hired others to do their domestic work were as common as the attacks on union bosses for which he is better known. Pegler's readers frequently wrote that they considered him the last great defender of the common man, and many of them apparently empathized with George Spelvin, the sexist regular guy of his day. 42. Anti-communist accusations against female and male New Dealers differed. Conservatives challenged women's job qualifications by questioning their high salaries, naming their ties to influential men, and stressing their femininity, or lack thereof. These sorts of attacks often were made in the public arena by conservative politicians and their media allies, apparently in an effort to undercut public support for liberal administrations. Senator McCarthy opened his attack on the lawyer and former Judge Dorothy Kenyon with the observation that this lady received an annual salary of $12,000 from the State Department, as if that alone warranted outrage. In trying to discredit Kenyon's counterattack on McCarthy, Matthews and his friend the Hearst columnist George Sokolsky always mentioned the $12,000 salary, even though that figure was extrapolated from the fraction of that amount that she actually earned as a part-time consultant. Matthews also asserted that Kenyon had no legal competence. 43 When Truman nominated the highly accomplished Catherine McHale, head of the American Association of University Women, to the Subversive Activities Control Board, Pegler wrote that she had no qualifications for the job except that her brother was an important Democrat. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Senator McCarran, the anti-communist Democrat who headed CIS, tried to block McHale's appointment by suggesting she was a lesbian. 44. Who wears the pants? Representations of dual career couples. While high-earning single women could be cast as lesbians, high-earning married women were seen as taking jobs they did not need, selfishly indulging material desires or unwomanly ambitions. If their husbands also worked for the government, then the wife probably had been hired because of the husband's influence. Pegler attacked Ida Klaus, a Truman appointee to the National Labor Relations Board, by stressing that she was married to a man who had been on the Washington payroll since 1934. Sam Klaus had bounced from the Treasury to the Foreign Economic Administration, a bubblehead Wallace enterprise, to state, and now we find his wife running the Labor Relations Board. Pegler also insinuated that Truman had appointed Klaus because he wanted her to sabotage the anti-union Taft-Hartley Act, which Congress had passed over his veto in 1947. Pegler interpreted Klaus's long experience as an NLRB lawyer and with the International Labor Organization as evidence not that she was qualified for the job but that she was a socialist. Pegler ignored her demonstrated abilities and instead linked socialism, pro-labor views, and deviation from the ideal of female domesticity. 45. Conservatives took every opportunity to call Washington's numerous high-earning couples to public attention. Senator Robert Taft attempted to discredit a major government proposal to expand the welfare system by calling its chief author, Evelyn Burns, a communist, and observing that she and her husband both earned large government salaries. 46. In 1942, a conservative journalist lambasted Miss Mary Dublin for accepting a $5,600 salary at the Office of Civilian Defense when in private life she is Mrs. Leon H. Kaiserling. Leon Kaiserling then was second in command at the U.S. Housing Authority. The women who are working without thought of compensation, the columnist warned, would figure out who Dublin really was and wonder why it was necessary to pay so much to the wife of a well-paid official. 47. Dublin Kaiserling herself probably wondered why she earned so much less than her husband. A decade later, word was leaked to the media that the Commerce Department had suspended Dublin Kaiserling pending the results of a loyalty investigation. One beneficiary of the leak, Walter Trohan, the Washington bureau chief of the Chicago Tribune, told radio listeners that Dublin Kaiserling's $10,000 salary reflected less her own performance than the influence of her husband, one of the most powerful men in the government. The spectacle of husband and wife on the federal payroll is not uncommon in Washington, he lamented. With combined government salaries of about $25,000 a year, Trohan claimed, the couple was living the high life at taxpayer expense. The reason the Kaiserlings had no children was that they had been too busy gathering dollars to gather children. Only after establishing the Kaiserlings' high income and deviation from the all-American family model did this early radio shock jock describe the substance of the loyalty allegations. 48. Those publicly expressed sentiments about dual-career couples reflected and reinforced private ones, and both could weigh subtly on the course of a loyalty investigation. One administrator who called Dublin Kaiserling radical also complained to an investigator that she and her husband together made 5 times his salary. 49. Hostility to the many dual-career couples in Democratic Party circles derived not just from economic envy, however, but also from disapproval of, or perhaps inability to imagine, egalitarian couples. In 1951, the Senate Internal Security Subcommittee questioned Leon Kaiserling closely about his wife's affiliations. When Leon said he was uncertain whether Mary had sponsored a particular dinner event in 1941, the committee expressed surprise that he did not exercise closer control over his wife. 50. Walter Trohan similarly had definite ideas about wives' role. In 1970 he praised Bess Truman for having been a great woman because she believed her job was to be a wife and not going around to beautify America or to make speeches or to campaign or anything else. Trohan was making a disparaging reference to former First Lady Lady Bird Johnson's work on highway beautification. 51. Conservatives assumed that in a normal marriage the husband would control the wife, and therefore, if he were disloyal, she would be his puppet or spy. If their relationship was abnormal, as was assumed to be more likely for communist marriages, she would control him. Right-wingers' apparent inability to envision a marriage in which neither spouse dominated had ominous implications for individuals who married leftists. If one spouse inevitably wore the pants, then how could the other exercise independent political views? If one spouse was a communist, then the other must be too. Ben Mondale claimed that Communist Party policy explicitly forbade members to marry known enemies of the party. In 1946, Mondale selectively quoted the bylaws of the Communist Party USA to that effect and highlighted Dublin Kaiserling's suspect associations in an attempt to block her husband's appointment to the Council of Economic Advisers. 52. Under the Federal Employee Loyalty Program, allegations against a spouse were potentially as damaging as allegations against the employee. When both spouses worked for the government, the opportunities for suspicion multiplied and could be fueled by the resentment of dual-career couples. Loyalty and security standards varied by agency and over time, but sympathetic association with known communists was always grounds for investigation. After June 1950, in certain agencies, and in all agencies after Eisenhower's Executive Order 10,450 in 1953, a person could be cleared on loyalty grounds but dismissed as a security risk. Many more government workers were dismissed on security grounds than on loyalty grounds. There were several categories of security risk, including alcoholics, homosexuals, and others deemed immoral, and relatives of people who had been declared loyalty risks. The distinction between security risk and loyalty risk was that in the former case, the employee's personal circumstances regardless of their own political views impaired their judgment or made them vulnerable to blackmail or coercion. Civil servants typically illustrated the security risk idea with the example of alcoholics, but conservative congressmen reaped political hay by noisily pursuing homosexuals. 53. Many people dismissed as security risks were homosexuals, but relatives of people who had been labeled loyalty risks comprised a larger group of security dismissals. Officials assumed spouses held more influence than other relatives. Certain agencies treated husband and wife as one, as Esther Brunauer learned in 1952 when the State Department dismissed her as a security risk. After McCarthy named her in 1950 as an example of the agency's laxity, State cleared her on loyalty grounds. However, when her husband, a Hungarian-born chemist who had belonged to the Young Workers' League in the 1920s, resigned from the Navy, her case was reopened, and he appeared before her loyalty board. The hearing was supposed to be about her loyalty, but the board quizzed him in detail about his own case. Although he had already explained inaccurate rumors about his efforts to observe the Bikini Island bomb tests to the satisfaction of the Navy, the State Department Loyalty Board decided that he was a loyalty risk and therefore his wife must be a security risk. 54. That the loyalty program often treated husband and wife as one did not play out symmetrically for men and women. Because about 97% of high-ranking civil servants were men, allegations about spouses of senior officials usually were allegations about wives. In one sample, at least 10% of the cases involving male defendants featured allegations about wives' activism, whether in women's organizations such as the League of Women Shoppers and Women's International League for Peace and Freedom or in mixed-sex groups such as the National Lawyers Guild and the American League for Peace and Democracy. 55. As a result, not only did civil servants become more circumspect about their own affiliations, but their spouses did as well. The federal loyalty program was a major factor in the demise or contraction of women's reform organizations, particularly but not only in the Washington area, as women resigned to protect their husbands' careers. 56. The tribulations of those New Deal men who married left liberal activists may have influenced the next cohort of ambitious men to marry women who were less politically outspoken. An activist wife could be a real liability for a government official in the late 1940s and 1950s, and many men's careers suffered as a result. However, men sometimes could convince loyalty boards that they were not influenced by their wives' politics, whereas loyalty boards usually assumed a female government employee would be unable to resist a suspect husband's pressure. Esther Brunauer was dismissed, for example, but economist Mordecai Ezekiel was not. Ezekiel had been a member of the New Deal Brain Trust before joining the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization in 1946. He faced loyalty boards in 1954 and 1955, chiefly because his wife Lucille had headed the Washington LWS and had a sister who lived with the prominent communist Marion Bachrach. Ezekiel told loyalty investigators his wife was bored by long economic discussions and also that she had cut off contact with her sister at his request. 57 Loyalty officials who perceived a male defendant as sufficiently in control of his wife sometimes dismissed the wife's political views as less threatening to national security than the views of a female official's leftist husband would be. That perception did not stop partisans from digging for dirt on officials' wives. But male officials were more likely than female officials to be able to neutralize charges about their spouses. 58 Furthermore, female professionals who were dismissed as security risks had fewer alternatives in academia and private practice than their male counterparts. Brunauer, whose expertise had made her in 1946 the third American woman to reach the diplomatic rank of minister and a U.S. delegate to UNESCO, wound up editing textbooks in Evanston, Illinois, where she died of heart trouble at age 58. 59. Male loyalty defendants tried to show that they were normal men, and female defendants tried to show that they were normal women, but these analogous burdens weighed more heavily on women. Conservative anti-communists presumed normal women to be more susceptible to communism, and less suited to policy making, than normal men. FBI agents, informants, and loyalty hearing witnesses often assessed a subject's femininity when evaluating her loyalty. People who suspected Dublin Kaiserling was a communist portrayed her as power-mad, domineering, ambitious, and out for herself. Her defenders, by contrast, emphasized that she conducted herself like a lady and was reticent, refined, and charming. The defense attorney took pains to deny Matthews's assertion that Dublin Kaiserling had a dominant personality, and he disagreed with another witness that she could have ever used the word hell. Dublin Kaiserling's lawyer apparently recognized that loyalty boards might interpret female assertiveness as evidence of communist tendencies. 60 References to Dublin Kaiserling as aggressive and a self-serving opportunist could have reflected anti-Semitism rather than sexism, but nearly identical language was used against the Boston Brahmin Caroline Ware. Male supporters downplayed the political views of female defendants and played up their normative femininity. Asked to explain Dublin Kaiserling's presence at a leftist conference in Mexico, her friend Nathaniel Whale said she had seemed more interested in shopping than in the conference. Oliver Peterson explained that his wife Esther was friendly with the alleged communist Mildred Kramer because both had had difficulty becoming pregnant, and that the two women chiefly talked about their children. Mordecai Ezekiel said his wife Lucille was not interested in politics and that she and her sister's communist roommate talked mainly about cooking and gardening. Presumably female defendants' interests in shopping, children, and other domestic pursuits were expected to make them seem more like typical women and less like communists. 61. Female civil servants and their defenders walked a tightrope, however, because being seen as too feminine also was risky. Although reticence and charm allegedly were uncharacteristic of communist women, other normatively female traits, emotionalism, idealism, malleability, supposedly made women susceptible to communist influence. One sympathetic witness tried to counter these stereotypes by telling investigators that Dublin Kaiserling was sober, sensible, and cynical about isms. 62. Anti-communists used gendered language to attack men as well as women. Walter Trohan's October 1952 radio broadcast impugned Leon Kaiserling's masculinity by pointing to his Ivy League background, lack of war service, lack of employment outside government, and his childless marriage to a professional woman. Fulton Lewis Jr. quoted Leon's criticism of the values promoted by college football as evidence that he had rejected the American way of life. Leon had written in 1934 that football's celebration of competitive individualism made it a training ground for business elites. Conservative journalists often mentioned left liberals' disdain for college sports, presumably to make them seem less manly and more elitist. 63 During the 1952 presidential campaign, the New York Daily News ridiculed the Democrat Adlai Stevenson as Adelaide, who used teacup words in a fruity voice. Stevenson's wit and eloquence became disadvantages rather than virtues, making him look like an egghead in comparison to his opponent, the plain-spoken former football player and Army General Dwight Eisenhower. After the State Department's 1950 admission that it had dismissed 91 homosexuals, ultra-conservatives charged the Democrats with nurturing an aristocratic clique of sexual misfits in the diplomatic service. 64. That gender was the basis for attacks on men as well as women does not undercut the claim that attacks on women had anti-feminist intent. First, the attacks on men arguably also had anti-feminist intent. Men were being chastised for not manifesting values and behaviors on which male dominance rested: martial valor, physical and entrepreneurial competitiveness, sole breadwinning, heterosexual virility. Second, men who had a sufficiently masculine record or personal style could inoculate themselves against such attacks. Female officials, by contrast, faced a nearly irresoluble double bind because normative constructions of femininity were incompatible with the wielding of power and expertise. Men were constrained to demonstrate their masculinity, but women faced a paradox: being unfeminine, or being too feminine, could indicate susceptibility to subversion. Occasionally, conservatives found a female civil servant they could admire. In 1953, the Times-Herald columnist George Dixon favorably contrasted the new head of the U.S. Women's Bureau, Alice Leopold, with Roosevelt and Truman appointees to that post. The holy state of matrimony has been given a boost by the Eisenhower administration, he wrote approvingly. The new head of the Women's Bureau, a tall, very good-looking party, was married and the mother of 2 teenage sons, unlike her predecessors Mary Anderson and Frieda Miller, whom Dixon described as childless spinsters. In fact, Frieda Miller was neither childless nor single. She and her partner Pauline Newman had raised a daughter. Whether Dixon knew it or not, Miller had been plagued by loyalty allegations. Her successor Alice Leopold would lead the Women's Bureau away from the pro-union, pro-civil rights feminism that Miller had promoted. George Dixon's approval of Leopold was the exception that proved the rule: professional women were not to be trusted, unless perhaps they were married mothers of grown children, whose personal circumstances, along with their views, affirmed the status quo. 65. In sum, women's growing presence in the high ranks of the federal civil service in the 1930s and 1940s gave conservatives another reason to dislike the bureaucratic state. Conservatives perceived correctly that men in liberal democratic administrations had promoted professional women and in some cases even married them. Right-wingers associated communism with men's loss of control over wives and daughters. The sketchy available statistics suggest that conservative anti-communists singled out women for disloyalty charges. Certainly they judged women by different standards, and their language in accusing women reflected and reinforced anti-feminist assumptions. Men too suffered gendered attacks, but female officials were more vulnerable because proper femininity was more difficult to reconcile with wielding authority than was proper masculinity. Conservative anti-communists had many goals. Certainly they wanted to get the Democrats out of power, roll back the welfare state and internationalist foreign policies, halt the labor and civil rights movements, and contain a perceived surge in homosexuality. But key players on the right also feared that communism and the liberalism they viewed as a slippery slope to it would erode men's control of women's sexuality and labor. Furthermore, they found that tapping into popular anti-feminism was an effective way of increasing the breadth and depth of public support for their other objectives. Anti-feminism was both an end and a convenient instrument of the right. Scholars widely recognize U.S. political elites' historical playing of the race card, but we have paid insufficient attention to the gender card that often was part of the same hand. It also bears emphasizing that the gender card had more than one face. The flip side of the era's well-documented anxieties about masculinity and homosexuality was fear of female independence. Chapter 4. The Loyalty Investigations of Mary Dublin Keyserling and Leon Keyserling. In June 1940, the Dies Committee researcher Benjamin Mondale sent a cryptic postcard to the anti-communist journalist Benjamin Stahlberg: "You should look into Consumers League, New York local now headed by Mary Dublin." Mondale did not have his facts quite right. Mary Dublin headed the National Consumers League, not its New York branch, and she was not a member of the Communist Party. She was, however, an officer of the New York chapter of the League of Women Shoppers, which the Dies Committee claimed was a communist front group. A few months after Mondale wrote Stolberg about her, Dublin married Leon Keyserling, who as Senator Robert Wagner's legislative aide was the chief draftsman of the National Labor Relations Act of 1935 and the U.S. Housing Act of 1937. As people associated with the progressive consumer and labor movements, the Keyserlings aptly represent both prongs of the movement to raise mass purchasing power that so antagonized American conservatives. During the 1940s, the Keyserlings held increasingly important government jobs. Mary became an international economist in the Department of Commerce. Leon drafted the 1946 Employment Act that created the Council of Economic Advisers, to which he was appointed, and in 1950 he became its chairman. 4 decades after Mondale sent that postcard in 1940, the Keyserlings were prime targets of the anti-communist right. They underwent protracted loyalty investigations that took place behind closed doors until 1952, when leaks to the press briefly generated headlines. At the time and throughout their long subsequent careers, the Keyserlings publicly dismissed their experiences as fleeting manifestations of Red Scare hysteria. In fact, they endured recurring, elaborate investigations that were rigged against them by a combination of forces with diverse interests. The commitment to social change that attracted loyalty investigators' attention to Mary Dublin Keyserling was manifested long before she entered government service. Born in 1910 in New York City to Russian Jewish immigrants, she was profoundly influenced by the example of her parents. Her father, Louis Dublin, was a famous public health expert and statistician. Augusta Salik Dublin was a settlement movement activist for housing reform. At her mother's alma mater, Barnard College, Mary's professors included the economist Wesley Clare Mitchell, an early proponent of the economic importance of mass consumption, and the future New Dealer Raymond Moley. On a summer fellowship at the Geneva School of International Studies in 1929, Mary studied with John Maynard Keynes, another rising star of underconsumptionist theory. Her lifelong interest in women's employment emerged in her senior honors thesis, which examined the Industrial Revolution's impact on New England women. After graduating in 1930, Dublin researched national health insurance proposals for the Committee on the Costs of Medical Care and then did graduate work at the London School of Economics, where she was inspired by the socialist political scientist Harold Laski, and Columbia University. From 1933 to 1938, she taught at Sarah Lawrence College, where she required privileged young women to survey slum housing conditions and design family budgets for varying incomes. During those years she lived in Greenwich Village and taught adult education classes nearby at the famous Henry Street settlement. In 1938 she was recruited to lead the National Consumers League, the venerable women's organization that promoted legislation to regulate labor conditions, hours, and wages. Dublin coordinated successful NCL campaigns for the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, which established the first permanent national standards for a minimum wage and maximum hours, and against weakening the National Labor Relations Act. She also pushed the NCL into bold initiatives on behalf of labor standards for domestic workers, national health insurance, and a labor consumer political alliance. Her forceful leadership style drew both admirers and critics at the NCL, but all agreed she was brilliant. Late in 1940 she moved to Washington to marry Leon Keyserling and to begin the career in government that would lead to her loyalty investigation. Point 2. Leon was raised in Beaufort, South Carolina, but otherwise he and Mary had much in common. Both were the children of progressive, upwardly mobile Jews whose parents hailed from Lithuania or Russia. Both their families were secular, highly educated, and assimilated. They honored their heritage by valuing tolerance and civil liberties rather than by observing Jewish religious traditions. Leon's mother Jenny Hyman, a native New Yorker, had known Mary's mother Augusta Salik at Barnard. In 1906 Jenny married William Keyserling, who was prospering as a farmer and merchant in Beaufort and who shared her intellectual and reform interests. In the 1920s William made local headlines for his denunciations of the Ku Klux Klan. Leon, the first of William and Jenny's 4 children, was born in 1907. He earned his BA in economics in 1928 from Columbia, where he was advised by the future brain truster Rex for Tugwell. After earning his law degree at Harvard in 1931, Leon did graduate work in economics back at Columbia with Tugwell, who hired him into the Department of Agriculture in 1933. Leon soon became Senator Wagner's legislative assistant, from which position he drafted key New Deal legislation, Section 7 of the National Industrial Recovery Act, its successor the National Labor Relations Act, and the U.S. Housing Act of 1937. From 1937 to 1946 he worked for the U.S. Housing Authority, first as general counsel and eventually as acting administrator. He also helped write the Democratic Party platforms of 1936, 1940, and 1944 for Wagner, who served on the Platform Committee. 3. Meanwhile, Leon married Mary. Shared political views and ambitions were foundational to their marriage, which was sparked and occasionally strained by intellectual sparring and rivalry. They had met in 1934, but she was not interested in marriage then, at least not to him. In 1939, when Mary was NCL General Secretary, NCL board member William H. Davis suggested that she get Leon's comments on a draft of her statement to Congress against amendments to the Wagner Act. Leon first said he was too busy, but eventually they reviewed her testimony over breakfast at the Hay Adams Hotel. He declared her statement perfect and insisted on taking her to lunch. The funny part is, she later recounted, he wasn't too busy at all from then on, and seemed to have more free time than I did, for after they married in 1940, the couple discovered they were unable to have children, a disappointment that they coped with by intensifying their focus on work. 5. Some observers including Mary credited her with influencing Leon's thinking. She herself had planned to write the essay on full employment that led to creation of the Council of Economic Advisers, but 2 days before the essay submission deadline in 1944, she injured her wrist and prevailed on Leon to write it instead. The resulting essay won second prize in a competition sponsored by the Pabst Brewing Company and eventually led to Leon's appointment to the CEA. 6 years later, the powerful Congressman Wilbur Mills, who had been friends with Leon since they were at Harvard Law School together, commented to President John F. Kennedy that Leon's wife was a brilliant economist. I assume he's learned what he knows from her. Because he was a lawyer. It is uncertain whether Leon would have agreed with that assessment. He did have some economics training himself. In any case, Mary and Leon had very similar views on politics and economics, and they collaborated on many projects over the decades. 7. The substance and outcome of federal loyalty cases varied widely, but most followed the same general timeline, and the Kaiserling cases fit the pattern. Screening of federal workers began well before the formal creation of the Federal Loyalty Program in 1947. The 1939 Hatch Act, passed partly in response to Dye's committee charges that communists had infiltrated the government, prohibited federal employees from belonging to any political party or organization which advocates the overthrow of the existing constitutional form of government. 8 employees had to swear they did not belong to any such group, and employing agencies requested background checks from the FBI. The FBI checked the databases of other agencies, including the Dye's committee. If any red flags popped up, the FBI conducted its own investigation, which often culminated in a transcribed interview in which the employee was invited to explain any derogatory associations. The FBI reported its findings to the employing agency and also to the Civil Service Commission. To the displeasure of the Dye's committee, the CSC loyalty examiners distinguished between leftism and Communist Party membership, and they also tended to forgive communist associations that predated the Hitler-Stalin Pact of August 1939. Although wartime loyalty security measures evolved hastily and with little public scrutiny, they were often fairer to employees than what was to follow. Soviet conduct immediately after the war, combined with publicity about the Canadian spy ring revealed by Russian defector Igor Guzenko, made the American public more receptive than before to alarms about communist infiltration of the U.S. government. 9 The Republicans' dramatic gains in the 1946 elections were widely credited to their hammering of Truman on the communists in government issue. Hoping to undercut charges that his administration harbored subversives, Truman instituted a sweeping employee loyalty program in March 1947.10 under Executive Order 9835. Each executive department established a loyalty board, whose proceedings were to be strictly confidential. Employees for whom reasonable grounds for belief in disloyalty could be established were to be dismissed. As critics then and since have shown, the program's flaws included the anonymity of confidential informants, the vague definition of derogatory information, reliance on arbitrary and inconsistent lists of subversive organizations, and the double jeopardy problem. Employees were investigated repeatedly for the same charges, because every promotion or job change required a new loyalty check and because loyalty standards changed several times. 11. Truman's hope that the loyalty program would short-circuit the campaign against communists in government was thwarted by a combination of world events and partisan opportunism. In the 2 years after Truman's narrow election victory in 1948, the political terrain shifted profoundly, undercutting his administration's ability to control the anti-communist fervor it had fanned. The Soviets ended the U.S. monopoly on the atomic bomb, communists took control of China. Justice Department employee Judith Koplan was caught meeting with a Russian while carrying FBI documents in her purse. Alger Hiss and Julius and Ethel Rosenberg were convicted. The Korean War broke out. Congress passed Public Law 733, which gave the heads of certain agencies wide latitude to dismiss employees deemed to be security risks, as opposed to loyalty risks. The credibility of hardline anti-communists surged among the American public, as demonstrated in the ascendance of Senator Joseph McCarthy and the 1950 election returns. The new Senate Internal Security Subcommittee joined the House Un-American Activities Committee in charging that the Truman administration was soft on communists in government. Under terrific partisan pressure, in April 1951 Truman issued Executive Order 10241, which broadened the grounds for employee dismissal. Of the more than 9,300 employees who had been cleared after full investigation under the 1947 standard, at least 2,756 found their cases reopened as a result of the new standard. 12. It was not unusual for a career civil servant to be investigated under the Hatch Act during the war, then again under Executive Order 9835, and again under EO 10241. Such was the case for both Kaiserlings. Employees who survived those investigations as well as the transition to the Eisenhower administration, no simple feat, since incoming Republicans tried to evict holdovers from the Roosevelt and Truman administrations. 13 had to clear an even higher hurdle. In April 1953, Eisenhower's Executive Order 10450 extended the security risk standard to all agencies, expanded the list of suspect behaviors, and eliminated certain procedural protections for employees. 14 Under EO 10450, Mary Dublin Kaiserling almost certainly would have been labeled a security risk, and Leon, as her spouse, would have been, too. Had they not left government when Eisenhower took office, they probably would have been forced out on security grounds. Early suspicions. The Kaiserlings knew from 1942 on that they were under scrutiny. Most of the pressure initially was on Mary. Notwithstanding a few early allegations against Leon, until 1951 investigations of him stemmed primarily from questions about his wife. The professional anti-communists J.B. Matthews and Ben Mondale had their eyes on Mary Dublin from the moment she entered government service in 1940. Only a short time before she did so, she had testified before the Dies Committee to protest its December 1939 attack on the consumer movement, and she had campaigned to eliminate the committee's appropriations. If Matthews had not noticed her before, he did then. 15. So did Matthews's new colleague Ben Mondale. A former New York City schoolteacher, Mondale had been expelled from the Communist Party with J. Lovestone's faction in 1929. Beginning in 1939, Mondale worked for the Dies Committee and its successor HUAC on and off for 7 years before joining the staff of the Senate Internal Security Subcommittee. Matthews and Mondale were the most important of the former communists and fellow travelers who were so vital to the anti-communist network. 16 It was probably Matthews or Mondale who underlined Dublin's name in a June 1940 newspaper announcement of appointments to the Consumer Division of the National Defense Advisory Commission. 17 That agency asked the FBI to check on her. The FBI reported back that Dublin was a member of the American Council on Soviet Relations, was possibly an associate of the alleged communist Mary Van Cleek, and had sent greetings to the Emergency Peace Mobilization Committee, a communist-sponsored group. 18 In May 1941 Ben Mondale included Dublin in a list of 53 big shots in government whom he suspected were communists. Mondale did not know that Dublin had married Leon Keyserling, but he would soon discover that fact and put it to use. 19 Leon apparently had no expectation that his new wife's associations would become a liability. When he was questioned in late 1941 about his own distant connection to a communist front group, he included Mary in a list of associates whose respectability he assumed was beyond question and therefore evidence of his own good character. 20 In early 1942, he must have recognized his mistake. In February, citing the Dies Committee as their source, congressional conservatives read a list of Mary Dublin's suspect associations into the congressional record. She recently had become chief of the Research and Statistics Division at the Office of Civilian Defense at the invitation of Eleanor Roosevelt, whose role at that agency was under fire. Leon was by this time Deputy Administrator and General Counsel of the U.S. Housing Authority, which was no more popular with conservatives than the OCD. New Dealers now made the connection between Leon and Mary. Representative John Tabor included them in a list of people he called parasites on the federal payroll because of their high salaries, subversive associations, and advocacy of programs he judged to be boondoggles. That both spouses earned federal salaries enabled Tabor to imply that the Keyserlings were especially parasitic. Legislation prohibiting federal employment of married couples had been repealed in 1937, but hostility to the practice lingered. The conservative press was soon castigating Miss Dublin for accepting any salary when her husband was a high-paid official, warning that out on Main Street of America the folks are going to become embittered at the spectacle of the government handing out fancy salaries to political favorites or the wives of political favorites for doing a little work in civilian defense. Stung by the suggestion that the use of her maiden name was deceptive, she began using the name Mary Dublin Keyserling. 21 The FBI questioned Leon about rumored connections with communist groups in April 1942, after Leon swore he had never belonged to the Communist Party or any organization he had reason to believe was controlled by communists. He was not investigated further until 1948. Mary, however, remained under close scrutiny throughout the war years, notwithstanding her similar denials under oath. Her initial investigation turned up more derogatory information than Leon's did, and each time she changed jobs which, like many talented, ambitious people, she did several times during the war. Investigators continued digging. The vast majority of the dozens of witnesses interviewed in this phase of Dublin Keyserling's investigation described her as loyal and not a communist. However, a few people who had clashed with her ascribed the conflict to her leftism. In particular, some older National Consumers League officers who disapproved of Dublin Keyserling's leadership vented their grievances to the FBI. Board member Florence Whitney claimed that Dublin Keyserling had tried to replace veteran staff members with communist friends. Another NCL officer, Eleanor Herrick of the National Labor Relations Board, commented casually that Dublin Keyserling was the kind of person who fell for new ideas and might be used by communist front groups. When Herrick was re-interviewed later after the loyalty program had demonstrated what impact such comments might have, she chose her words more carefully and stated that Dublin Keyserling was definitely loyal and not a communist. Over the full course of Dublin Keyserling's investigation, 10 NCL officers, all quite distinguished, dismissed Whitney's story as the irresponsible accusation of a disgruntled, ill-informed individual. Whitney herself could not be questioned more closely because she died in 1942. Her words lived on, however. They got carried forward from one report to the next, while exculpatory testimony got buried. 23. In 1945, by which time Dublin Keyserling was an economic analyst for the Foreign Economic Administration, CSC examiners recommended calling her in for questioning. However, more senior officials decided that while recognizing the borderline elements in this case, further interrogation was not necessary or desirable. The CSC Loyalty Board concluded that although she probably had been a socialist and might still be, there was no evidence of Communist Party membership, and testimony as to her loyalty had been predominantly favorable. This wartime board rejected the report of its overzealous examiners, who used liberal, radical, and fellow traveler interchangeably, made factual errors, and chose the most sinister possible reading of FBI reports. 24 Although Dublin was rated eligible for the time being, the wartime investigations generated much of the information that would be held against her later, after the political climate changed and loyalty standards tightened. The CSC's clearance of Dublin Keyserling did not satisfy professional anti-communists and their congressional allies, who kept up the drumbeat. Soon the press was identifying Dublin Keyserling as a favorite target of Representative John Tabor. 25 In 1946, HUAC staffer Ben Mondale tried to prevent the Senate from approving Leon Keyserling's appointment to the Council of Economic Advisers, stressing the potential from that office for economic espionage and sabotage in behalf of a foreign power. Mondale cited a rumor that Leon's appointment was backed by a former leader of the United Federal Workers Union, which had some communist officers. Mondale placed greater emphasis, however, on Mary, about whom he offered 8 allegations, all old ones or as flimsy as the new one about Leon. According to Mondale, the American Communist Party's constitution forbade members to have personal relationships with known enemies of the party. If a communist could only marry someone who was friendly to the party, and if Mary was a communist, then Leon must be at least a sympathizer. 26 But in 1946, such tenuous charges did not get much traction. On the left edge of the Truman administration, 1945–48. These early investigations and accusations may have caused the Keyserlings to be more careful about the people and organizations with whom they casually associated, but the couple did not avoid controversy in the immediate post-war years. Far from lying low, the Keyserlings took leading roles on behalf of policies that were at the top of conservatives' most hated list, including price control, high wages, strong protection of union rights, and the European Recovery Plan, better known as the Marshall Plan. Mary's work in this period centered on foreign aid and trade policy while Leon focused on domestic policy, but both argued that a healthy economy required raising mass purchasing power, at home and abroad, by directing more of productivity's gains to wages rather than to profits and by encouraging economic expansion and full employment. Leon was widely identified as one of Truman's most pro-labor advisers and the most liberal member of the new Council of Economic Advisers. After the Republicans' sweeping gains in the 1946 elections, a group of Truman officials including Keyserling, Clark Clifford, Charles Murphy, and others began meeting weekly at the Wardman Park apartment of Oscar Ewing, who headed the Federal Security Administration and also was vice chairman of the Democratic National Committee. This group functioned behind the scenes as a rival to the relatively conservative cabinet. Its members orchestrated the shift to the left that enabled Truman to eke out a re-election victory in 1948, when high turnout by organized labor offset the defections from the Democrats by the Dixiecrats to the right and by the Progressive Party to the left. Truman's largely symbolic veto in 1947 of the anti-union Taft-Hartley bill was key to this strategy, and Keyserling helped draft the veto message. Another key to Truman's 1948 strategy was blaming the surging cost of living on the Republican-dominated Congress's termination of the OPA. Unlike Truman's cabinet, Keyserling recommended a return to price controls, insisting that inflation was caused not by high wages, as industry groups argued, but by high profits and business reluctance to expand. Outraged conservatives denounced the CEA's 1947 annual report as a plot conceived by the ghost of Harry Hopkins to steal votes from Wallace, the Progressive Party candidate. 27 In December 1947, Newsweek described Keyserling as one new dealer whose influence is actually growing. 28 Keyserling's access to Truman through the Wardman Park Group and his blending of party politics with economic analysis antagonized his CEA superior, Chairman Edwin Norris. Norris came from the ranks of more orthodox academic economists who believed that Keyserling's high-wage, expansionist vision was dangerously inflationary. 29 In early 1949, Keyserling endorsed a controversial move to pressure the steel industry by threatening to build government-run mills if the industry did not expand its capacity. Norris disagreed. When Norris later resigned, congressional conservatives circulated his bitter words as evidence of Keyserling's leftist influence on the administration's economic policy. 30. Figure 4.1. Leon Keyserling drafted the bill that led to the creation of the Council of Economic Advisers. Left to right, Keyserling, Chairman Edwin Norris, and John Clark, Council of Economic Advisers, with President Truman after they were sworn in, August 9, 1946. Courtesy of Jewish Heritage Collection, College of Charleston. Mary Dublin Keyserling too was a prominent advocate in these years of policies that were anathema to conservatives. Now an economist in the Commerce Department, she continued her long-standing support of national health insurance and stronger, more inclusive labor laws and unions. Meanwhile, like many left liberals in the late 1940s, she increasingly prioritized poll tax repeal and permanent legislation against employment discrimination, recognizing those steps as prerequisites for the advancement of minority men and all women. In 1946, Dublin Keyserling was the Washington organizer for the Conference on Unfinished Business in Social Legislation, a project of Helen Hall, her friend from the Henry Street settlement. This major conference criticized congressional conservatives for blocking progress toward a comprehensive, non-discriminatory welfare state. The conference resolutions reflected a feminist perspective by opposing the linkage of social benefits to military service and demanding universal benefits instead. The war had been won by women and men, in and out of uniform, the delegates emphasized. Dublin Keyserling summed up the conference by urging a renewed fight to ensure that the efforts of small, selfish groups do not triumph over the interests of the majority of our people. 31. To help wage that fight, Dublin Keyserling joined with Helen Hall, Caroline Ware, and Ella Baker to form the National Association of Consumers. That group was the successor to the Consumer Advisory Committee of the Office of Price Administration, on which Hall, Ware, and Baker had served, and to the pre-war Consumers National Federation, the umbrella group involving many of the same people. 32 In a May 1948 speech to the consumer group, Dublin Keyserling warned that prices would continue to rise unless Congress authorized standby price control. The organization adopted price control as one of its key planks, along with rationing, reciprocal trade agreements, rent control, and more public housing. Thus, at the same time that her husband was drawing fire for recommending price control through the CEA, Dublin Keyserling was cooperating publicly with non-governmental activists for price control. 33. Amid popular outcry over surging prices in 1947 and 1948, conservatives and left liberals offered rival explanations. In an effort to drive a wedge between the unionized working class and those who lived on salaries or fixed incomes, the right blamed inflation on, above all, the high wages won by unions. 34 Conservatives also blamed inflation on the European Recovery Plan, better known as the Marshall Plan, to rebuild war-ravaged Europe. Dublin Keyserling was among the many government economists who had a hand in designing the Marshall Plan, and when conservatives blamed it for draining resources and fueling price rises, she gave speeches laden with data that suggested otherwise. 35 If Dublin Keyserling initially attracted conservatives' ire for her consumer and labor activism, she did not endear herself further when she became a proponent of generous foreign aid programs. Since joining the Foreign Economic Administration in 1943, Dublin Keyserling had been applying to international aid and trade policy the philosophy that saving the economy, and thus democracy, required redistributing purchasing power. In 1945, as one of 2 women in the 25-member U.S. delegation to the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, she worked on estimating the foreign aid needs of smaller European countries devastated by the war. From 1946 to 1949, as chief of the Special Programs Branch, Areas Division, Office of International Trade, Department of Commerce, she recommended increasing imports from European nations to help them become self-sufficient and to keep peace. Toward that end, she advised and wrote speeches for Secretary of Commerce Avril Harriman and OIT Director Thomas Blaisdell, in addition to making speeches herself to civic groups and in training sessions for U.S. Foreign Service officers. 36 One way to increase imports was to eliminate protective tariffs, and in urging that approach, Dublin Keyserling and her department antagonized American manufacturers who relied on tariffs to maintain their share of the domestic market. 37 Like other left internationalists, she saw foreign trade and aid policies as tools for eliminating the roots of war. Believing World War II had originated from the punitive settlement of World War I, she argued it was in Americans' long-term interest to be generous in foreign aid in order to prevent desperate people from turning to a Hitler. In 1947, the Commerce Department made her its representative in drafting the Krug Report, which undertook to demonstrate that the United States could afford a massive aid package for Europe. She was among the handful of people who during the hot summer of 1947 actually produced the influential Report. 38 In the spring of 1948, she wrote articles on the European Recovery Plan for publication under her superiors' names, and she herself promoted the plan among civic groups. 39 Dublin Keyserling's work on the Marshall Plan gave the professional anti-communists another opportunity to remove her from government and to discredit Leon Keyserling and, ultimately, President Truman. In March 1948, even as conservatives were still fuming that the CEA's 1947 annual report contained unadulterated Marxist doctrine, they launched an unsuccessful campaign against the Marshall Plan. In addition to arguing that the plan would ruin the U.S. economy, they called it largely a scheme through which socialism will be subsidized in Europe. Congressional conservatives in both houses demanded lists of personnel involved in the Marshall Plan and then highlighted the role of alleged leftists. On a copy of the Krug Committee personnel list that ended up in investigators' files, Dublin Keyserling's name was among those marked as suspect. 41 The 1948 investigation. On March 16, 1948, the FBI received a tip from a journalist at the Washington Times-Herald that Dublin Keyserling worked at OIT under the supervision of one of the drafters of the original Marshall Plan, Louis Lorwin. Lorwin was emerging as Exhibit A for conservatives' claim that the Marshall Plan was a leftist plot. The journalist gave the FBI a 1944 letter in which Lorwin recommended Dublin Keyserling for a foreign economic administration position in Poland. While it would be rather unusual to appoint a woman as a special representative, Lorwin had written, "I think Mrs. Keyserling is an exception for which it is worthwhile to break the custom." 42 FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover immediately ordered his most experienced agents to expedite a full investigation of her. On March 29, the conservative Congressman E. E. Cox publicized the names of 8 communist sympathizers, socialists, and collectivists who had helped design the Marshall Plan. 43 4 of the 8 men Cox named were people with whom Dublin Keyserling had worked closely: Louis Lorwin, Thomas Blaisdell, OIT Areas Division Head Herbert Parry Suze, and Tex Goldschmidt from the Department of the Interior. A 5th was Dublin Keyserling's close friend Felix S. Cohen, who had just left the government after many years as Associate Solicitor for Interior. All those named by Cox soon were under investigation. Parry Suze would resign in May, Lorwin and Blaisdell would be forced out later. 44 Given the developments in counter-espionage and electoral politics in 1948, it is not surprising that FBI Director Hoover took a personal interest in Dublin Keyserling's investigation and soon requested a full field investigation of her husband as well. An enormous volume of telegram correspondence among FBI offices around the nation and internal memos annotated with terse orders by Hoover himself indicate his sense of urgency. 45 In late 1945, The FBI had been stunned to discover the extent of Soviet espionage through the defector Igor Guzenko and the American ex-communist Elizabeth Bentley. The professional anti-communists on HUAC belittled the FBI's wartime performance, and Hoover was determined not to be caught off guard again. 46 Anti-communists were especially suspicious of the Commerce Department because the left-leaning former Vice President Henry Wallace had headed it. His successor, Averell Harriman, left Wallace loyalists in their jobs and refused to turn Commerce Loyalty Board files over to HUAC. 47 Now it appeared that OIT might be full of subversives. The investigation of OIT's William Remington, named by Bentley as a communist who had passed information to her during the war, was already underway when Representative Cox charged that Lorwin, Blaisdell, and Parry-Soos had communist associations. 48 In this context, it is small wonder that Hoover took seriously the tip about Dublin Kaiserling. Hoover's excitement no doubt increased when he recognized that Dublin Kaiserling's brother-in-law George Marshall was a prominent, wealthy leftist. The son of the distinguished New York lawyer Lewis Marshall, he had married Mary's sister Elizabeth in 1930. When his brother, the environmentalist Robert Marshall, died in 1939, George became executor of the Robert Marshall Foundation and used it to fund many left-wing causes. George Marshall was a leader of the National Federation for Constitutional Liberties and its successor, the Civil Rights Congress. He was active in Soviet-American friendship groups, and he made substantial donations to communist-influenced organizations such as the Southern Negro Youth Congress. In 1944, Hoover put Marshall on the FBI Security Index, a list of people to be kept under surveillance so they could be detained in the event of a security crisis. In 1946 HUAC cited Marshall for contempt because he refused to produce the membership records of the National Federation for Constitutional Liberties. 49. The FBI's spring 1948 full-field investigation yielded a vast trove of inconclusive data and contradictory impressions from dozens of Dublin Kaiserling's past and present associates. There was disagreement about how far to the left she might have been in the 1930s. Some people believed she was opportunistic or immature and so might be used by communists, but they offered few compelling specifics. One OIT employee claimed that Dublin Kaiserling's advocacy of price control indicated she followed communist doctrine, and that she belonged to a radical clique in commerce. By contrast, several distinguished people cited evidence that certainly by 1946 she was anti-communist, whatever her earlier views had been. One reported that as a board member for the Committee on the Nation's Health, Dublin Kaiserling had argued that the committee should not share information or cooperate in any way with communist front groups. Another informant had heard she was associating with communist sympathizers when she came to Washington in 1940, but he believed she subsequently had matured in her political thinking. He explained that at the 1946 Conference on Unfinished Business in Social Legislation she had voted against affiliating with a group she had been advised was communist infiltrated. Helen Hall observed that Dublin Kaiserling had resisted communist efforts to take over consumer groups. 50. When questioned about Dublin Kaiserling's relationship to George Marshall, Helen Hall stated that Mary had nothing to do with his activities and in fact had been turned down when she solicited funding from his foundation for a consumer group. Hall's view was undermined by the FBI's discovery of two instances in which Dublin Kaiserling and George Marshall had supported the same cause. That Mary's brother-in-law was a prominent supporter of communist causes might have been read as evidence that she was not a secret communist. Anti-communist experts knew by this time that if Dublin Kaiserling were an underground communist assigned to work her way up in the government or marry a powerful government official, she would have long since severed contact with George Marshall, and the party might even have instructed Marshall himself to lie low. But most loyalty board officials, and the general public, were unfamiliar with the communist policy of forbidding underground members to associate with other communists or radical causes, and so they interpreted the Marshall connection as a red flag about the Kaiserlings. 51. While the Commerce Department Loyalty Board tried to sort through this jumble of information in the summer of 1948, HUAC was preparing to launch its espionage hearings. On July 21, Newspapers introduced the public to Elizabeth Bentley's story with headlines such as "Red Ring Bared by Its Blonde Queen 52." With the election approaching and the right pounding away on the communists in government issue, the Commerce Loyalty Board decided to take no chances. On July 30 the board sent Dublin Keyserling an interrogatory asking her to respond to 8 allegations of disloyalty. She was charged with being among the signatories to the open letter to American liberals published in Soviet Russia Today in March 1937, receiving communist mail from Mexico in 1937, joining or associating in the 1938-40 period with 4 organizations on the Attorney General's list of subversive organizations, in 1947 lending the only copy of a Department of Commerce publication to a person known to be connected with the Washington Committee for Democratic Action, also on the Attorney General's list, and, more generally, associating with communists and persons sympathetic to the Communist Party. 53 By the time Dublin Keyserling received the charges, the nation was spellbound by the sensational HUAC testimony of Whittaker Chambers and Elizabeth Bentley about secret cells of communists in government. With the assistance of her lawyer and old friend Abe Fortas, who was now in private practice, Dublin Keyserling emphatically denied that she ever had been a communist or communist sympathizer, knowingly associated with such persons, or knowingly joined or associated with any communist-dominated group. In her written reply to the Loyalty Board and in 2 days of hearings, she offered standard examples of her divergence from the communist line. She had favored US aid to England and France during the Hitler-Stalin non-aggression pact when the Communist Party opposed American war preparations. She had opposed the so-called Morgenthau Plan to deindustrialize Germany, and she had helped develop and win passage of the Marshall Plan, which the Communist Party opposed. 54. Dublin Keyserling placed the most emphasis on responding to the charges that she had signed the March 1937 open letter to American liberals and associated with communists or their sympathizers. She correctly assumed that the latter charge reflected the fact that George Marshall was her brother-in-law. She avoided labeling Marshall a communist, but she took pains to distance herself from him. She stated that she had never agreed with his politics and that she saw him only a few times a year at large family gatherings, where they did not discuss politics or foreign policy because of our recognized and strong conflicts of opinion. 55. Having avidly denied any political sympathy with George Marshall proved awkward when it came to explaining her signing of the open letter to American liberals, because George and Elizabeth both had signed it, and George was an editor of Soviet Russia Today, which published the letter. Dublin Keyserling claimed to have no recollection of how she came to sign the letter but also denied it had come to her from George or Elizabeth. This letter attacked the American Committee for the Defense of Leon Trotsky, which formed to investigate the Moscow show trials and was nominally headed by the distinguished progressive educator John Dewey. The open letter called the Dewey Committee investigation a gesture of hostile intent toward the Soviet government, which was improving conditions for all its people, whether or not one agrees with all the means whereby this is brought about. The signers applauded the progressive movement undertaken by the Soviet Union under the 5-year plan and the Soviet foreign policy of peace, claiming that the reactionary sections of the press and public in the United States were seizing on the anti-Soviet attacks of Trotsky. To further their own aims, the letter concluded sternly, "We feel sure that you do not wish to be counted an ally of these forces." The 88 signers included radicals such as Corliss Lamont and Lillian Hellman and progressives such as the social worker Lillian Wald and the Columbia sociologist Robert Lind. 56. At the loyalty hearings, Dublin Keyserling called the letter dreadful and regretted signing. She guessed that she had done so casually and, in hindsight, naively. "Had that letter come to me a little later, I should never have signed it." She reminded the Loyalty Board that in early 1937, the Soviet Union recently had joined the League of Nations and professed to renounce the doctrine of world revolution, and many American officials sought to promote friendly relations with Russia. In reconstructing her own motives, Keyserling said she must have meant to warn liberals against endorsing Trotsky's world revolutionary doctrines and against driving the Soviet Union into an alliance with Hitler. Fortas, her lawyer, asked the board whether it was such a sin to have been anti-Trotsky and argued that her act was foolish but understandable at the time. He might also have pointed out that it was not until later in 1937 that the full horror of the Moscow trials became known in the United States. Still, Dublin Kaiserling was disingenuous when she denied that the letter implied approval of the Soviet Union. 57. Dublin Kaiserling's strategy no doubt reflected the advice of her counsel, whose firm Arnold, Fortis and Porter was rising to prominence as one of the few willing to defend those brought before loyalty boards. 58 Dublin Kaiserling and Fortis not only had been friends since the 1930s, they had much in common. Both were born in 1910 to Russian and Lithuanian Jewish parents. During the 1930s Fortis shared a house in Washington with Leon Kaiserling, and Fortis's wife, Carolyn Aguirre, had overlapped with Mary at Barnard. Fortis's opposition to the loyalty program probably reflected his personal experiences, as well as his professional objections to the program's lack of due process. He himself had been questioned about association with alleged communist fronts while in government service in the early 1940s. 59. The friendly tone of the 1948 hearings may have been set in large part by Fortis. He and Dublin Kaiserling took every opportunity to be conciliatory. She applauded the Commerce Loyalty Board's work as vigorously as she asserted her innocence. Communists and their sympathizers were unfit for government employment, she declared, agreeing that reviews were necessary to weed out such persons. Innocent people such as herself would suffer from having their innocence questioned, but she willingly bore such suffering in order to protect the interests of our nation. For his part, Fortis controlled his frustration with the Loyalty Board for sporadically introducing new allegations from undisclosed sources during the hearings. The officials treated Dublin Kaiserling cordially, and all parties seemed to regret the unpleasant necessity that had brought them together. 60. Dublin Kaiserling was cleared in 1948, but not without a suspenseful delay. Although her hearing had seemed to end with a unanimous sigh of relief, the Commerce Department Loyalty Board took more than 2 months to decide that there were no reasonable grounds to believe she was disloyal. By this time growing differences of opinion divided loyalty investigators and higher-level Truman officials. Although the board's report cleared Dublin Kaiserling on loyalty grounds, it recommended further review on security grounds because she had taken a very deep interest in the affairs of the Communist Party. Secretary of Commerce Charles Sawyer rejected this recommendation, however, and ordered that Dublin Kaiserling be given the necessary security clearances immediately. 61 Meanwhile, the investigation of Leon had turned up nothing new other than a rumor that he had dated a communist co-worker at the U.S. Housing Authority, in addition to complaints that he and Mary were aggressive, opportunistic, and interested only in self-advancement. In December, the Central Loyalty Review Board that audited agency board decisions notified Hoover that Leon and Mary both had been retained by their agencies. 62. The Kaiserlings' relief at this outcome could not have lasted long. Although neither of them was investigated formally again until 1951, the campaign against communists in government gathered momentum during 1949 and 1950, aided by international events. At home, several developments set the stage for a fresh attempt to discredit the Kaiserlings. Senior officials at the Commerce Department infuriated hardcore anti-communists by reversing the agency loyalty board's negative decisions in the cases of OIT employees William Remington and Michael Lee. 63 The subsequent perjury convictions of former State Department official Alger Hiss and Remington were widely perceived as proof that they had spied. In February 1950, Senator McCarthy entered the spotlight with his now infamous declaration that the State Department was infested with communists. The partisan rancor intensified still further after Congress overrode Truman's September 1950 veto of the Internal Security Act, which required communist organizations to register with the U.S. Attorney General and created the Subversive Activities Control Board. Although the fireworks at the State Department got the most publicity, OIT remained under intense scrutiny. The press soon reported that OIT Director Thomas Blaisdell was under investigation on the grounds that he had defended Remington and that his wife and father had been the witnesses to Robert Marshall's will, which created the foundation that funded Remington's legal defense. That foundation was headed by the Kaiserlings' brother-in-law George Marshall, who by this time was in serious trouble. he was known to have furnished the $23,000 bail for Soviet agent Gerhard Eisler, who promptly fled the country. In the summer of 1950, Marshall spent 3 months in prison after the Supreme Court declined to hear his appeal of the contempt citation by HUAC.64. Finally, and most ominously for the Kaiserlings, an ex-communist named Paul Crouch became an FBI informant and eventually connected with the Kaiserlings' nemesis Benjamin Mondale. In March 1951, Mondale joined the staff of the new Senate Internal Security Subcommittee. With help from Crouch, Mondale would try to put CIS on the map at the Kaiserlings' expense. 65. A conspiracy so immense. Setting up the Kaiserlings, 1951-52. Paul Crouch had joined the Communist Party while in the U.S. Army in 1925 and soon was discharged and sentenced to 40 years in prison for subversive activities. In 1928 President Calvin Coolidge pardoned him for reasons that are unclear. After a stint in the Soviet Union, in 1929 Crouch went to Gastonia, North Carolina, to organize Loray Mill textile workers for what became a famously violent strike. There he met Sylvia McMahon, who had worked at Loray since she was 12. They married and worked together for the party in several southern and western states. According to the Crouches, by 1941 they had become disillusioned. Both Paul and their son developed serious health problems, which they used as an excuse to leave the party. They later claimed they would have been liquidated for quitting had they not been so well known that their murder would have damaged party morale. A different version of the Crouch's departure from the Communist Party holds that he was demoted for erratic behavior and incompetent leadership. In any case, it was only a matter of time before he emerged publicly as the West Coast Whittaker Chambers 66. Figure 4.2. Leon Kaiserling and Mary Dublin Kaiserling, circa 1950, between rounds of investigation. Courtesy of Thomas Dublin. In 1947, Paul Crouch began giving names of party members and their associates to the FBI. In 1949, in the context of listing about 100 communists with access to important government officials, he alleged that one Gilbert L. Parks was a communist and a friend of Leon Kaiserling. Like Kaiserling, Parks came from the Beaufort, South Carolina, vicinity, had ties to Harvard, and had worked for the government in the 1930s. Unlike Kaiserling, Parks was a founder of Nudist magazine and in the mid-1930s ran a nudist-friendly resort on his family farm near Port Royal, South Carolina. In 1937 the Communist Party reportedly sent Paul Crouch to Parks's resort to convalesce from an illness. Crouch later alleged that during that period Parks, his wife, and both Crouches belonged to a communist cell that met on the property. In 1949, Crouch told a Miami FBI agent that Parks had introduced him to Kaiserling in late 1937 when the latter, then an aide to Senator Wagner, was visiting his father in Beaufort. That information drew little notice at first, but when the FBI upset Crouch by declining to use him as a witness in a Smith Act trial, Crouch contacted HUAC, explaining later that he wanted to get the truth to the American people. In mid-1949 HUAC called Crouch to testify in closed hearings, during which he mentioned the alleged connection between Parks and Kaiserling. At that time Crouch said that he was not questioning Kaiserling's loyalty, rather he was merely pointing out that communists like Parks had a lot of influence. The timing of when Crouch said what about Leon Kaiserling became important later. 67. HUAC staff member Ben Mondale must have found Crouch's report extremely interesting, but he did not show his hand yet. First, it had to be established that Parks was indeed a communist. In October 1949, the FBI interviewed Parks. He said he never joined the Communist Party, although, he conceded, some people might label him as a fellow traveler in the 1930s because he had shared some communist objectives. Not satisfied, the FBI asked the Office of the Attorney General to consider trying Parks for perjury. In the meantime, the FBI completed a full field investigation of Gilbert's wife Gertrude Parks, who as a clerk with the Veterans Administration was subject to the Federal Employee Loyalty Program. In April 1950, the 4th Regional Loyalty Board heard her case. More than half of Gertrude's hearing was devoted to questioning Gilbert, who appeared as a witness. He denied that either of them ever belonged to the Communist Party, although he had been friendly with many people he knew to be communists, including the Crouches. Surprised by a newspaper clipping describing Crouch's allegations about him, including a passing mention of his friendship with Keyserling, Gilbert expressed indignation that they'd try through me to smear Leon Keyserling. He said he had no recollection of introducing Crouch to Keyserling. He said he knew Leon only slightly, but he was friendly with Leon's father. Indeed, the senior Mr. Keyserling had provided an affidavit attesting to the Parkses' loyalty. 68. In June 1950 the Loyalty Board voted 2-1 to dismiss Gertrude Parks. One board member explained that he would rate her husband ineligible, and while the record is not so strong against her, I can't conclude from all the evidence how she could be eligible and he not. 69 The dissenting vote came from a woman. In urging that Gertrude Parks be rated eligible, she argued that Gertrude was a hard-working, tolerant wife stuck with a problem husband who was long on ability to expound theories, but short on the knack of keeping a job. This official stressed that the Crouches were the only witnesses against the Parkses and that their story, even if true, pertained only to the period before 1938. This alternative interpretation of the Parkses' marriage did not prevail, however, and in August 1950 the Veterans Administration dismissed Gertrude Parks. 70 Meanwhile, the Crouches had attracted national attention by testifying that the atomic scientist J. Robert Oppenheimer had held a Communist Party meeting in his home in 1941. 71 The implications for Leon Keyserling, whom Truman had just made chairman of the CEA, were not good, but the danger was not yet fully apparent. During the next few months, Congress overrode Truman's veto of the McCarran Internal Security Act and created the Senate Internal Security Subcommittee to monitor its administration. The powerful Senator Pat McCarran appointed himself head of the subcommittee and assembled an all-star team of anti-subversives for its staff, including Ben Mondale from HUAC and 5 ex-FBI agents. 72 Mondale did not officially join the SIS staff until March 1951, but in the interim he did the groundwork for the new committee to investigate the Keyserlings. It was most likely Mondale who created the December 1950 chart that ended up in SIS file on Leon. The chart traced the connections among the Keyserlings, Blaisdells, and Marshalls. Blaisdell was Mary Dublin Keyserling's boss. Blaisdell's wife and father witnessed Robert Marshall's will, of which George Marshall was executor, and George was married to Mary's sister. Leon was at the top of the chart, and at its center was a list of George Marshall's 24 subversive associations. Still, Leon was separated by 2 degrees of marriage from George Marshall. Crouch's story about Gilbert Parks yielded more direct evidence against Leon. With Parks's subversive tendencies apparently confirmed by his wife's dismissal from government employment, Mondale asked Crouch to provide more information on the alleged meeting with Keyserling and Parks in Beaufort. 73. Crouch obliged with a memo claiming that in late 1937 Keyserling was friendly to the party, despite his mild criticism of the party line. Crouch described in detail how Parks took him to the Keyserling home and introduced Crouch as a Communist Party leader for the southern region. Crouch claimed that the 3 of them with no other witnesses spent an afternoon talking politics and then toured the Keyserling cotton ginning operation. According to Crouch, Leon criticized the Communist Party program on minor points, calling it too dogmatic about the inevitability of armed revolution as the only way to power in the United States. Leon supposedly opined that communists did not fully appreciate how the New Deal was starting a chain of events and releasing forces that would take on increasing momentum until the economic and social structure of the country was completely revolutionized. It was possible, Crouch's memo to Mondale charitably observed, that Keyserling was among the many left liberals who turned against the party after the Hitler-Stalin Pact of 1939. But at the time of their meeting, Keyserling certainly was close to the party and could properly be called a party sympathizer. This does not necessarily mean he remains friendly to the party and the Soviet Union in 1951. That same month, Crouch sent Senator McCarthy a similarly dramatic memo, which concluded, If Parks remains in the party and if his friendship with Mr. Keyserling continues, the Communist Party has a direct pipeline to the White House. In his cover letter to Mondale, Crouch mentioned that he was unemployed and needed money for his hospitalized son. Later, the Keyserlings would suspect a plot against them. This correspondence is part of the evidence they were correct. 74. Although Mondale and Crouch had been working together for several months with the Keyserlings as their primary target, they took care to make it appear that they were chiefly interested in Gilbert Parks. In a new memo to SIS, Crouch claimed he had heard that Parks applied for a job on the SIS staff and so felt impelled to warn SIS about Parks, one of the most capable communists in the country and a personal friend of Eleanor Roosevelt, Justice Frankfurter, and Leon Keyserling. It is very unlikely that Parks actually applied for a job with SIS as Crouch claimed. Parks's wife had been barred from government employment, and he would have known he would not be hired. Saying Parks tried to get on the SIS payroll probably was an effort to hide the real motive for pursuing him, which was to get Keyserling. Crouch urged SIS to call Parks and Keyserling in for questioning. 75 Within a few weeks, both Crouch and Parks testified under oath before SIS. Parks denied he had been a communist and that he had ever spent an afternoon with Crouch and Keyserling. Parks's denial produced a two-pronged response from the counter-subversives. First, they redoubled their effort to confirm Crouch's story about Parks. The FBI went to such lengths as sending agents to the schools attended by the Parks children in the late 1930s to determine who had signed the children's report cards, in order to track the parents' movements. But the intensive effort did not produce any smoking guns. The former communists who Crouch said could confirm his story all told the FBI that they did not know Parks or that they did not know whether he was a communist. 76. While the additional investigation of Parks was underway, a second strategy emerged. Crouch claimed he was fairly certain that Leon's wife had in 1929 been a secret member of the Communist Party. The timing of Crouch's announcement was suspicious, as the Keyserling defense team would point out. Crouch later would say that he had told the FBI about a communist named Mary in 1948, that the Pittsburgh FBI questioned him about Mary Dublin in April 1951, and that only during the SIS hearings about Parks in May 1951 did he become aware that Mary Dublin had married Leon Keyserling. The first two claims were certainly false, as a later FBI report confirms. 77 The third very likely was false as well, given that Crouch had been corresponding with Ben Mondale about Leon since before January 1951 and that Mondale had been trying to use Leon's marriage to Mary against him since at least 1946. Most likely Crouch and Mondale spoke about Mary early in the spring. In any case, Crouch spent several days in May with J.B. Matthews preparing testimony on Leon and Mary to present before SIS in June. 78 Someone, probably Crouch, shared the story with Senator McCarthy, who made inquiries but did not act on it until the following year. 79 On June 6, 1951, Ben Mondale got the okay from a member of SIS to gather witnesses against Mary. 80. On June 8 Crouch gave a statement about her to the FBI. He claimed that in 1928 or 1929 he had met a girl named Mary, age about 19, at meetings of the Communist Party and Young Communist League at the home of Julius Hyman in Yonkers. He recalled that her father was chief statistician of the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company and that she did not want him to find out about her communist activities. According to Crouch, this Mary was a close friend of Julius Hyman's daughter Beatrice, whom Paul Crouch dated, while Mary dated his friend and fellow communist George Pershing. Crouch reportedly introduced Mary to Communist Party official Jack Stahel, who had asked for someone who would appear to be above suspicion for confidential field work. Beatrice Hyman was well known to investigators as a former secretary to the Russian ambassador and employee of the TASS news agency whose name had been found in the address book of Soviet spy Judith Koplan. The possibility that she had been associated with Mary Dublin Keyserling must have been exciting news to counter-subversives. 81 Crouch speculated in notes for his SIS appearance, Mary might be out of party now and potential witness of great value to government, or she may still be top leader in CP underground. This was a melodramatic flourish, given that Crouch's allegations, even if true, hardly indicated that Mary had been a top leader in CP Underground 82. CIS subpoenaed Leon Keyserling on June 12, and he appeared before the committee the next day. The subpoena did not specify why he was being called, and he apparently believed the committee was after Gilbert Parks. The aggressive questioning by Senator Homer Ferguson caught Keyserling off guard. A former prosecutor with presidential ambitions, Ferguson was among the most partisan of Republicans. He had accused Roosevelt of allowing the Japanese to attack Pearl Harbor, and he wanted to impeach Truman for denying Congress access to federal employee loyalty files. 83 Ferguson brought Crouch in to repeat the story about his afternoon discussing politics with Leon Keyserling and Gilbert Parks. Crouch now elaborated that Keyserling had agreed on the need to move from a capitalist to socialist system of production, but argued that it would occur without a revolution. As Crouch recalled it, Keyserling had said New Deal reforms would produce a chain reaction, in that the more you give people the more they'll demand. And through this chain reaction the power of capitalism is going to be weakened. Keyserling also had disagreed with the Communist Party's advocacy of a separate Negro Republic as a solution to American racism, and because of these differences Crouch had decided Keyserling was not ready to join the party. Overall, however, his impression in 1937 had been that Keyserling was friendly to the communist program. 84 Keyserling replied indignantly that such a conversation could never have taken place and that he did not remember meeting Crouch, a qualification that some interpreted as self-protection against perjury charges in the event that a witness to their meeting could be found. 85 Through several days of hearings, Ferguson kept Keyserling on the defensive by abruptly changing topics and disrupting his efforts to present exculpatory information. Things got even stickier when Ferguson, after disarmingly pretending to be uncertain whether Keyserling was married, brought up the old allegations about his wife's subversive associations. When Dublin Keyserling appeared the next day to defend herself, CIS produced Crouch again, who stunned both Keyserlings by testifying that she appeared to be the same person as a girl whom I recollected by the name of Mary, who was a communist in the late 1920s. 86 The Keyserlings listened in shock as Crouch told the story he had given the FBI about Mary, Beatrice Hyman, and George Pershing. He added a new detail: the girl had told him she had a sister who also was a communist. CIS staffer Ben Mondell proceeded to show Crouch a series of photos from Mary's passport applications in 1928 and 1929. He declared his certainty that she was the girl he had known. Mary protested that she had never once met Crouch or Pershing, and that although she had known Beatrice Hyman at Barnard, she had disapproved of Beatrice's leftist politics and never was at her house. Crouch must be confusing her with her sister Elizabeth, who never was a communist but had been a good friend of Beatrice. Crouch now backed off and said that the girl he had known might have had lighter hair than Dublin Keyserling. Indeed, Crouch had described to the FBI a rather blonde young lady of medium or very slightly above medium height, perhaps 5 feet, 7 or 8, very good looking. Mary Dublin Keyserling had dark brown hair, her sister Elizabeth had light brown hair, and both stood 5 feet 3 inches tall. 87. Over the course of further CIS hearings throughout the summer, 7 days of testimony in all, the Keyserlings demonstrated that Crouch had confused Dublin Keyserling with her sister, leaving it to the committee to judge whether this was mere confusion or a deliberate action done with intent to injure and abuse. 88 Elizabeth Dublin Marshall made a dramatic appearance in which she greeted Crouch with remarks on how his appearance had changed and described how George Pershing had proposed to her. She said she had attended meetings at the Hyman home at which communists were present, although she never joined the party herself. She insisted she could not have told Crouch that her sister was a communist because Mary had always been violently anti-communist. 89 Crouch wavered but did not give up, saying the girl he knew went to Europe in the summer of 1929, the girl he knew did not wear glasses, and the girl he knew had a well-modulated voice. Mary did have a soft, deep voice, but Crouch had heard her speak at the hearing before he mentioned that detail. Investigators explored at length whether the sisters had plotted to create confusion, had either of them ever colored their hair, or taken the other's name. Of course not, they replied. 90. It seems clear that Crouch deliberately confused Dublin Kaiserling and her sister, presumably reasoning that, at the very least, the Marshal's record would taint the Kaiserlings. It also seems clear that Crouch stretched his story about meeting Leon Kaiserling in 1937, although Leon might possibly have met him and expressed some of the views Crouch later attributed to him. The Kaiserlings were correct in suspecting that Crouch was part of a conspiracy to discredit them. However, in their efforts at self-defense, the Kaiserlings themselves were less than fully honest. Both Mary and Leon portrayed themselves to Sis as more conservative politically than their records indicated. Their lawyers may have advised them to take this approach, but it was a tactical error because they undermined their credibility. Mary, when questioned about trips she made to the Soviet Union in 1932 and 1936, lamented that our elders had made it so easy for the Russians to get American students to come visit. She inaccurately claimed that she had been an outspoken anti-radical at Barnard and that she had brought only zealous anti-communists onto the board of the National Consumers League. 91. Leon's self-representation was even less convincing. He suggested that he had been apolitical in his youth, focused on his studies and trying to make the junior varsity football squad at Columbia. He said that he might even have been a Republican when he started to work for the government in 1933. Then, as he recalled it, his views became just a little to the right of what is commonly understood to be the New Deal. The main draftsman of the National Labor Relations Act, U.S. Housing Act, and Employment Act told Sis in 1951 that he did not think the programs of the New Deal ought to be pursued or pushed now. He claimed he always had opposed some aspects of the New Deal, such as pinning the reprehensible label on the business community as a whole, and substituting regulation for an effort to help business in doing its job. He submitted excerpts from his speeches and articles since the late 1940s that highlighted his emphasis on growth rather than redistribution. Under close questioning, Kaiserling denied advocating government-run steel plants. He had left the National Lawyers Guild when it began following the commie line. Put on the defensive about his membership in Americans for Democratic Action, Leon said he did not agree with everything liberal Democrats wanted, offering as an example that he did not support some aspects of the civil rights program. The latter remark may have been for the benefit of Sis member Senator Willis Smith of North Carolina. 92. If the hearing transcripts had been made public, both Kaiserlings would have been embarrassed by their retreat from principle, and their later silence on the subject of the investigations may have reflected shame at how they had handled the charges more than shame at having been charged. At the time, the Kaiserlings disclosed what had happened before Sis to as few people as possible and claimed that they had routed their accusers. In a letter outlining the Sis hearings for President Truman, Leon expressed confidence that none of the senators present could have been moved in the slightest by Mr. Crouch's fantastic story. Asserting his hatred of communism and loyalty to his country, Leon invited the president to request a full investigation of him. 93. As Leon probably knew, that investigation was going to happen whether he invited it or not. Although the Kaiserlings hoped they had disposed of the Crouch stories, the Sis hearings were just the beginning of a new round of investigation, one far more exhaustive than anything they had faced so far, and one that would not end until Truman left office and the Kaiserlings resigned. Combined with Truman's April 1951 executive order tightening loyalty standards, the June 1951 Sis hearings gave the White House and Commerce Loyalty Boards little choice but to reopen the investigations of Leon and Mary, respectively. In August, Hoover formally authorized another full field investigation on each of them. Imperative investigation be completely thorough. Handle with extreme discretion, he instructed in dozens of urgent telegrams. FBI agents interviewed hundreds of people around the nation and abroad, including associates from every phase of the Kaiserlings' educational and professional careers, as well as former and current neighbors, landlords, and friends. The FBI checked credit, arrest, and voter registration records. Long lists of ex-communist informants were asked whether they had known the subjects to be communists. For Leon's case, agents interviewed seemingly every resident of Beaufort, South Carolina, none of whom had observed a connection between Leon and Gilbert Parks. FBI agents covertly obtained photographs of the inside of the house where Crouch claimed to have met Leon, trying to resolve their dispute over the size of the room and to confirm rumors about Russian books. They also labored to determine when the Kaiserling cotton gin had ceased operation, another point on which Leon disputed Crouch's story. Agents noted that Leon's name was in the address book of the former NLRB and OPA official Thomas Emerson, who had published articles critical of FBI wiretapping and of the loyalty program in general. Much interest was stirred by a report that Leon had hired Bertram Gross at the CEA even after being warned of Gross's reputation as a communist. Rumors that Leon had dated communists at the U.S. Housing Authority could not be confirmed, nor could other guests at a 1945 dinner party confirm a report that Leon had called Truman a reactionary. Dozens of distinguished people, including some who disliked Leon, said they were certain he never was a communist. However, testimony by witnesses friendly to the subject often was followed in FBI reports by recitation of the witnesses' own suspect associations. The housing expert Catherine Bauer vouched for Leon's loyalty and offered detailed examples of his anti-communism, but the report's next paragraphs cast Bauer herself as subversive. 94 The White House Loyalty Board sifted this mountain of mixed data, issued Leon an interrogatory, and rated him eligible. The Loyalty Review Board confirmed that decision on February 8, 1952.95. After all that effort, allegations about Mary remain the strongest point in investigators' case against Leon. Her case dragged on for much longer and was never resolved clearly. In October 1951 the Commerce Loyalty Board sent Dublin Kaiserling a new interrogatory listing 11 allegations against her. The board recycled most of the 1948 charges and added new ones based on Crouch's claims, including, most seriously, that she herself had been affiliated with the Communist Party and the Young Communist League. Mary's alarm must have intensified the following week when her boss and friend, OIT head Thomas Blaisdell, resigned in the midst of his own loyalty investigation. A few days after that, former OIT employee William Remington, for whom Blaisdell had vouched, was indicted for perjury. Mary sent a detailed reply to charges and followed her lawyer's advice to request an opportunity to clear her name in a hearing. Little could she have guessed that her hearings before Commerce Loyalty and Appeals Boards would drag on for over a year, totaling 15 days and about 2,000 transcribed pages of testimony taken in 3 cities. Additional charges were added as new witnesses emerged with recollections of seeing Mary in communist company. The intrigue and innuendo got very thick, and the tone was far less polite than in 1948.96. In late 1951 the Kaiserling cases took on new importance for the professional anti-communists, because they turned into a referendum on the veracity of Paul Crouch. In November an ex-FBI agent who was a security officer for the Commerce Department leaked word back to Hoover that Abe Fortas had announced his intention to present evidence that would demolish Crouch's credibility. This news worried FBI officials because Crouch was a key witness in the Remington case and was being considered for use in pending Smith Act cases. From past experience in the Hiss case, they predicted, defense counsel might bring out Crouch's criminal record and try to show mental aberration. 97 The FBI stepped up its efforts to corroborate Crouch's claims about Mary and Leon and to try Gilbert Parks on perjury charges. As tempting a target as the Kaiserlings were in their own right, the stakes were higher than their reputations alone. Mary's views and associations during the late 1920s and 1930s, when she was very young, did not work in government, and was not married to Leon, now became the major focus of the investigation. Crouch testified before the Commerce Loyalty Board and identified the same photographs he had before Sis. Mary again claimed he had confused her with her sister. The FBI ran down every lead. It obtained photos of the sisters from Barnard College yearbooks. Agents interviewed Barnard classmates and teachers as well as the uncooperative Beatrice Hyman and George Pershing. They searched unsuccessfully for passenger lists that might show Hyman on the same ship to Europe with a Dublin sister in 1929. Meanwhile, the defense produced witnesses who had known the sisters during their college years, who testified to remembering dinner table arguments between the moderate, sensible Mary and the radical, impulsive Elizabeth. As she had before Sis, Elizabeth vouched for the scenario of the loving but politically divided sisters. According to Elizabeth, she was conservative and I was radical. When Elizabeth herself started to become disillusioned with the Soviet Union in about 1936, Mary was much relieved, saying "I told you so." 98. Figure 4.3. During Mary Dublin Keyserling's loyalty investigation, the FBI obtained old photographs of Mary and her sister Elizabeth from their Barnard College senior yearbooks and passport applications. Investigators asked informant Paul Crouch to identify the woman he recalled as a communist in 1929. Crouch initially selected a photograph of Mary but then wavered. Reprinted from Mortarboard 1929, 1930. Courtesy of Barnard College Archives. Evidence emerged during the Commerce loyalty hearings to indicate that although Mary might have been more conservative than her sister, she had agreed with at least some tenets of socialism. The ensuing questioning about the extent and timing of her sympathy for socialism weakened Dublin Keyserling's credibility. A discussion of her editing of pamphlets for the Socialist League for Industrial Democracy led the board to ask whether she ever had advocated socialism or an economic system of production for use and not for profit. She said she had not. Told that informants had described her as an advocate of Norman Thomas's theory of economics, Dublin Keyserling backpedaled. Although she had been very conservative at college, in the early Depression years she was one of many socially minded young people who found many of the things that Thomas said appealing. She had voted for Norman Thomas in 1932, she volunteered, but that had been merely a protest vote, reflecting her impatience with the major parties. She had agreed with Thomas about the need for public power projects and health, old age and unemployment insurance. But she wouldn't have gone along with him on everything by any means. By 1936, she told the board, she regretted her 1932 vote and was an ardent supporter of Franklin Roosevelt. Dublin Keyserling and her lawyers did not know the FBI had checked her voter registration history. According to one report, she registered for the Socialist Party in 1932, 1934, and 1936, and for the American Labor Party in 1937 and 1939. The Loyalty Board probably found Dublin Keyserling's description of her political loyalties in the 1930s, and especially in 1936, to be disingenuous. 99. Dublin Keyserling's understatement of her commitment to socialism disinclined loyalty officials to give her the benefit of the doubt as they waded through the contradictory data in the FBI reports and hearings transcripts to discern her relationship, if any, to the Communist Party. Based on the evidence before the board, in addition to evidence the board did not have, it seems clear that Dublin Keyserling never joined the party. 100 During her investigation, politically sophisticated people of diverse ideological stripes stated that she was not a communist. Norman Thomas, Harry Laidler, and James Carey, all prominent socialists or former socialists, so testified, stressing that they were qualified to distinguish among leftists because they had been alert to the communist threat well before most liberals. Those three delicately avoided labeling Dublin Keyserling a socialist, but others did not. A Milwaukee Union official told the FBI he had known Mary Dublin to be a prominent and active member of the Socialist Party from 1931 to 1934. The party then had three factions, he explained: the Old Guard, a middle group led by Norman Thomas, and a left-wing group led by J.B. Matthews. Mary had been in the Norman Thomas camp, he said, and had opposed collaboration with the Communists. A former colleague at Sarah Lawrence College similarly described Dublin Keyserling as a non-communist socialist. 101 That information would have been helpful to her if the counter-subversive agenda had been limited to its formal mandate of eliminating communists from government, but for a government official in the 1950s to be labeled a socialist, even an anti-communist one, was almost as damaging as being labeled a communist. One ex-communist witness, Nathaniel Whale, had been cooperating with the FBI and had known Dublin Keyserling and her family for many years, so one might expect that his testimony that she never was a communist would have carried considerable weight. In 1951, a newspaper publisher named William Loeb told the FBI that he had seen Mary in 1937 at numerous meetings at Wales' apartment of the American Boycott Association Against Japanese Aggression, a group with communist sympathies. Loeb's story led investigators to Nathaniel and Sylvia Whale. 102 Both Whales had quit the Communist Party in 1939. In about 1943, Nathaniel falsely told the Dies Committee he never had been a party member, but in 1950 both Whales went to the FBI as confidential informants, deciding that the intensifying Cold War obligated them to aid in counter-espionage. In early 1952 Nathaniel went public, testifying he had known Alger Hiss to be a communist. Some investigators held it against the Whales, however, that they had not come forward sooner. 103 Paul Crouch, probably perceiving their potential to undermine him, claimed the Whales' anti-communism was half-hearted. 104 Nathaniel Whale told Dublin Kaiserling's Loyalty Board in June 1952 that she never was close to the Communist Party. His testimony was not as powerful as it might have been, however, because in his effort to help her, and to protect her from damage by association with him, Whale portrayed her as apolitical and claimed he had been friends with her sister but not Mary. The board was not convinced, aware that Mary had been an active socialist. The board also may have known that Whale had told the FBI that between 1931 and 1937 he had had a close association with Mary. 105 In 2003 Whale reaffirmed his certainty that Dublin Kaiserling was never a communist. 106 Other prominent ex-communists concurred with Whale's assessment or at least did not contradict it. Some knew her and thought she was a non-communist socialist, others knew her but did not know her political views, others did not know her at all. 107 However, Dublin Kaiserling's denial that she had been a socialist, combined with the fact that she had some enemies who told investigators they questioned her political loyalty, created enough murkiness that the Loyalty Board felt unable to decide her case without more information. 108 Throughout 1952 the board asked the FBI to follow up one lead after another. Most of the key players in the anti-communist network helped keep the picture murky for long enough that the case remained unresolved as the fall elections drew near. J.B. Matthews and the ex-communist witness Louis Budens claimed Mary was a communist, although when pressed both admitted that they based their opinion on the positions she took rather than on first-hand knowledge. 109 Senator McCarthy, CIS, journalists, and zealous amateur anti-communists all did their part in ratcheting up the pressure on the Commerce Loyalty Board. On February 9, 1952, speaking at a Lincoln's Day dinner in Wheeling, West Virginia, where 2 years earlier to the day he had seized the limelight by charging that the State Department was infested with communists, Senator McCarthy blew the lid of confidentiality right off the Kaiserling cases. Calling both Kaiserling's communist sympathizers, he gave a distorted summary of the Crouch stories and revealed that Mary remained under investigation. That is the picture of the man who is determining the economic policies followed by the president. McCarthy claimed that Leon's inflationary policies would lead to nationalization of all American industries. McCarthy may have been cooperating with his fellow Republican Senator Homer Ferguson of CIS. 110 J.B. Matthews later testified that he had seen Don Sureen of McCarthy's staff with the confidential CIS transcripts. 111 The Kaiserlings dismissed McCarthy's charge as utter nonsense. In statements to reporters, Leon characterized the allegations as stemming entirely from an ex-convict, ex-communist who was eking out a living as a third-rate informer. He and Mary both were bitterly opposed to communism, he insisted, and neither had ever joined any organization sympathetic to it. 112 Liberal newspapers scoffed at McCarthy's tale. Ho-hum, commented a Washington Post editorial, adding that Kaiserling would have been better off ignoring the ridiculous charges. 113 A few days before McCarthy's speech, the Loyalty Review Board had confirmed Leon's clearance, and Mary's lawyers had made what they thought was the closing summation before the Commerce Loyalty Board. 114 Behind the scenes, however, the case was anything but closed. The anti-Crouch offensive by the Kaiserlings and their counsel now was public. The professional anti-communists redoubled their efforts to shore up Crouch's reputation. By late April, The FBI had learned that aspects of Crouch's story about the Kaiserlings were questionable, but in order to avoid damage to other cases in which he was a witness, the FBI kept its doubts to itself and told the Commerce Loyalty Board that it judged Crouch to be reliable. 115. The pressure on the Loyalty Board mounted further when, during the intense controversy over Truman's takeover of the steel industry, McCarthy reopened fire on the Kaiserlings from the Senate floor, where he was immune from libel charges. Steelworkers and industrialists were at an impasse, and to force employers to the table, Truman ordered Secretary of Commerce Sawyer to keep the mills running, citing his obligation to supply the Korean War effort. Fairly or not, some commentators attributed the seizure of the steel industry, which the Supreme Court soon declared unconstitutional, to Leon Kaiserling's advice. Privately, Kaiserling disavowed responsibility for the steel seizure, but he could not do so publicly for fear of embarrassing the administration. McCarthy accused Kaiserling of assuring Truman that steel could afford to pay higher wages. McCarthy claimed that cutting investor wages by raising union wages would bring a crash worse than 1929. The Democrats cared only about votes, he averred, and union members outnumbered investors. 116. McCarthy's charges generated hostile press about the Kaiserlings and brought more witnesses out of the woodwork to complain about one or the other half of the couple. The California businessman Alfred Kohlberg, a prominent member of the conservative China lobby, found a college classmate of Mary's who offered to give McCarthy an affidavit about Mary's enthusiasm for the Russian experiment. The arch-conservative radio journalist Fulton Lewis Jr. ran a scathing 4-part series on them in May. 117. Figure 4.4. Clipping from the Washington Daily News, February 11, 1952, in Mary Dublin Kaiserling File, CIS Records, National Archives. Amid this flurry of media interest, the Commerce Loyalty Board took no chances. Mary's hearings dragged on through the summer of 1952 as new details were uncovered. A co-worker of Mary's complained that Mary had suppressed publication of his anti-Soviet articles in Commerce Department reports, but Secretary of Commerce Sawyer decisively refuted that claim. 118. The FBI learned that Mary had planned a 1934 trip to Russia in addition to the 1932 and 1936 trips she already had been questioned about. She had intended to lead a group of college students to study in Moscow under the auspices of the Soviet agency in Tourist, but illness prevented her from making the trip. The FBI tracked down the curriculum her group would have pursued and noted its pro-Soviet orientation. Finally, the board's desire to hear the publisher William Loeb in person caused a long delay and yielded nothing beyond what he had told the FBI a year earlier. The Kaiserling defense team suspected a deliberate effort by Loeb and Allied forces to stall until the elections were imminent. 119. Election Eve 1952, Dublin Kaiserling's suspension and appeal. The FBI was still gathering information when, in late August, the Commerce Loyalty Board ruled Mary Dublin Kaiserling ineligible for government employment. Secretary Sawyer approved her suspension without pay despite White House pressure, some claimed effective September 7, 1952. Fulton Lewis Jr. promptly got wind of Commerce's action and alluded to it in a broadcast. Arnold, Fortas and Porter protested the leak to the press and appealed the board's decision. 120. The defense team prepared a comprehensive brief arguing that the Kaiserlings were the victims of a politically motivated conspiracy. They had not laid this out in their August summation because they did not want to seem to criticize the Loyalty Board. Now that the case had moved up to the appeals board, there was no reason to hold back. The defense presented what evidence it had been able to piece together about collusion among Crouch, McCarthy, Matthews, and the journalists Loeb and Lewis. The defense also elaborated on earlier claims that Paul Crouch had changed his story over time, quoting from FBI reports to show the inconsistencies. 121. These developments created a furor behind the scenes both within the Truman administration and among the professional anti-communists. White House officials had been nervously monitoring the case since McCarthy's February attack. 122. Now they had a new problem. The Commerce Loyalty Board was upset that the Kaiserlings' lawyers had apparently obtained access to their clients' FBI files. Commerce Secretary Sawyer learned that the FBI had given reports on both Kaiserlings to the White House Loyalty Board, which must have shared them with Leon. This put the White House in an embarrassing position, because one of Truman's own directives prohibited loyalty defendants from seeing their files. One member of the Commerce Loyalty Board, South Trimble Jr., long had complained that pressure from above was negating his board's decisions. Now Trimble had evidence of impropriety, which he shared with the FBI, among other parties. Secretary Sawyer met with President Truman, who responded testily that he had not requested any FBI reports on the Kaiserlings and had no interest in the topic. While the appeal proceeded, Sawyer clamped a complete lid on the case, reportedly threatening to dismiss any Commerce employee who leaked information about it. 123 As Election Day approached, the pressure was felt at the highest levels of the Truman administration. On September 30, Arnold, Fortas and Palmer submitted their brief on appeal, which argued that the charges against Mary Dublin Kaiserling represented a partisan conspiracy to embarrass the Democrats by discrediting Truman's chief economic advisor. 124 The very next day, tabloid headlines stunned the Kaiserlings but confirmed their analysis, by indicating another leak. "Wife of Truman aide probed" was the unpleasant phrase sprawled all the way across the front page of the Washington Daily News. 125 That was only the beginning. Conservative newspaper and radio journalists spent the next 2 weeks fulminating over the unconfirmed report that Sawyer had suspended Dublin Kaiserling. Mary was not quoted in the press, but Leon issued a series of denials and challenges to Paul Crouch's veracity. 126. The Kaiserlings and their lawyers believed that their chief opponents were Paul Crouch, J.B. Matthews, and Senator McCarthy. Although those parties did work against them, it appears that the real culprits were over at CIS. CIS staffer Don Connors had urged Senator McCarran to publicize the Kaiserling case despite Sawyer's effort to keep it quiet. This is, of course, a terrific story on the eve of the presidential election, and it is difficult to see how Leon Kaiserling can retain his position if Mary Dublin Kaiserling's suspension is upheld. McCarran told Connors to do nothing, saying he wanted to play it Sawyer's way. 127 But CIS member Homer Ferguson proved willing to act on Connors' suggestion. Ferguson was in the hardcore anti-communists' inner circle. Attorney General Tom Clark later complained that Ferguson received FBI reports before he did. It was Ferguson who gave the CIS transcripts on the Kaiserling case to the press, or to someone who spoke to the press. 128. Having created a media frenzy, Ferguson then subpoenaed Leon to appear before CIS on Saturday, October 18. No other members of the committee were present. They had been told about the hearing only the preceding day. Apparently trying to trap Kaiserling into committing perjury, or perhaps trying to scare him into revealing something damaging, Ferguson badgered the 44-year-old economic advisor over his statements to the press, his access to FBI reports, and his discussion of prior CIS hearings with various White House officials, including the president. Leon nervously declared that he was entitled to be heard by a larger segment of the committee, but Ferguson disagreed. "I have the authority to hold this hearing and I am a quorum." Ferguson acted insulted by Kaiserling's suggestion that CIS had leaked to the press, but he also declared that the public was entitled to know that Dublin Kaiserling had been suspended. Ferguson called the White House's refusal to allow Congress access to employee loyalty files the Iron Curtain of America. Leon wanted to present his evidence of Crouch's unreliability, but Ferguson did not let him. Instead, the discussion bogged down on the subject of the League for Industrial Democracy, the socialist group to whose publications Mary had contributed in the 1930s. When Leon asserted the group's respectability by listing others who had been associated with it, Ferguson seized on one name Leon mentioned, Paul R. Porter, then the European director of the Mutual Security Agency, the Marshall Plan successor. Kaiserling had not meant to create trouble for Porter. He tried to change the subject back to Crouch's falsehoods, but Ferguson would not be diverted. Did Leon think a socialist should hold an important job with the MSA? No, said Leon, but he doubted Porter was still a socialist. Ferguson ended the hearing before Leon could present his material. 129. 3 days later, Ferguson issued a press release demanding Paul R. Porter's recall from Europe. In Porter, Ferguson had found a new target to use in telling voters that the Truman administration harbored leftists. Porter had been a prominent leader of the Socialist Party until 1941, when he quit over the party's foreign policy stance and went on to hold a succession of significant economic advisory posts in Europe. Letters defending Porter poured into editors and politicians. CIO leader James Carey accused Ferguson of orchestrating an election eve stunt. Ferguson did not relent. He told radio listeners in Michigan that the cases of Porter and the Kaiserlings were proof that Democrats appointed subversives to high office. My friends, we are not talking about inconspicuous clerks in the wildlife service. We can get rid of by electing a Republican administration. 130. Ferguson did not mention that Dublin Kaiserling had dated Porter, but the columnist Westbrook Pegler had no such compunctions. A week before the election, he gave millions of Scripps Howard newspaper readers details of the Porter and Kaiserling cases that came from the supposedly confidential CIS transcripts. Calling Porter a big, sedentary slob of the Roosevelt-Truman bureaucracy, who along with a whole army of parasitic unemployable misfits had been living high on the hog at our expense in Europe, Pegler remarked that Dublin Kaiserling's one-time engagement to him might give you a clue to the things that you could surmise about the character of both of them. Ad hominem remarks coupled with sexual innuendo were Pegler's trademark. 131. It is impossible to measure precisely how much the coordinated attack on the Kaiserlings and Paul R. Porter, among other high-ranking government employees, contributed to the Democrats' defeat on November 4, 1952. The election was not close, and Eisenhower was so popular that he might have won in any case. But certainly the lesson that many on the right had drawn from the 1948 election was that the Republican candidate Thomas Dewey failed to hit Truman hard enough on the communists in government theme. Ferguson's enthusiasm for exposing key Truman appointees as erstwhile leftists indicates that he was among those Republicans who were determined not to let their party make the same mistake in 1952 that they believed it had in 1948. 132. Although it furthered the objectives of Ferguson and other conservative Republicans, the election of Dwight D. Eisenhower did not resolve ongoing loyalty cases. As Leon told CIS, there is a saying that when a loyalty investigation starts, it never ends. 133. Paul R. Porter was forced to resign in June 1953. The Kaiserlings resigned even sooner, after Mary's appeal resulted in less than full satisfaction. While Fortas was working on a new brief, the FBI found information that would be used during the appeal hearing to put Mary back on the defensive. Old data in Mary's file linking her to the social scientist and alleged communist Mary Van Cleek took on new life when the FBI contacted an ex-communist informant who said she had seen Van Cleek with Mary Dublin in the 1930s and so inferred Dublin had sympathized with communism. Although that informant advised not to put too much stock in her impression, the FBI hastened to locate Van Cleek in Europe. Van Cleek told the FBI that she had known Dublin to be a free independent thinker who leaned towards socialism but opposed some aspects of it. Rather than emphasizing this exonerating assessment, the FBI and Commerce loyalty officials focused on the fact that Van Cleek and Dublin Kaiserling offered different accounts of the extent of their acquaintance in the 1930s. Mary's appeal hearing on November 4 Election Day concluded sourly, amid debate over the phrase quasi-professional association as it applied to her relationship with Van Cleek. 134. On January 5, 1953, the appeals board overturned the lower board's decision and cleared Dublin Kaiserling on loyalty grounds. The Kaiserlings claimed that Mary had been fully vindicated. That was not quite true. The FBI's man in the Commerce Security Office reported that the appeals board, despite finding her loyal, had recommended rating her undesirable on security grounds. Secretary Sawyer reportedly concurred, prohibited her from handling classified information, and expected her to resign. On January 19, both Kaiserlings did resign. Their publicly stated reason was that a Republican administration was taking power, but in fact Mary had been denied security clearance. In April 1953, President Eisenhower's EO 10450 would make security requirements even more stringent, and had Mary not resigned in January, she probably would have been dismissed under EO 10450. Her dismissal on security grounds in turn would have made it impossible for Leon to work in government, on or off the Council of Economic Advisers. As it was, because she resigned before the Loyalty Review Board completed its post-audit of her loyalty clearance, her name was flagged, which meant that if she tried to re-enter government service she would be re-investigated on loyalty as well as security grounds. 135. The fall of Paul Crouch and Joseph McCarthy. Even the Kaiserling's departure from government employment did not bring closure, because the battle over Crouch's reputation, and over the legitimacy of the campaign against communists in government, did not abate. On the heels of the Kaiserling resignations, Joseph and Stuart Alsop of the Washington Post called for an investigation of hired informers, beginning with Paul Crouch. The Alsops' information clearly came from the Kaiserlings. Later in 1953, Leon located early testimony by Paul Crouch that contradicted his later allegations by characterizing Leon as a Keynesian who believed in the capitalist system of production. Crouch was a liar, but in discussing the case Leon and the Alsops did simplify the evidence against Mary, and they overstated the extent of her vindication. 136. Meanwhile, hardcore anti-communists like Alfred Kohlberg rallied to defend Crouch against journalists' libelous attacks. In mobilizing supporters, Crouch grossly distorted the facts of the case. He claimed that he had never questioned Leon's loyalty and that his testimony about Mary was an insignificant aspect of her case. 137. Both sides knew that the other side made misrepresentations, and so both sides nurtured a righteous indignation that did not fade quickly. J. Edgar Hoover tried to have Dublin Kaiserling prosecuted for perjury. When an assistant attorney general rejected that plan, Hoover was so incensed that he checked that official's loyalty record. 138. In July 1953, SIS gave Dublin Kaiserling's name to the Immigration and Naturalization Service as a subversive who might be deported or denaturalized. The INS determined that she was a native-born American and therefore not subject to such action. 139. The public battle over Crouch's reputation resumed in the spring of 1954. Influential columnist Drew Pearson joined the Alsops in calling Crouch a fraud. After more examples of inconsistent testimony and new evidence of fabricated claims came to light, the Department of Justice stopped using Crouch. 140. By that time, McCarthy's charges against the U.S. Army had provoked a serious counteroffensive, and the tide was shifting against the professional anti-communists. Crouch soon was widely discredited, and McCarthy was on his way down as well. In 1954, McCarthy tried to use the Kaiserling case to forestall investigation of how he had obtained an FBI document on the Army cases. McCarthy warned that if an issue were made of it, he would publicly ask why no one had been prosecuted when Leon Kaiserling obtained FBI reports. The Senate did censure McCarthy, but the matter of his improper access to FBI documents apparently was dropped. 141. The Kaiserlings and their lawyers were correct that there was a conspiracy against them, but that conspiracy began earlier and involved more players than they ever knew. Ben Mondale had been suspicious of Mary Dublin since 1940 and kept tabs on her as he moved from the Dies Committee to HUAC to SIS. Congressional conservatives such as John Tabor had criticized the Kaiserlings individually and as a couple since 1942, and Mondale used Mary's record to try to block Leon's appointment to the CEA in 1946. It was probably Mondale who made the December 1950 chart mapping the Kaiserlings' ties to George Marshall. When Mondale learned that Crouch had said Gilbert Parks knew Leon Kaiserling, he asked for more information. Crouch complied with the January 1951 memo that was much more damaging to Leon than anything Crouch had said earlier. That memo is just one piece of evidence contradicting Crouch's later explanation that it was through his testimony on the Parks case in May 1951 that he came to testify against Leon and that he only later learned the identity of Leon's wife. Additional evidence comes from Mary's FBI file, which shows that Crouch lied when he said that the Pittsburgh FBI had questioned him about a Mary Dublin in April 1951 in connection with Beatrice Hyman. Although the FBI searched diligently, it could not find evidence that Crouch had ever mentioned a Mary to an FBI agent before June 1951. Dublin Keyserling's FBI file indicates that before Crouch gave his June 1951 statement, the FBI had not associated Dublin Keyserling with Hyman and so would not have asked Crouch about Mary in connection with her. The FBI did not share its discovery that Crouch's explanation did not square with its records, not least because the FBI wanted to preserve Crouch's credibility as a witness in other cases. The FBI thus was complicit in the plot against the Keyserlings as well. What most likely happened is that after Mondale received Crouch's January 1951 memo linking Leon Keyserling and Gilbert Parks, Mondale asked Crouch whether he knew anything about Leon's wife Mary Dublin, and Crouch then realized that Leon had married the sister of the leftist Elizabeth Dublin, whom Crouch actually had known. It is unclear whose idea it was for Crouch to pretend to confuse the two Dublin sisters, but Crouch's careful phrasing about the girl whom he recollected by the name of Mary suggests that the mistake was not innocent and that he was wary of perjury charges. It also is unclear who thought of pretending that Sis stumbled onto the Keyserlings in the process of investigating Gilbert Parks, but in any case Senator Ferguson pursued the Keyserlings relentlessly from June 1951 through the 1952 election. The staffs of Sis and McCarthy cooperated on the case, as did at least one member of the Commerce Loyalty Board. Various members of the anti-communist network got the word out to sympathetic journalists. Someone spoke with William Loeb in 1951, J.B. Matthews gave information to Fulton Lewis Jr. in May 1952, and Ferguson leaked information that made its way to reporters including Andrew Tully, Walter Trohan, and Westbrook Pegler. Abe Fortas called Mary Dublin Keyserling's case the most exhaustive loyalty investigation he had experienced, which was saying a lot, given his position as one of the leading lawyers for loyalty defendants. 142 It is hardly surprising that the Keyserlings had many enemies. Both were prominent in causes that were anathema to the right. Mary was associated with the consumer movement in the 1930s and then with the United Nations, Marshall Plan, and reduced import tariffs. Leon helped draft key labor, public housing, and full employment legislation, and then as chair of the CEA was identified with Truman's seizure of the steel industry and with an expansionist orientation that many believed was inflationary. It is not possible to link each actor in the campaign to discredit the Keyserlings directly to an interest group that was threatened by their policy prescriptions, but there are plenty of arrows pointing to the right. With Hearst's backing, J.B. Matthews went after the League of Women Shoppers, which brought Dublin to his attention, and Mondale first learned of her through Matthews. Mondale, Matthews, and Crouch all earned their livings from the anti-communist cause. For Mondale in 1951, there was the additional incentive of making a name for Sis and taking the limelight back from McCarthy. 143 These self-interested professional anti-communists worked with congressional conservatives, including Martin Dies, John Tabor, Joe McCarthy, and Homer Ferguson, who had their own reasons for pursuing the Keyserlings. The politicians' interests ranged from publicity, to persuading voters that the Democrats were soft on communism, to pleasing powerful constituents such as media or real estate interests, protectionist producers, and anti-union employers. These forces did not give up easily, and their bitterness ran deep. In the late 1950s, J.B. Matthews still was fuming that the Keyserlings had not been indicted for perjury. In a manner reminiscent of Alger Hiss circling around Whittaker Chambers examining his teeth, etc., Leon Keyserling refused to swear he had never met with Crouch or Parks. He complained. 144 In 1963, with the Democrats back in power and the Keyserlings reemerging as vocal members of that party, Mondale reminded his Sis colleagues about Mary's case. Government files must be full of such cases which have never been disclosed, he told Sis counsel Jay Sauerwein, who agreed they should discuss it. 145 When Lyndon Johnson nominated Dublin Keyserling to head the U.S. Women's Bureau in 1964, Mondale tried unsuccessfully to prevent her appointment by disseminating memos about her loyalty case. Congressional conservatives did resurrect the old allegations. They also complained that she represented the old programs of the 1930s and 1940s which have failed so miserably. But Abe Fortas was now a confidant to President Johnson, and he backed Dublin Kaiserling for the Women's Bureau position by declaring the earlier charges against her one of the more outrageous instances of accusation on account of consanguinity, meaning her family tie to Elizabeth and George Marshall. 146 By 1964, many were recalling the McCarthy-era hunt for communists in government as an embarrassing episode of mass hysteria. The legacy of that crusade would not dissipate so quickly. Chapter 5. Secrets and Self-Reinvention, the Making of Cold War Liberalism. It is hard to forgive the professional anti-communists for their self-serving partisanship, disregard of civil liberties, and multitudinous dirty tricks. Their vindictiveness, however, was intensified by their accurate perception that the Kaiserlings were hiding something. That something was not Communist Party membership or anything remotely resembling treason, but the Kaiserlings were not honest about their political histories. Over the long course of their loyalty investigations, they portrayed themselves as having been political centrists during the 1930s, when in fact they had been decidedly on the left. The Kaiserlings are remembered as loyal Johnson Democrats who favored Cold War military spending, backed U.S. policy in Vietnam, and argued that poverty could be eliminated through economic growth rather than redistribution. 1 Before coming under investigation, however, they were socialists. Faced with a relentless stream of disloyalty allegations that began in the 1940s and climaxed in 1952, they were forced to modify their political rhetoric and moderate their policy proposals. They also denied they ever had held leftist views. Conservatives may have lost the battle to exclude the Kaiserlings from public influence, but by narrowing the range of permissible debate, they won the war. The tyranny of labels. There was a lot about the young Mary Dublin that investigators did not uncover, for all their national security apparatus. A cache of her annual appointment books, found by relatives in a metal box in her bedroom during her final years, offers a tantalizing glimpse into the world of a dedicated young left feminist. The record is incomplete because, for some of the years that became most sensitive in her investigation, books are missing or sections have been torn out. Dublin Kaiserling apparently destroyed material she thought incriminating. 2 On the surviving pages, tiny notations in faded ink outline a packed schedule of political and social engagements. These books demonstrate the inaccuracy of Dublin Kaiserling's later representations to loyalty investigators on certain specific points, and it seems unlikely that a faulty memory was to blame, because she had the appointment books. Taken cumulatively, the events that filled Dublin Kaiserling's calendar suggest a more leftist political orientation than she later felt free to acknowledge, but she does not seem to have been concealing illegal activity. Rather, she appears to have hidden legitimate associations because doing so was necessary as she faced the American Inquisition. In addition to downplaying her commitment to the Socialist Party during the 1930s, Dublin Kaiserling misled loyalty investigators about her relationships with a few individuals and understated her involvement in the 1930s with two groups that included communists, the League of Women Shoppers and the Teachers' Union. Although Mary told investigators she never had a social relationship with her allegedly communist brother-in-law, her appointment books show that she was very close to both Elizabeth and George Marshall. She hosted parties for them, attended political and social events with them, and frequently spent weekends at their home into the early 1940s. The books similarly reveal that she had an enduring friendship with Nathaniel Whale. A communist from 1933 through 1939, in 1952 Whale appeared before the Commerce Loyalty Board to support Mary's claim that he had been friends with Elizabeth but not Mary. Although Whale may have been closer to Elizabeth, with whom he was active in the Social Problems Club at Columbia, he and Mary also were good friends. He first appears in her appointment books as a theatre companion in 1929. When they both were at the London School of Economics in the spring of 1932, they dined together regularly, and they continued to socialize when both were back in New York City later that year, until he left for a job in Washington. There he soon joined the Communist Party. In 1935 Nathaniel married the communist activist Sylvia Castleton, and they moved to Texas, where she was in charge of party organizing for Texas and Oklahoma. In 1938 the Whales were back in New York, where they saw Mary on many occasions, often dinner parties at the Marshall's apartment. The Whales by this time had become disillusioned with the party, because of the Moscow show trials and also because of their experiences with communists in Mexico, where they spent a year co-authoring a book on the Cardenas government. After the Hitler-Stalin Pact of August 1939, the Whales officially left the party. They saw a great deal of Mary in New York City in 1940 and of Mary and Leon together in Washington before and after Whales served in the military. In 1946 Mary helped Nathaniel get to writing assignments in government agencies. In other words, Mary and Nathaniel were friends before, during, and after his communist phase, but during Mary's loyalty hearing she and Whale deemed it wise to downplay their relationship. Leon too knew Whale, at first independently of Mary and then later when the two couples met to play bridge and talk politics, but Whale's friendship with Leon never came up in the hearings. Point 3. Whale's testimony before the Commerce Loyalty Board opened up a line of questioning that produced another discrepancy between Mary's testimony and her appointment books. When Whale casually mentioned he had seen Mary at a 1938 Industrial Relations Institute conference in Mexico, loyalty officials took notice. In 1948 and again in 1951, the board had asked Dublin Keyserling to explain why the Communist Party's Daily Worker listed her as a delegate to that conference, which was held in conjunction with two communist-affiliated conventions, the Latin American Labor Congress and the World Labor Congress Against War and Fascism. Dublin Keyserling said she vaguely recalled stopping by a large meeting held in Spanish while vacationing in Mexico, but that she could not have been a delegate as she had not known about the conference before she left the United States. After Whale's testimony, the board questioned Dublin Keyserling on the topic once again. She insisted she had bumped into the Whales in Mexico. Her 1938 appointment book indicates, however, that she spent a weekend at the Whales' home in Woodstock, New York, just a month before they all were in Mexico. She and the Whales most likely planned in advance to attend the conference. A conference registration list indicates that it involved a few dozen American social scientists and lawyers, not a large meeting held in Spanish. Dublin Keyserling was on the list, along with many people she knew, the lawyer Ambrose Doskow, the economist Otto Nathan, the CIO lawyer Joseph Kovner, Fred and Shoshona Krivenos of the National Labor Relations Board, and Dorothy Douglas of Smith College. Also present was the NLRB's Edwin Smith, who like Dorothy Douglas and Mary Van Cleek was close to the Communist Party. Dublin Keyserling is discernible, barely, in a photograph from the event. Edwin Smith's allegedly anti-American speeches at one of these Mexico conferences had been the subject of extensive inquiry in January 1940 during the Smith Committee's probe of the NLRB, so Dublin Keyserling's effort to minimize her participation is not surprising. Point 4. Dublin Keyserling's presence at the Mexico conference was suspicious to investigators on its own, but it caused further difficulties because it led the Loyalty Board to probe Dublin Keyserling's relationship with the conference organizer, Mary Van Cleek. Dublin denied that she ever had had a personal conversation or an arranged meeting with Van Cleek. In late 1952, Van Cleek told the FBI that Dublin Keyserling had visited her office 5 or 6 times during the 1930s to discuss social policy. Dublin Keyserling's appointment books indicate that Van Cleek's account is more accurate. Mary's friendships with the Marshalls and Nathaniel Whale and her half-dozen lunch meetings with Mary Van Cleek during the 1930s hardly made her a threat to national security. During the Red Scare, however, it would have been risky to acknowledge those relationships. Point 5. The need to distance herself from George Marshall may partially explain one final point of dissemblance by Dublin Keyserling. She denied to investigators that she ever had a particular interest in Russian affairs. However, the appointment books document, more fully than the FBI did, a long-standing concern that ranged across time from a Russia benefit in 1927 to a Russian relief dinner in February 1946. During the 1930s she shared the fascination of many American progressive intellectuals with the Soviet experiment, and she traveled there in 1932 and 1936, She also planned trips there in 1934 and 1939, but those were cancelled. She was not very active in the Soviet-American friendship societies that proliferated in the 1930s, but her brother-in-law was, and Dublin Kaiserling's calendars indicate that she occasionally attended their meetings, sometimes with the Marshalls. She chaired a planning session of the American-Russian Institute in 1938, made note of an American Council on Soviet Relations meeting in 1940 and a Soviet reception in 1941, and was taking Russian lessons in 1945. These activities were not evidence of communist views, nor did they contradict the official U.S. stance toward the Soviet Union, which after all was a U.S. ally from 1941 to 1945. Given her profession and her ancestry, her mother especially cherished her Russian heritage. Dublin Kaiserling's interest in the Soviet Union is not surprising. During the loyalty investigation, however, she felt compelled to conceal it. 6. Figure 5.1. A page from Mary Dublin's 1938 appointment book hints at a more leftist political orientation than she later acknowledged to loyalty boards. Investigators would have been suspicious of the LWS meeting, the dinner party hosted by her sister and attended by the Wales, the appointment with Mary Van Cleek, and the lunch with Kenneth Durant of TASS, the Soviet News Bureau. Courtesy of the Schlesinger Library, Radcliffe Institute, Harvard University. Although Kaiserling's appointment books can be used to detect some misrepresentations she made in later years, they are perhaps more interesting for their vivid clues about the daily life, networks, and program of left feminists in the 1930s and 1940s. Dublin Kaiserling and her associates were remarkably energetic and well-connected people. Dublin Kaiserling typically had several engagements per day, and classifying them can be difficult because her professional, political, and social lives were deeply interwoven. The people with whom she worked on a particular cause, whether organizing a faculty union, researching a social problem, drafting a bill, or mobilizing public opinion, were the same people with whom she attended cultural events, spent weekends, and enjoyed frequent cocktail and dinner gatherings. Her social life centered on celebrating and supporting left causes. It also reflected the interpenetration of popular front politics and culture. She attended the hit Broadway revue Pins and Needles, produced and performed by members of the International Ladies' Garment Workers Union, not long after it opened in 1937. Twice in 1940 she and her friends attended performances by the African-American communist Paul Robeson. She hosted or attended parties for left luminaries, including the expatriate Russian socialist Angelika Balabanov in 1936, the British Fabian writer H. G. Wells that same year, the British feminist and Labour Party welfare expert Margaret Bondfield in 1938 and 1939, the director Orson Welles in 1943, the Labour journalist Mary Heaton Vorse in 1945, and the political scientist Harold Lasky in 1946. Her 1938 calendar included a party for Spain and a nation party for sharecroppers. An evening at home reading was rare enough for Dublin Kaiserling to note it in her engagement book. 7. These activists not only were confident of their ability to change the world for the better, or at least sentient of an obligation to try, they also had a lot of fun, and often found romance, in the undertaking. 8. Although cemented by shared passions for social transformation and intellectual debate, Dublin Kaiserling's political community was hardly monolithic, insular, or marginal. Her networks included diverse leftists and liberals and extended across reform, labor, academic, and government circles. Her mentors included socialists and social democrats such as the economists Evelyn and Arthur Burns, the sociologists Robert and Helen Lind, and Helen Hall of the Henry Street Settlement. She lunched with the socialist author Ruth Shallcross in 1934, made note of a new masses meeting and a Socialist Party rally in 1936, met the Marxist economist Paul Sweezy several times in 1938, went to the opera with Sweezy's leftist Harvard colleague Ray Walsh in 1939, hosted the CIO lawyer and Communist Party member Lee Pressman and his wife for dinner in 1939 and 1941, and socialized with Corliss and Margaret Lamont, prominent friends of the Soviet Union, in 1939 and 1940. but her good friends in these same years also included the New Dealers Abe and Carol Fortis, Herb and Elsie Wexler, and Caroline Ware. Dublin Kaiserling had access to powerful people in government, if sometimes only through their wives. She hosted Senator Wagner for cocktails in 1940, met with Eleanor Roosevelt on consumer affairs that same year, took tea with Alice Acheson in 1941, and lunched with Congresswoman Helen Gahagan Douglas in 1945 and 1946.9. Dublin Kaiserling was not living two lives, one in a left-wing underworld and the other in the New Deal mainstream. Rather, before and after she entered government service in 1940, she belonged to a dynamic network of women and men in voluntary associations, academia, labor unions, and government who, notwithstanding ideological variations, agreed on the need for state policies to improve the living standards and political participation of poor and working-class Americans. In addition to documenting the vital presence of women in every circuit of that network, Dublin Kaiserling's appointment books capture the fluidity of the left liberal political spectrum in the 1930s and early 1940s. In those years, there was a grain of truth to the right's warning that a liberal is only a hop, skip, and a jump from a communist, but leftists like Dublin Kaiserling sought to influence policy not through conspiratorial secret cells, brainwashing, or blackmail, but rather through the power of their ideas expressed in open debate. Dublin Kaiserling's engagement books convey a sense of the broad range of causes that interested her and of the variety of forums through which she pursued them. Her activity in the Sarah Lawrence chapter of the Teachers' Union suggests her commitment to organizing the middle class, while her teaching at the Henry Street Settlement, her engagements at Brookwood Labor College, and a series of events related to sharecroppers and domestic workers attest to her interest in mobilizing the working class and not just its white male industrial workers. Her left labor vision was international. She lectured at women's colleges on labor's stake in world peace, for example, and in the summers of 1937 and 1938 she taught seminars on economic factors behind world unrest at student peace institutes under Quaker auspices. Before the Hitler-Stalin Pact of 1939, she promoted non-military responses to fascism abroad. For example, she supported the League of Women Shoppers' boycott of exports from fascist nations, whose policies, she stressed, exploited their own workers, especially women and ethnic minorities, in addition to promoting militarism. 11. Dublin Kaiserling's appointment books may tell us who she knew and where she went, but they cannot tell us what she thought. Recently discovered letters from Mary to her parents, letters she probably thought had been destroyed, illuminate her political views in her youth. 12. Most of the letters date from Mary's 1929 summer at the Geneva School of International Studies and her 1931-32 year at the London School of Economics. Although Dublin Kaiserling later would claim she never had embraced socialism and always had opposed communism, the letters make clear that, from age 19 to 22 at least, she identified herself to her parents as a socialist and that she was at least briefly attracted to communism. When read in conjunction with her parents' letters to her, Mary's letters from this period indicate that she was very close to both Augusta and Louis Dublin and that her parents welcomed political debate with their children. Mary's openness with her parents, as well as the economic insecurity that was a recurring theme in their correspondence, demonstrate, once again, that Paul Crouch fabricated his story about the Dublin sisters. Crouch later claimed that Mary was terrified in 1929 that her wealthy, bitterly anti-communist father would find out about her communist activities. In fact, the Dublins were financially pinched during the Depression years, and Louis Dublin adored scrapping over politics with his favorite child, with whom his ideological differences were not so vast in any case. 13. Although Mary's mother never was mentioned during Mary's investigation, the family correspondence also indicates that Augusta viewed herself as a socialist and encouraged Mary in that direction. The tone of Mary's youthful letters from abroad is exemplified by her description of a 1929 incident at the Geneva School. All of us with socialistic inclinations, or even bents, 22 of us in fact, had a cafe meeting. Each of us gave a riotous speech on the doings of socialism in our own countries. Of course we sang the Internationale and sent all the bourgeoisie of the various countries to their respective hells. In London in 1931 and 1932, she canvassed and lectured for the Independent Labour Party, which she described as the left wing of the Socialist Party. That party's defeat at the polls, combined with her experiences in London slums gathering data for her thesis on maternal mortality rates, moved her further to the left. By July 1932 she told her parents, "Many of us have come round to an acceptance of the major elements of communism, although I think I shall work through the Socialist Party for a while until we can build up a better party on the further left." Even the young militants, as the more active bunch in the SP so romantically call themselves, are not beginning to be thoroughgoing enough to please me. A week later, Mary elaborated that she had become sympathetic to communism, not only as a Russian idea but as a feasible program when modified for many other countries. In the summer of 1932 Mary spent several weeks in the Soviet Union with a group from the London School, determined to see the Soviet experiment for herself. She told her parents she was tired of having to shriek about Russia and then confess, "I haven't been there." 14. Lewis and Augusta Dublin were delighted by Mary's letters. Lewis Dublin was a prominent public health reformer who encouraged his children's social justice impulses, although he favored incremental approaches and was constrained to protect his reputation as metropolitan life statistical expert. He sent draft manuscripts to both daughters and took their radical critiques in stride. Soliciting Mary's opinion of an address on health insurance, Lewis wrote, "You may find it innocuous, but I feel it is miles ahead in my own thinking and the company's." For his upcoming speech on abortion, Elizabeth urged her father to endorse legalized abortion and contraception on women's rights grounds. She argued that high unemployment, a function of this last decadent stage of capitalism, was to blame for the falling birth rate, not birth control. "If you're for a rising birth rate, work for socialism," she declared, before signing off teasingly, "Yours for the revolution, Elizabeth." G says I should have written this in red. 15 Lewis was unperturbed by his daughter's revolutionary passion, which he may have indulged as a youthful phase. In response to one of Mary's more radical letters, he told her how proud he was that she and her sister were well launched along lines that should prove very useful to the next generation. Lewis also contrasted Mary's situation favorably with Elizabeth's. "You have all of the ardor plus a well-balanced intellectual equipment. I am not afraid of your going off on a wild goose chase." 16 Both parents encouraged Mary to visit Russia, and Augusta lamented that she could not afford to join her daughter on the trip. 17. Augusta Salik Dublin was never as well known as her husband, having given up a career in the settlement house movement to raise 2 daughters and 2 sons. But Augusta kept abreast of developments in the social welfare field, particularly housing policy, and she had strong political views. In the spring of 1932, Augusta's work on housing reform was radicalizing her just at the same moment that Mary was moving leftward in London. "I am waiting for you to come back and reorganize the Socialist Party. Perhaps we can start a real People's Party with eventual government ownership of land and public utilities as the main plank, and Norman Thomas the first successful mayor on that ticket in New York." Augusta frequently told Mary that young people were the ones to take up the fight against the concentration of wealth and the injustices she believed it produced. 18 The end of the Depression did not shift Augusta markedly rightward. In 1948, she sent Mary praise for a recent article by Leon. "While it is too much middle of the road for me, I agree that that is the only way you can engage the interest of the large mass of the people. It is a well worthwhile attempt to get some oxygen in the lungs of our very sick capitalistic system. Am I too radical? I, too, am still hoping that private enterprise with the cooperation of the government will be equal to the task of intelligent planning. But where is the intelligent government and where are the willing enterprises?" 19 Thereafter, Augusta ceased making leftist comments in letters to Mary, but that silence seems to have reflected a desire not to get her daughter in trouble rather than a change in Augusta's views. The Dublins belonged to a distinguished circle that illustrates how often the young leftists of the 1930s were the children of the progressives of the 1910s. Louis and Augusta Salique Dublin, Walter and Bertha Poole Whale, William and Anna Strunsky Walling, Morris and Mary Cohen, and Louis and Florence Marshall were prominent New York reformers who knew one another and whose children knew one another. The older generation nurtured not only their own but also their friends' children. Many of the younger generation gathered for conversational evenings with the renowned philosopher Morris Raphael Cohen, father of Felix. Mary Dublin dined with the senior Wales in London, in the same period that Louis and Augusta Dublin entertained Mary's friends and suitors in New York. Members of the younger generation became best friends through their shared political passions, and Mary's appointment books testify to the endurance of their networks in the 1930s and 1940s. Not only were the Dublin sisters close to Nathaniel Whale, but Mary roomed with Rosamond Walling in London and remained close to her for decades. Mary had a lifelong friendship with Felix and Lucy Kramer Cohen. Elizabeth married George Marshall, whose brother wooed Mary, and so on. 20 In 1931, the young socialist leader Paul R. Porter listed Nathaniel Whale, Elizabeth Dublin, and George Marshall among the brightest young militants in the New York City Socialist Party. 21 In late 1931, Mary reported happily to Elizabeth and George that in London she had fallen in with a group that closely resembles the Felix Gang in New York. Intellectual and largely Jewish and wide awake. 22 For these young people, radical activism was not a rebellion against parental expectations. For the most part, they were fulfilling a familial tradition. Feminism was part of the radical legacy inherited by women of Mary's generation and deepened through their own experiences in the 1930s. Augusta's letters to Mary reveal that she bitterly regretted giving up her career and chafed at the ensuing loss of economic independence and intellectual stimulation. She cautioned her daughters not to follow her example and worried when Elizabeth did so anyway. Stay-at-home housewives do not have many chances for change and relaxation, especially when money is tight, she grumbled in 1929. 2 years later, when her husband said he could not afford for her to join him on a trip, she threatened to emancipate herself from this situation by getting a job. The frustrations of managing a household, and the longing for a broader field in which to exercise her talents, were constant themes across 3 decades of letters from Augusta to Mary. 23 Elizabeth, although she may have worried her mother by depending on her husband's income, was nonetheless an ardent feminist whose commitment to women's reproductive rights was intensified by first-hand experience with unwanted pregnancy. 24. The feminism that Mary expressed to her parents in letters from London reflected the lessons she drew from her mother's and sister's personal experiences, but it also reflected her exposure to socialist theory. Indeed, Mary's articulation of feminist views deepened in tandem with her commitment to socialism during the year in London. Describing her stay with some English nobility, she analyzed that strange object known as the English gentleman. It regards women as a lower order of the species. As a socialist, it is the very group one is most critical of. After speaking to an independent Labour Party women's meeting, Mary reported her disappointment that working-class English women, like middle-class ones, were less emancipated and independent than their American counterparts. Their education has been very much inferior to their husbands', they are much less able to express themselves, and the household drudgery has taken out the fire from them. She continued, I am still as upset as ever about this woman question, and we have a long way to go before we shall have liberated one half of the human race from the outworn traditions which grew up when her economic functions were entirely different. 25. Back in New York, Mary Dublin would pursue her left version of feminism through activism on behalf of wage-earning women with the National Consumers League and the League of Women Shoppers. Those groups advocated wage hour and collective bargaining laws for all workers and regulations to protect all consumers, but their activism was inspired by the exploitation of women as wage earners and as housewives. The NCL and LWS emphasized women's lower wages, narrower job opportunities, extra burden of unpaid household labor, and difficulty in stretching family budgets to provide decent food, clothing, housing, and health care. 26 In addition to pursuing woman-friendly social policies, Dublin Kaiserling asserted women's right to influence policy. She rallied female activists in 1940 by accusing businessmen of telling them to go home to your knitting and leave us free to starve those whom we will. 27 Like most left feminists, she opposed the Equal Rights Amendment on the grounds that it would benefit professional women at the expense of more modestly employed women, because it would invalidate a significant body of state labor legislation that applied only to women. 28 But empowering women of all classes was an underlying theme. Throughout her career, Mary Dublin Keyserling remained a feminist for the rest of her life, but how long did she remain a socialist? We do not know. In 1932 she told her parents she planned to resume socialist activism on her return from London. Nate Whale has just sent me an amazingly interesting letter on the socialist situation at home, and I long to get in the thick of those things again. Describing Chicago to her mother in 1933, she wrote, "Nowhere have I so deeply felt the buccaneer, plundering, brutal and stupid face of capitalism." Later letters from Mary to her parents have not survived, nor have her letters to close friends or her sister Elizabeth. 29 An incomplete set of Dublin Keyserling's teaching notes and public addresses and articles for the 1934-48 period indicates her sustained commitment to a democratic, regulatory and redistributive state, but does not generate a precise ideological classification. Was she a communist sympathizer, an anti-communist socialist, or a liberal, or some or all of these in succession? It may be a futile question, and not only because of a lack of evidence. The preoccupation with political labels seems unproductive because people's ideas evolve with world events and their own life experiences, because people's ideas do not always add up to a coherent ideology, and because in the Depression decade the political spectrum was especially fluid. During a loyalty hearing in 1948, one prominent defense attorney warned the board against falling into the error of the tyranny of labels, by which he meant the futility of categorizing individuals according to whether they were left, right, or center of the Communist Party lines on various issues. 30 As left economist Paul Sweezy recalled decades later, the New Deal produced many radicals who didn't proclaim any strong theoretical positions, many of whom worked happily enough with the capitalism savers. It was the Red Scare that forced people to adopt tidy labels, he suggested, a lot of inconsistencies in that whole period. They were all straightened out later on, by the other side. 31 One result of that straightening out was the loss of historical sources, as leftists and former leftists destroyed records and avoided discussing their intellectual histories. That loss led to others by obliterating much nuance and context from discussions of left history. Leon, too, had a political orientation in the 1930s that was different from what he claimed to investigators in the 1950s and for the rest of his life. Unlike Mary, he did not join organizations later labeled communist fronts, and he left fewer public traces of his youthful radicalism than she did. Mary was a non-governmental activist throughout the 1930s, whereas Leon was in government from 1933 onward and probably felt less free to take public stands. However, recently discovered letters from Leon to his father reveal that Leon was a socialist in the 1930s, even as he drafted key legislation of the New Deal. In 1951, Leon Keyserling tried unsuccessfully to convince the Senate Internal Security Subcommittee that he might even have been a Republican when he came to Washington in 1933, and that thereafter he was halfway between the liberal New Deal and conservatives. 32 Senator Ferguson and his staff found this preposterous given Leon's public record as legislative aide to Senator Wagner, General Counsel of the U.S. Housing Authority and member and chair of the CEA. They also were suspicious because the list of writings he submitted to them omitted a 1934 anthology he had co-edited with Rexford Tugwell. Leon's contribution to that volume was hardly a call to revolution, but it urged breaking away from the individualistic values of the businessman's civilization. 33 Investigators may have been correct in suspecting that Leon's refusal to swear he had not met Crouch indicated that they had met, even if Crouch distorted aspects of the incident in the retelling. But Mondale and the rest were unable to prove that Leon had ever been to the left of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Fortunately for Leon, when FBI agents were covertly taking pictures inside his father's residence, they did not find Leon's letters home. Leon was the eldest and most successful of 4 children, and he and his father corresponded regularly from the late 1920s until William died in 1951. Especially after Leon's mother died in 1935, following protracted struggles with cancer and depression, Leon was William's chief confidant on topics from public affairs to intrafamily relations. In turn, Leon proudly described his latest achievements, ambitions, and ideas. Their correspondence, hitherto unknown to scholars, was recently donated to a South Carolina archive that holds the papers of the extended family. The correspondence provides a window on Leon's views from his first exposure to Karl Marx at Columbia, through his progress into the inner circles of the Roosevelt and Truman administrations, to a final phase when, unbeknownst to William, the pressure on Leon of being under investigation was mounting, and he wrote as if the FBI might be reading over his shoulder. A child prodigy with a photographic memory, Leon amazed his teachers and mentors with his analytical and writing talents. He was keenly aware of his brilliance, and throughout his life his abrasiveness and vanity alienated many people. He believed Rex Tugwell envied his superior intellect, and he claimed to have written many speeches and publications for which Tugwell and his next boss, Senator Wagner, received credit. Leon's critical faculties prevented him from embracing any doctrine without argument. From Columbia in 1926, he explained Marx's Das Kapital and proceeded to critique it. In general theory, Marx is fairly correct, he told his father, adding that capital's contradictory impulses to extend and limit markets helped explain what is wrong in the industrial world today. But, Leon argued, Marx neglected the productive role of the capitalist as a manager and was wrong that labor created all wealth. Always career-minded, as a student at Harvard Law School in 1929, Leon told his father that his political party affiliation would depend on what line of law he went into, but that he was learning toward labor law, in which case he could follow his inclinations and join the Socialist Party. Still, he was skeptical of all panaceas. Economically, socialism is probably sound, but we must know a great deal more about psychology before being able to say whether the incentives to progress would be as great under a collectivistic organization. Leon then articulated an idea that he did not formulate himself but that he would embed in New Deal labor policy. Under capitalism, he explained, the substance and the implementation of the law favored the ruling classes, and that needed to change. As a matter of fact, the rich and the poor should not be equal before the law. The law should help the weaker party. 34. As the Great Depression deepened, Leon's commitment to socialism solidified. He reassured his father that his socialistic views had protected him from the stock market crash because socialists know that the stock market is the place where the big fish swallow the small. During the 1932 election campaign, Leon casually suggested he might vote for the communist William Z. Foster, but then he voted for the socialist, Norman Thomas. I predict that he will poll close to 2 votes, which will mark in the future the definite turn towards socialism in this country. 35. Even as Leon worked night and day to draft the labor provisions of the National Industrial Recovery Act, he told his father that it would be but a limited step. His explanation is worth quoting at length. The setting up of schemes of control merely transfers the social struggle to another field. Under a capitalistic society, the same people who profited by the anarchy are likely to work most of the controls, and in the same stupidly selfish and self-destructive manner. Without revolution which transfers power to the workers and sets up a socialized state, little will be gained. But the establishment of controls and the centralization of authority make the revolution more likely, because the excesses of the capitalists will become so great and their abuses so violent that the reaction will be terrific. The next quarter century, if it does not culminate in a war which will destroy most of civilization, will witness changes everywhere more complete than those which began in 1790. Leon was correct in anticipating the limits of industry self-regulation under the NRA codes, a problem that later economists would label regulatory capture, in which agencies created to serve the public interest were dominated or captured by the industry they were supposed to regulate. His prediction that regulatory measures would hasten revolution proved less accurate. In any case, Leon was making intellectual observations, not rushing to the barricades himself. I find the work I am doing intensely interesting, and if our present society lasts, it is work most likely to bring opportunities for the sort of notoriety and success that present society values. 36. Leon's expressed hopes for revolution were the strongest in 1934, a year that violent strikes swept the nation. Chafing at the bitter opposition to the labor disputes bill that he had drafted and that Senator Wagner was trying to get out of committee, Leon wrote his father, "I am very much afraid that the country is recovering too rapidly. A few more years of depression would have promoted violence, and without violence fundamental reform is unlikely." He concluded, with callous sarcasm, "However, I see considerable hope in the certainty of even more serious depressions in the near future." 37. When Leon's father asked why he was not more interested in farmers' problems, Leon responded impatiently that there is no chance for lasting gains to either farmer or laborer save by revolution, and the only materials for revolt are the industrial workers. The farmers in this country show not the slightest sign of class consciousness or the collective spirit. They are all individualists. Even in Russia the revolution was engineered by the proletariat, and after 2 decades has not won over the farmers. 38. Was this the bravado of a rising star in his mid-20s, trying to startle his provincial father? Did Leon use his father as a sounding board for things he could not say at the office? William was progressive himself and relished debating politics with his son. It seems likely that if Leon had expressed such views widely during the 1930s, more informants would have said so later. Leon's revolutionary words were not matched in his daily actions. Leon told his father that revolution was necessary for justice at home and peace abroad. He claimed to believe that revolution would come only if industrial workers became sufficiently angry. Meanwhile, however, Leon burned the candle at both ends to draft legislation that could not certainly be predicted to make workers more angry rather than less. However serious he was about the likelihood of revolution, Leon never wanted to be part of it. Investigators never discovered it, but Leon briefly lived with Nathaniel Whale in 1933 or early 1934. Whale invited Leon to join his clandestine communist group in Washington, but Leon was not interested. Whale speculated that he must have perceived Leon as closer to the CP than Mary, because he invited Leon to join but never considered approaching Mary even though he knew her very well. 39. Whatever the extent of Leon's sympathy with the Communist Party in the early 1930s, he was too dedicated to fulfilling his career ambitions and his father's dreams, and to alleviating the financial difficulties of his siblings, to risk entering the fray himself. 40. Over the next few years Leon came to identify more closely with the New Deal, even as he grumbled about its limitations. He fumed over the administration's swing to the right that forced the lawyer Jerome Frank and his group out of the Agricultural Adjustment Administration after Frank angered the big Chicago Packers. 41. In 1936, Leon probably voted for Roosevelt, although we do not know for certain. To his lover Catherine Bauer, who was in Scandinavia studying housing policy, Leon wrote cynical descriptions of the American presidential campaign. The man who had just drafted the National Labor Relations Act complained that the Democrats had not gone further. The amazing thing is that, with the Democrats having done so little that is real, the class divisions with respect to the election are becoming so pronounced. A few days later he added, "That's the whole trouble over here. Landon and the Republicans are such jackasses that they make the donkey look like a cantering roan, and everyone wants to get in the saddle." 42. But Leon had helped draft the Democratic platform, and he told his father that he did not see how anyone with progressive or humanitarian views could fail to favor Roosevelt over the Republicans and what they stand for, namely the greed of entrenched wealth. 43. Leon still spoke the language of class conflict during Roosevelt's second term, but his heroes were progressives such as Senators Wagner and La Follette in alliance with the CIO, not revolutionaries. Leon supported FDR's controversial court-packing plan of early 1937, which failed but had the desired effect on the Supreme Court. When the court sustained the Wagner Act in 1937, Leon rejoiced on the grounds that a powerful labor movement is the only thing that can save us from fascism. Leon Kaiserling and his father agreed that Jews had a special obligation to fight racial discrimination everywhere. Both were horrified by the Ku Klux Klan and lynching. Leon drafted Wagner's speeches for an anti-lynching bill and chafed that Southern Democrats like South Carolina Senator Ed Smith and his mental peers blocked it. 44 Leon continued to argue that monopoly capital was farmers' and workers' common enemy, and he regretted that the farmers could not see it. 45 Leon favored Roosevelt's effort to purge conservative Democrats in 1938, disagreeing with his father's view that Roosevelt was becoming dictatorial. By that time Leon believed Roosevelt was a leader about whom could be rallied in time the sinews of democracy. 46 It is conceivable that in 1937 Leon actually did say something along the lines that Paul Crouch claimed, that revolution was unnecessary because the more you give people the more they are going to demand, and through this chain reaction the power of capitalism is going to be weakened to the point of extinction. 47 By 1937, Leon's letters to his father were no longer predicting a revolution. Leon's intellectual insights did not mesh neatly with his personal ambitions. He cheered on the CIO against the American Federation of Labor, but in the next breath, thinking ahead about his career options, he exulted that his new work with the Senate Banking and Currency Committee would offer more lucrative avenues for departure from the capital than did the labor work. 48 Leon occasionally acknowledged the irony of his position. Noting that his elevation to General Counsel of the U.S. Housing Authority made him the youngest General Counsel in Washington, he mused that, like a businessman's, his success did not arise from greater personal productivity, but from achieving a strategic position where one can draw a percentage of the credit for the work of a large army of people in subordinate positions. 49 Over the ensuing years Leon's letters became less reflective and more focused on his siblings' difficulties and his father's business. In 1945 Leon reported that he had met with the new president and was optimistic that Truman would continue the New Deal. Soon he was insisting that the post-war strike wave was justified. 50 On the whole, however, politics moved to the margins of Leon's letters to his father in the 1938-48 period. Those letters seem to have been written not by a hot-headed radical but by an extremely busy person who believed in left liberal causes but chiefly focused on his own career advancement and family problems. Around 1949, Leon's letters home began sounding a new note that almost certainly reflected growing nervousness about his vulnerability to red baiting. He never told his father about the first major round of loyalty investigations in 1948. After his clearance and Truman's unexpected win in November, he perceived his career opportunities to be unlimited. 51 But Leon's euphoria did not last long. When his father asked for portraits to send to surviving relatives in Russia, Leon replied sharply that it was out of the question for William to send his photo overseas. Corresponding with relatives behind the Iron Curtain was by then risky for any government employee, and as a high-ranking official Leon would not have wanted his portrait found on display in a Soviet home. 52 In 1950, Leon denied that he had meant to discourage his father from sharing his views in letters. My only possible reservation would be that you not say anything indiscreet in some of your rather idealistic flights of fancy about the good intentions of the whole world. He went on to criticize the Soviet Union much more strongly than he ever had before in their correspondence. I have been telling you for a number of years that the Soviet dictatorship is the greatest threat to the peace and security of the world. 53 Apparently Leon feared that investigators would read his mail and associate him with his father's view that the United States and Britain were exaggerating the Soviet threat. 54 Leon further distanced himself from his father's views by assuring his father he respected his opinions even though he did not agree with them. Indeed, it was his respect for dissent, Leon explained, that convinced him that Soviet communism, as practiced, is such a tyranny and there is no hope for man in it. 55 The following year, having gotten the hint, William cited those words back to Leon and added, in a reference to the Spanish Inquisition, Torquemada should be satisfied with that. 56. Although it appears that Leon was playing up his anti-Soviet views in case his mail was read, my point is not that Leon secretly worshipped the Soviet Union. None of the Kaiserlings were blind Russophiles. During the Hitler-Stalin Pact, William castigated Roosevelt for not doing more to aid Britain. 57 In late 1945 and early 1946, William and Leon seem to have been in general agreement that the United States was being unnecessarily antagonistic toward the Soviets. As William put it, he was not for appeasement, but he did not favor provocation or bullying either. 58 By 1947, Leon and his father had begun to disagree. Leon told his father it was nonsense to say the Soviets are justifiably afraid of us, the Russians believe too much in pressure and force. It is they who wrap themselves in the secrecy and censorship which breed suspicion elsewhere. 59 Leon's view of the Soviets was becoming more negative before he personally felt the heat of investigation. It is noteworthy, however, that he first articulated harshly anti-Soviet views in 1950, when his brother-in-law George Marshall was in jail, McCarthy was ascendant, and pressure was mounting on Truman to ratchet up the loyalty program. In short, Leon was a socialist for much of the 1930s and then a left liberal. The transformation from socialist to New Dealer was not an uncommon one during the Depression decade, but Leon refused to explain his past that way. When he was summoned before CIS in 1951, one senator asked whether Leon had any contrary views when you were in college or during that period of the 1930s when we were having so much trouble and when so many men now say that they became infected with some of these ideas from communism because of the terrible conditions we were in and didn't see any hope in the free enterprise system. Leon admitted nothing. I had quite the same ideas then, but I can't document it in writing because as a minor employee at that time I didn't make speeches or write articles. Leon seems to have underestimated CIS and its staff, who correctly disbelieved him on both points. 60 Under the pressure of loyalty investigations, Leon Keyserling denied he had ever been to the left of the New Deal, much less a socialist, thereby convincing investigators that he was hiding something and confusing future scholars to boot. Suffering in silence. The Keyserlings, like many loyalty defendants, kept their investigations as secret as possible, not only during those investigations but for decades thereafter. They almost succeeded in taking their secret to their graves. Leon had died and Mary was suffering from Alzheimer's disease by the time I stumbled on complaints about Mary's 1930s radicalism in the papers of a Massachusetts reformer. 61. Surviving relatives did not know how extensive Leon's and Mary's loyalty investigations had been. Anyone who had read the newspapers in 1952 knew that McCarthy attacked Mary and Leon and that the Commerce Department suspended her briefly, but those headlines faded away quickly, and McCarthy's attacks had been so indiscriminate that few people not on the hardcore anti-communist right remembered the specifics. Leon's sister-in-law was unaware that he had experienced anything beyond what most Democrats did in the early 1950s. 62 Dublin Keyserling's nephew Thomas Dublin and his wife Catherine Kish Sklar, professional historians who had taken some interest in Mary's career, were under the impression, nurtured by Mary, that she was always a centrist Democrat, and they believed the same of Leon. 63 Mary's brother Thomas D. Dublin knew there had been some difficulty at the Commerce Department, but Mary had declined to discuss it. He recalled Mary telling him something like, "I don't like to talk about it, and I don't like other people to talk about it." He was amazed to learn that she had faced numerous hearings, some featuring appearances by his other sister Elizabeth and her husband George Marshall. An epidemiologist with the U.S. Public Health Service, Thomas D. Dublin himself had been confronted with an interrogatory asking him to explain his membership in the Washington Bookshop Cooperative and a 1936 visit to Russia. Later, for reasons probably related to Mary's case, he was excluded from a scientific delegation to Russia. 64 Mary's sister Elizabeth urged their brother Thomas to destroy any letters from her or Mary that he might find in their father's papers. George Marshall declined a request to discuss his sister-in-law's case. 65. Mary's parents seemed to have been unaware of the investigations until the newspapers reported them. "We have been concerned but not worried knowing how absurd the whole situation was, I hope," Augusta wrote nervously to Mary after McCarthy's first public attack in February 1952. "We do want to know whether it is all cleared up by now." 66 After the next ripple of publicity in October revealed the gravity of Mary's situation, Augusta tried to bolster her daughter. There is little doubt in my mind that some of this, at least, stems from the jealousy of people who resent your rapid advancement and success in your job. Augusta railed against unprincipled politicians who were crucifying the nation's brightest servants in order to seize power. Do stay calm in the assurance that you are among the most devoted and loyal citizens in the country, Mary's mother wrote. She added cryptically, we shall both heed what Leon urged. Leon probably had warned the senior Dublins to be careful what they put in writing. Obligingly, Lewis was discreet a few weeks later when he wrote Mary from Geneva, I hope you will have good news for me soon. He reminded his daughter that it was Geneva where she had first developed her deep interest in social problems, and he wished that Washington, D.C. had such a spirit as Geneva. That was Lewis's only written reference to Dublin Kaiserling's investigation. 67. The trauma of being under a potentially career-ending investigation was compounded in Leon's case by the fact that his father died in the midst of it, quite possibly as a result of stress over his own inadvertent part in the case against his son. In July 1951, Leon first wrote to his father that he was under investigation. His father soon reported that he had cancelled his subscription to the paper we discussed. The subscription that William cancelled at Leon's request was the Daily Compass, a successor to the leftist periodical PM. 68. In September, William wrote Leon to describe a strange and worrisome incident. Out of the blue, Gilbert Parks had arrived like an apparition on William's doorstep to tell him that 2 FBI agents had just taken him by surprise and questioned him about Leon. Parks told William the gist of Crouch's story about Leon. Although William had no memory of Crouch, he wrote Leon, he feared that he himself might have spent an afternoon with Crouch and Parks and expressed sentiments that Crouch years later would seize on and attribute to Leon by association or environment. Throughout the 1930s, Leon had repeatedly warned his father not to boast about or otherwise discuss Leon's work, a temptation William had not always been able to resist. It may have been William who discussed politics with Paul Crouch in 1937, perhaps even touching on Leon's views. William must have felt terrible about the possibility he had jeopardized his son's stellar career, and he tried to assure Leon the whole thing would blow over. William was worried, however. He correctly perceived Senator McCarran's Senate Internal Security Subcommittee to be more dangerous than HUAC, judging by McCarran's inhumanity to the Indians, by his deal with Franco, by his position on immigration. I believe him capable of selling the bodies of his next of kin for the price of their shrouds. 69. A few weeks later, William headed north intending to visit his son after making a speech in New York. In his appointment book, he wrote, discuss with Leon. Parks Affair. FBI. Daily Compass. 70. But William and Leon never had that discussion. William died of heart failure at the podium in New York, 4 days before he was scheduled to arrive at his son's house in Washington. 71. The Kaiserling's silence is not surprising, given how stigmatizing and exhausting their investigations were. In offering to obtain affidavits from college acquaintances to refute Paul Crouch's story, Dublin Kaiserling commented, I trust the committee will appreciate why I have not thus far sought such testimonials. I have suffered intensely because of the hearing. I have been put to acute embarrassment to have had my passport photographs and civil service papers requisitioned. To go to my friends and former faculty and to tell this story would be very humiliating. But if there is doubt in the mind of the committee, I shall assume this burden. 72. Even in her own appointment diaries, Mary did not name her investigation. She marked dates for her hearings simply XXX. 73. When Sis asked Leon to explain why he had waited 3 months to tell the press he had found new evidence of Crouch's perjury, Leon answered that a man who has gone through what I have, and who has had this thing over his head for all this time, was perfectly glad to see the matter quiescent. 74. Many loyalty defendants devoted enormous amounts of time and energy to clearing their reputations. When Dublin Kaiserling first received a letter of charges, she went to the Library of Congress to research the named groups and events in old newspapers. She and Leon were frantically energetic in their own defense, generating chronologies, background memos on hostile witnesses, and suggested lines of questioning for their lawyers. In December 1952, while the Kaiserlings were waiting for the ruling of the Commerce Department Appeals Board, Leon sent Sis a supplemental statement that brimmed with resentment. After poring over the transcripts of his various appearances before Sis, he also filed 7 pages of corrections for the record. He was still steaming a year later, when he sent Abe Fortas fresh evidence of Crouch's dishonest statements about him. 75 For people as ambitious as the Kaiserlings, the bitterness ran deep. They believed they had made sacrifices in their family lives and in their pay levels by choosing careers in public service, and now instead of appreciation they faced insults and suspicion. Another emotion with which many loyalty defendants grappled was shame, not necessarily for what one had done to be investigated but for compromises one had made in trying to save oneself. Mary and Leon would not have been proud of their lack of candor in closed hearings. Distancing herself from George Marshall, whom she, her parents, and her siblings all adored, probably was painful for Mary. For Leon, pretending to disapprove of Truman's civil rights policy would have been especially embarrassing. Marshall and other people they admired took defiant stands against political repression when they were attacked. As high-ranking government officials, the Kaiserlings were in a different position, but they must have hoped that their hearing transcripts would never see the light of day. Scarred survivors of loyalty investigations may have reached out to support others who faced similar troubles, but they often did so very tentatively and without putting much in writing. When Leon's old friend Catherine Bauer asked for advice about an upcoming hearing, Leon wrote obliquely, "With respect to the matter of August 26, the whole thing is appalling, and it is even more appalling that we have arrived at a point where people feel unable to make useful suggestions. How can one be rational about the irrational?" Leon scoured Bauer's early writings for quotations showing she was not subversive, and he helped her secure the services of Abe Fortas, but he remained behind the scenes. Mary added, "What is so frustrating at this end is that there is so little we can do to help." Mary empathized with Bauer, especially because they both had caused trouble for their husbands' careers. William Worcester's architecture firm lost its federal contracts because of Bauer's associations. Mary wrote to Bauer that she understood the unbelievably nightmarish experience of finding something that you haven't done has been distorted to injure others. None of the written correspondence referred directly to any loyalty investigation, so only readers with independent knowledge would understand the references. 76. Loyalty investigations taxed personal relationships. The Kaiserlings' marriage was under strain in the early 1950s, for example. They fought bitterly, and Mary considered leaving Leon. She suffered from stomach problems. He became very overweight. The loyalty investigations were at least a contributing factor to these marital and health difficulties. 77 The investigations strained other family relationships as well. Mary's mother often pressed Mary and Leon to join family gatherings with Elizabeth and George Marshall and was disappointed when they did not attend. After she understood the risks for Mary and Leon of association with the Marshalls, Augusta served as a go-between. "Elizabeth hesitates to call you," Augusta explained to Mary during George's 1950 stint in jail, before passing on Elizabeth's news. Leon sent a book he had borrowed from George to Augusta, asking her to return it for him. 78 Leon's sisters believed he and Mary were aloof and self-centered, which they may have been, but their desire to keep the investigation secret would have exacerbated those traits. Leon did not record his feelings about his father's death, but he must have been pained and angered when he found, in his own FBI file, photographs of the inside of his father's house that were taken by undercover agents just months before his father's death. 79 The Kaiserlings case illustrates how civil servants under investigation were forced to struggle with multiple, sometimes conflicting definitions of loyalty and frequently ended up isolated from the networks that once had sustained them. Rightward shift. Scholars hitherto have been unaware of Leon Kaiserling's loyalty case, while the few to note that McCarthy accused Mary Dublin Kaiserling interpret her appointment as head of the U.S. Women's Bureau in 1964 as a triumph over the injustices of the Second Red Scare. 80 That moral is too simple. Their triumph came at great cost to the causes they once had espoused, because under the pressure of investigation the Kaiserlings adopted anti-communist rhetoric and edged away from causes associated with the left. The repressive impact of loyalty procedures was felt well before the program was formalized in 1947. The Kaiserlings were aware that they were under scrutiny by 1942, when both were interviewed by the FBI. Mary's appointment books indicate that they thereafter reduced their contact with the marshals and that Mary became more selective about the organizations with which she associated. At this point, however, the Kaiserlings' experience with allegations of subversion had been no more intense than that faced by dozens of their friends and co-workers. In 1947 and early 1948, Leon felt secure enough to play point man in orchestrating Truman's appeal to the working class during the 1948 election campaign. Meanwhile, Mary promoted the Marshall Plan, increased imports and price control, as well as a broad range of unfinished business in social legislation. Although their detractors continued to make allegations about the Kaiserlings' suspect associations, there was little new development on their cases until the FBI opened full-field investigations in March 1948. That round of investigation, which ended relatively quickly with clearances for both of them by the end of 1948, nudged the Kaiserlings to begin moving toward the political center. Mary reduced her extracurricular activism and stayed behind the scenes at the Commerce Department. Leon, his ambitions undiminished, continued to battle CEA chair Edwin Norse until Norse resigned in late 1949, complaining about the inflationary bias of Kaiserlings' expansionism. Leon's emphasis on economic growth irked fiscal conservatives, but it also laid the ground for a shift away from the left's call for redistribution. Leon recognized that significance. When he submitted quotations to CIS in 1951 to prove he was not an extremist, he selected passages he had written in 1949 and 1950 that called for increasing production instead of redistributing what we have and for government cooperation with big business rather than hostility toward it. 81. In 1949, Kaiserling's pro-growth orientation began to include support for increasing the military budget. The following year, he was an important force behind the Truman administration's approval of the National Security Council Report 68. In calling for a massive increase in the defense budget, NSC 68 signaled victory for advocates of a primarily military response to the Soviet Union. At several critical junctures in 1950, Kaiserling won over skeptics, including the president himself, by asserting that the American economy could afford the military spending that NSC 68 proposed. 82 Kaiserling's newly vocal support for increased military spending probably reflected his desire to bolster his anti-communist credentials in the wake of the investigations. If indeed the loyalty investigation put pressure on Leon to throw his influence behind the faction within the administration that favored heavy military spending to fight communism, then that investigation had a powerful impact on U.S. foreign policy, as well as on the domestic policy for which Leon is better known. Truman's 1950 appointment of Leon as chairman of the Council on Economic Advisers brought a fresh wave of hostile attention from conservatives in Congress and the media at the very moment that Leon's brother-in-law George Marshall headed to jail for contempt of HUAC. 83 Several civil servants associated with one Kaiserling or the other recently had been or were about to be dismissed, including William Remington, Thomas Blaisdell, Louis Lorwin, and Gertrude and Gilbert Parks. That was the context for Leon's adopting the language of a zealous Cold Warrior in a February 1951 article titled "We Can Have Butter and Guns." He called for strengthening free peoples against aggression, and for focusing less on economic controls and more on economic expansion. 84 After Mary's loyalty case was reopened in October 1951, she too began calling for the free world to mobilize against communist aggression. By contrast, when she was promoting the Marshall Plan back in the spring of 1948, she did not mention communism. 85 Leon, in a November 1951 letter to President Truman, took pains to create a permanent record portraying himself as a passionate anti-communist. The economy could afford further defense spending even if Congress refused to raise taxes, he told the president. Inflation is a bad thing and should not be underestimated. but it would seem to me highly dangerous to be concerned so exclusively with inflationary dangers as to underestimate communist dangers. The communist danger is the central, overwhelming danger which our economy faces. If that danger is not met, our economy and way of life may be destroyed. Leon dramatically annotated this letter top secret, but it is in his papers at the Truman Library, and scholars have cited it as evidence of his intense anti-communism. 86 The letter reads differently when juxtaposed with the newly accessible CIS hearing transcripts, which show Leon trying to convince CIS that he was to the right of the New Deal. It is difficult to avoid the conclusion that the Kaiserlings adopted fervent anti-communist rhetoric in 1950 and 1951 in an effort to deflect questions about their loyalty. Leon took his new argument that Stalin was more dangerous than inflation into public forums such as the Washington Post. 87 The stratagem did not stop McCarthy and others from calling the Kaiserlings communist sympathizers, and it probably contributed to the press's perception that Leon was trying to be all things to all men and telling Truman what he wanted to hear. 88 By the end of the Truman administration, the CEA was reportedly under fire because of Leon's leadership, and Republicans in Congress were threatening to disband it. Scholars have assumed Republican hostility to the CEA stemmed from Leon's partisan style, but that hostility was likely reinforced by congressional awareness of Leon's loyalty investigation. 89. After the investigations forced them out of government, Mary and Leon started a private consulting project, the Conference on Economic Progress, and kept a low profile. Funded chiefly by organized labor, the CEP was a non-profit organization that published studies of national economic issues such as full employment, public housing, minimum wages, and fiscal policy. Mary conducted the research and supervised the small staff, while Leon took primary responsibility for the writing. CEP publications reflected the Kaiserlings' long-standing commitment to increasing the purchasing power and raising the living standards of the nation's poor and working-class citizens. Gone, however, was the critique of inequality that had underpinned their earlier advocacy. Growth, not redistribution, was the answer, and communism, not social injustice, was the enemy. Back in 1946, Leon had promoted a comprehensive housing bill by arguing that private enterprise was incapable of solving the housing shortage without government intervention to stop overbuilding for the luxury market and to stimulate construction of affordable housing. Back then, his question was, shall we equitably distribute this abundance among all the people? Also in 1946 Leon had made the case for social programs aiding not just veterans but all middle and low-income Americans, including racial minorities. 90 To his father, Leon had raged against entrenched wealth and called congressional conservatives menial servitors of privilege and pillage. 91 In the 1950s, however, Leon called for government business cooperation, made respectful references to free enterprise, and said those who called for redistribution were pessimists resigned to the economics of scarcity. In 1957 Mary wrote to Catherine Bauer to describe European labor's ambivalent reaction to one of Leon's speeches. Our concepts of our capacity to work within the status quo for economic expansion in the benefits of which all can share is still a very strange one to those steeped in the social democratic tradition of Europe, and who still scrap over the share of a pie they continue to regard as fixed in size. Leon's confidence in growth worries them. 92. Over the course of the 1950s, both Kaiserlings re-emerged as democratic loyalists who called for strengthening the nation against the communist threat. Leon influenced the AFL-CIO and the Americans for Democratic Action as well as the Democratic Party. It was Leon who persuaded George Meany and Walter Reuther to adopt the guns as butter strategy of pursuing full employment through major defense spending rather than fighting for broad social welfare programs, which Leon argued would invite charges of communism. 93 The Kaiserlings had joined the ADA, the liberal anti-communist group, at about the same time as the first phase of their loyalty investigations in late 1948. 94 When a recession in early 1954 provided an opening for attacking the Eisenhower administration, the ADA published an essay collection that indicted Republican economic policy while disavowing the left's critique of capitalism. Leon's contribution argued that a full employment policy to increase consumption by middle and low-income Americans would raise living standards, increase business profits, and make the free world more secure. For the rest of the decade, the ADA platform consisted of undiluted Kaiserling, supporting a range of liberal policies but stopping short of discussing guaranteed incomes or income redistribution. 95 By 1958, Leon was on the Economic Advisory Subcommittee to the Democratic National Committee. In the run-up to the 1960 presidential election, he contributed to the Democrats' comeback and also tried to engineer his own, it seems, by hitting the anti-communist note hard, attacking the Republicans' fiscal conservatism for jeopardizing U.S. competitiveness in the arms race. Americans needed massive military superiority over the Russians, not just equivalence, Kaiserling argued in a series of editorials, and the bankers' fears of inflation were preventing the Eisenhower administration from spending what was necessary for military preparedness and for matching the Russians' economic growth rates. 96 This tack was not unique to Leon. He had the company of Washington Post columnist Joseph Alsop, who, not incidentally, had his own brush with loyalty charges in 1957. But it set Leon apart from other liberal Democrats, including John Kenneth Galbraith, who argued that some degree of unemployment was inevitable under capitalism, and who called for compensatory welfare programs. After about 1950, Leon was uncomfortable suggesting that capitalism had inherent weaknesses. 97. Meanwhile, Mary was rising through the ranks of the Women's National Democratic Club, which she had joined in early 1949 after the first round of her loyalty investigation. By the late 1950s, outrage she earlier had directed at the dominant class, that knows no responsibility save service of profit, now was directed at the Republican Party. A vote for the Democratic Party is a vote for jobs, was her new motto. 20 years earlier, independent political action by labor had been an essential plank in her program. Dublin Kaiserling elided the Socialist Party from her political biography, describing herself as a lifelong Democrat who as an undergraduate in 1928 had toured New York with a megaphone for Al Smith. 98 In 1960 she was the only woman member of the Democratic Platform Committee, and by 1963 she was president of the Women's National Democratic Club. Her appointment to the U.S. Women's Bureau in 1964 rewarded her effective campaign work as well as the support of Johnson advisor Abe Fortas. In that position, Dublin Kaiserling helped make the war on poverty more responsive to women. She pressured the Office of Economic Opportunity to raise its quotas for female teenagers in the Jobs Corps, and she challenged the assumption, fostered by Assistant Secretary of Labor Daniel Patrick Moynihan, that discouraging black women's employment would increase their marriage rate and thereby stabilize black families. She also was a persistent advocate of minimum wages for domestic workers and of high-quality public day care programs. But she carefully avoided public criticism of Democratic administrations. Her refusal to allow a Women's Bureau meeting to serve as a venue for criticizing the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, which was not cracking down on sexual discrimination, reportedly led to the formation in 1966 of the National Organization for Women. 99 Thus did an enthusiastic left feminist of the 1930s become a cautious, moderate feminist of the 1960s. When disagreement over U.S. policy in Vietnam split the Democrats in 1968, both Kaiserlings sided staunchly with Johnson and Hubert Humphrey. Leon was largely responsible for convincing the AFL-CIO to support the Vietnam War. After the ADA endorsed the anti-war candidate Eugene McCarthy, Leon noisily quit, taking the Labor members out with him, and offered his services to Humphrey. A Humphrey win, which Leon believed would have occurred had Democrats united behind him earlier, would have put Leon back in the inner circle. 100. It is conceivable that the Kaiserlings' intellectual shift would have occurred even without the loyalty accusations in response to their changing perceptions of communism, the Soviet Union, the American economy, or American political realities, for example. But the timing and all-consuming nature of the loyalty investigations makes it hard to discount their impact. The fact that we are left guessing is certainly attributable to the loyalty program, because it led the Kaiserlings to obscure their intellectual evolution. Reshaping the record. Like other loyalty defendants, the Kaiserlings tried to extend the silence about their loyalty investigations into the historical record. In organizing their papers for archives, they omitted reference to their investigations and also for the most part to the activities that triggered them. Leon's extensive papers, which he and Mary organized and she deposited at Georgetown University and the Harry S. Truman Library, include none of the voluminous records of the loyalty investigation, no interrogatories, hearing transcripts, affidavits, or official clearances. A few letters about the case from Leon to Truman and his advisors can be found in those officials' collections, but not in Leon's. Leon's clippings files include only a few reports of McCarthy's charges against him and Mary, and those are from liberal papers that treated the story dismissively. Leon and Mary did not deposit any of his personal correspondence. 101. Mary's papers, the organizing of which became almost an obsession for her in the 1980s, contain no clippings or other records of her investigation. In the papers that Mary gave to the Schlesinger Library, there is a 6-year gap in her personal correspondence during the period of her investigation. She did not give the archives the appointment books that she used each year from the late 1920s into the 1980s. In her last years, Mary spent much of her time shredding papers, according to her housekeeper. Relatives attributed this compulsive behavior to her mental decline, but it may have been an echo of earlier, more deliberate behavior. Unaware that Mary might have withheld these materials deliberately and concerned that she would destroy them, they deposited the appointment books with the rest of her papers. When the letters from a young Mary to her parents were later found among her father's papers, those were sent to the Schlesinger Library as well. 102. In interviews, too, the Kaiserlings avoided the topic of loyalty accusations against them. For the rest of their lives they sustained the image they constructed in the 1950s of themselves as lifelong middle-of-the-roaders. In discussing their careers with historians for the Columbia Oral History Project, the Truman and Johnson Presidential Libraries, and the Schlesinger Library, neither mentioned the investigations, and both took every opportunity to emphasize their anti-communism. When asked about some nastiness over President Johnson's 1964 nomination of Dublin Kaiserling to head the U.S. Women's Bureau, Leon replied dismissively that Senator John Tower referred to the fact that Senator McCarthy had dredged up the fact that Mrs. Kaiserling had signed a statement for the protection of the foreign-born in the early 1930s, the other signers being Eleanor Roosevelt. That kind of thing. But it didn't amount to anything, and Tower was the only one of the 96 senators who opposed her. 103. That was an extreme understatement of what had happened. In 1985 a biographer of Abe Fortas elicited the Kaiserlings' most substantial discussion on record of Mary's loyalty investigation. In a joint interview with both Kaiserlings, the historian Laura Kalman asked whether Dublin Kaiserling had spoken to Fortas during the McCarthy era. Dublin Kaiserling replied that Abe was unbelievably generous to a great many people who were attacked by McCarthy. McCarthy did attack me, and one of the major crimes was that when I was executive director of the NCL, Mrs. Roosevelt had written me a letter and asked me to sign a statement. That was not a representative summary of the allegations. Mary continued, of course I was totally exonerated in time, but it was a very painful thing. Abe was so kind, not only to me, which I gather you know was a problem, but to others who were similarly just totally attacked. She added, literally everything that was down on the list from McCarthy could be answered, literally everything. And everything had to be totally dismissed. More convincing was her comment that it was the most terrible experience of my life. Asked for more specifics about Fortas's role, Mary began to describe the Commerce Department hearings, but Leon broke in to change the subject. Later he came back to it, trying to make sure the last word stressed Mary's vindication. May I say, as a commentary upon this McCarthy thing, the McCarthy attacks were so damaging to even the people who were cleared that I don't know of any person except Mary after an attack by McCarthy who was appointed to a high position by an administration. That Leon himself had been investigated never came up in this or any other interview. 104. After the Kaiserlings died, it became possible to obtain their FBI and CSC files by Freedom of Information Act request, but that required someone to suspect the existence of such files. It is not surprising that the Kaiserlings did not volunteer details on unflattering and painful incidents from their pasts. My point is not to tarnish their impressive careers or to moralize about their sometimes ignoble responses to unfair treatment. Rather, my point is that the Kaiserlings' omissions produce distortions in scholarly interpretations of 20th-century liberalism and of the modern women's movement. Working from biographical materials shaped by the Kaiserlings, scholars have portrayed them as lifelong moderates. Dublin Kaiserlings biographer, unaware of the loyalty investigation, dismissed the preposterous allegations during her 1964 confirmation hearings as a partisan effort to paint President Johnson as an ultra-liberal. Historians of feminist politics in the 1960s have sketched Dublin Kaiserling as an incrementalist who resisted militant approaches to social change. 105 Those interpretations are not so much wrong as insufficient. Meanwhile, scholarship on Leon assigns him a key role in the history of liberalism from the 1930s to the 1970s. Alonzo Hamby's influential work casts Leon as a pillar of vital center liberalism who articulated the Fair Deal critique of the New Deal and claimed that voluntarism and growth could mitigate group conflict. 106 Subsequent scholars have identified Leon as one of the key purchasing power progressives of the New Deal, as one of the advisors who pushed Truman leftward in 1947 to secure his return to the White House in 1948, as a gung-ho anti-communist who, through his influence on NSC 68, advocated military spending to achieve full employment and win the Cold War, and as a main contributor, through his influence on the AFL-CIO, to the split between organized labor and other liberals over the Vietnam War. 107 Nobody has covered the whole span of his life to explain the imperfect fit between some of those roles, although some have noticed that his ideas seemed an odd mixture of liberalism and conservatism, and that he assiduously avoided labels more specific than forward-looking or the middle way. Truman scholars describe him as an insecure and bitter man who for the most part declined to cooperate with scholars. 108 Leon Kaiserling's insecurity and irascibility late in life were more than quirks of personality. They were the unhealed wounds from a long, mostly secret battle against charges that he and his wife once had been communist sympathizers. Their years under scrutiny as disloyalty suspects may not have been the exclusive cause for the Kaiserlings' rightward shift to the vital center in the 1950s, but it was a major factor. The transformation of these New Dealers into Cold War liberals was an adaptation to political repression, not a purely objective intellectual development. Like other markets, the marketplace of ideas was not really a free one. Whatever weight one assigns the loyalty investigations in the Kaiserlings' abandonment of the left, the investigations certainly caused them to attempt to erase their youthful socialism from the past. They were not unique. Other high-ranking loyalty defendants similarly shifted to the center and then denied any such shift. Restoring the missing pieces is crucial, not just to explaining individual political histories, but also to recognizing that leftists were closer to power in New Deal-era Washington than anyone not on the far right has recognized. Finally, the distortions and silences produced by accusations of communism obscured the Kaiserlings' earlier commitments from the view of a younger generation of radicals, not just of historians. During the 1960s and 1970s, young activists fighting male supremacy, war, and inequality denounced centrist Democrats like the Kaiserlings as the repressive liberal establishment, part of the problem rather than the solution. No wonder Leon seemed bitter. 109 The Kaiserlings' disingenuity about their youthful politics and moderation of their political goals and style enabled them to salvage their careers after resigning from the Truman administration and to enjoy comebacks in the Johnson years. That victory over the right may have lost some of its sweetness, however, when it put them at odds with the New Left, which was capturing the imagination of a younger cohort of thinkers and activists. Chapter 6. A soul-searing process, trauma in the civil service. The experience of being under loyalty investigation produced a wide range of responses from individuals and had many long-lasting effects on their economic security, mental and physical health, personal relationships, and civic participation. Many loyalty defendants preferred to remain silent about these humiliating experiences, but examining them is necessary to establish the context in which these people made difficult strategic and ethical decisions about how best to protect themselves. Individual traumas eventually produced collective responses. During the latter half of the 1950s, critics of the loyalty program convinced many Americans that it needed a drastic overhaul. In the course of making their case, however, critics highlighted some of the program's injustices and obscured others. They showed how it was exploited as a tool of partisan politics and also how it persecuted low-level employees in non-sensitive positions. The exposés rarely featured high-ranking leftist defendants, presumably on the assumption that those were less sympathetic victims and also because those people were especially unwilling to discuss their cases. Prodded by organized minority groups, reformers rightly protested the loyalty program's discrimination against blacks, Jews, and gays. But its anti-feminist bias went unexamined. The loyalty program encouraged obeisance to gender conventions on the part of accused individuals, discouraged female activism more generally, and linked female breadwinning with trauma and shame. In addition to damaging the careers of high-ranking government women, then, there were other, less direct ways in which the loyalty program acted as a hitherto unnoticed force in constructing the rigid gender roles associated with the 1950s. By 1959, a series of congressional committee reports and court decisions had led to the loyalty program's reform, but some of its most damaging effects remained hidden. Few loyalty defendants were willing to talk about their cases, at the time or later. A handful of defendants who were cleared, typically low-level employees against whom the charges had been particularly specious, told journalists their stories. A few others protested rulings against them by appealing to the courts, sometimes all the way to the Supreme Court. And in late 1955, several dozen government employees contacted a Senate subcommittee headed by Olin Johnston to describe the injustices they believed the program had done them. 1 But the vast majority of defendants kept their tribulations as secret as possible. There was good reason to do so. In 1954, the Ford Foundation's Fund for the Republic invited more than 100 lawyers to submit summaries of loyalty cases in which they had served as defense counsel. To protect defendants' privacy, FFR researchers interviewed counsel and reviewed transcripts without recording the employee's name. The FFR published summaries of 50 cases in 1955. The next year the newly formed Wright Commission on Government Security asked the FFR for the names of all the loyalty defendants it had identified. 2 The FFR contacted its cooperating attorneys and asked them to solicit the employees' permission to release their names to the Wright Commission. This request alarmed many of the lawyers, not least because one member of the Wright Commission, Representative Francis Walters, also was chair of HUAC. One attorney expressed his concern over the use that may be made by the Commission of the names that are revealed to it. We would hate to have names released to the Commission staff and then have Mr. Walters subpoena the people to appear before the House Committee. Fewer than one-third of the 353 loyalty defendants whose cases the FFR had written up authorized release of their names. Their reluctance proved to have been justified, because in November 1956 HUAC indeed asked the FFR for the names. The FFR promptly destroyed any records that could be used to identify defendants who had denied permission for release of their names. 3. Although loyalty defendants' silence was prudent, it posed a problem for scholars. In the early 1960s, the Princeton political scientist Paul Tillett launched a study of the social costs of the federal loyalty program, but he soon found that people did not want to relieve the experience. He received little response to the hundreds of queries he mailed to loyalty defendants whose names had appeared in newspapers. Finding government employees willing to talk became the sticking point in Tillett's research. After 5 years of work, he was forced to abandon the project, and his findings were never published. 4 Loyalty defendants' preference for anonymity, combined with the fact that government records were inaccessible, prevented other researchers from getting much further than Tillett did. It seems that high-level employees were less willing than low-level ones to reveal they had faced questions about their loyalty. Among the cases submitted by defense counsel for the FFR study, only a few involved high-ranking civil servants, and fewer still consented to publication of anonymous descriptions of their cases. Summarizing cases that involved senior officials without providing clues to their identity was sometimes impossible, and career professionals feared further damage to their reputations. The law firm of Arnold, Fortas and Porter, which represented high-profile employees like the Kaiserlings, did not participate in the FFR study. Thus the two published samples of large numbers of loyalty cases, the printed hearings of the Johnston Committee and the Fund for the Republic book, understate the investigation of high-level employees. Revealing that one had been investigated had other risks beyond the possibility of triggering further investigation. Jacob Fisher, a Social Security analyst at the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, recalled that he and other loyalty defendants labored to keep one's status a secret from neighbors, relations, fellow employees because they knew the stigma lingered, long after the questions raised by the charges were resolved, favorably or unfavorably. After Fisher was suspended in 1954, he tried to hide the fact that he was not going to work by swearing the members of his carpool to secrecy. Among civil servants, the agreed-on etiquette of the day was that it was indecent to talk about persons known or rumored to be security risks. Avoiding gossip was not just a matter of pride. Private employers were reluctant to hire someone who had resigned or been dismissed from government. Furthermore, the stigma spread easily to family members and friends. Fisher's co-workers began avoiding him. Even after he resigned and his family moved to a new town, they lived in fear that word of his resignation would leak out and jeopardize his wife's job as a social worker in the public schools. 5. The secretiveness of loyalty defendants also prevented Fisher from knowing that some of his superiors, including Isidore Falk and Wilbur Cohen, faced loyalty charges themselves. That information might have softened Fisher's disappointment, which still rankled when he wrote his memoir 30 years later, that they did not make more effort to defend him. Senior officials were hardly uninterested in their employees' fate. When an obscure press published Fisher's memoir in 1986, Wilbur Cohen bought a copy and underlined his own name throughout the text. The program produced anxiety for supervisors as well as for defendants themselves. 6. Cohen also went to the trouble of obtaining the 1982 oral history of his former colleague Bernice Lotwin Bernstein, a senior lawyer at the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, but if he was looking for discussion of her own loyalty case he did not find it. Bernstein did her utmost to keep her case quiet. In 1954 she offered to resign rather than have the FBI proceed with a full field investigation that she believed stemmed from the fact that her husband's former co-workers at the Treasury Department included some rotten characters named by Elizabeth Bentley. An investigation would turn up nothing derogatory, she assured her agency's counsel, but it would inflict a grievous hurt on her 3 children. To have FBI agents questioning her neighbors would give rise to talk of a most undesirable sort in her Long Island suburb, where she knew from experience that school children and adults alike assumed that someone who was being investigated must have done something wrong. She also worried that rumors about her investigation would damage voluntary organizations in which she was prominent, such as the National Council of Jewish Women. Bernstein begged her supervisors to suspend the FBI investigation and review the materials she had submitted, at which point if they were not convinced of her loyalty she would resign. "I have built my entire professional career in the government service," she explained. "This matter is eating at my heart. My conscience and that of my husband are absolutely clear." Bernstein's supervisors rejected her proposal out of hand, pointing out that they could hardly diverge from standard procedures just for her. 7 The FBI investigated, and she was suspended. In gathering affidavits to present at her hearing, Bernstein pleaded with her supporters to keep her requests strictly confidential. 8 She described the subsequent hearing as an exhausting and soul-searing process. "I don't think anything in my whole life has hit me as hard as has this proceeding. Only after many months and much strategizing was she finally cleared. Point 9.